Only 2 races remain in the Saturday Night Endurance Series. Welcome once again to Greenflight TV and to the VSCA Sports Car Championship. Tonight, we get set to duke it out for 6 hours around hometown Miami Speedway in the Sunshine State. This is the Miami Sunrise 6 Hour. My name is Little Ramble alongside Ryan Walker. We are bringing you all of racing coverage from start to finish this afternoon. Ryan, it's about to be an interesting race. This racetrack does not get too much love in the road racing community, and now we get set to throw 40-some sports cars around here for a 6-hour race. This should be a bit of a wild one. As well, we might have just lost Ryan Walker right out of the hitch, so we'll try to see if we can't get a hold of him later on. But for now, you got yourselves with this 3.6 kilometer circuit. It is going to be an absolute barn burner from start to finish here this afternoon. You know for a fact that these drivers are going to be having a time of it this afternoon. Let's take a look at those championship standings entering racing action this afternoon. These are of course, the GTP standings. Mayor Simsby Performance currently going up against World of Sim Racing Team for the overall championship. Over a 200-point deficit between the top 2 teams. Then HAC Racing just barely clinging on to the title fight as well. LMP2, there's been quite a few point swaps around between Going Racing and Rising Panda Racing, but right now it's going to be some strong drives all throughout this field as folks try to get themselves sorted. And of course, GT Pro, where Fisher Motorsports still holds on to the top 2 spots with their 2 sister cars. And Ryan, they've only got about 91 points separating them. It is a tight points battle right now for the top 2. So with these championship standings continuing to shake on up, we'll of course move to the GTM standings, and this is the big story here this afternoon. Screeching Moose Motorsports have withdrawn from the overall championship after the Sprint Cup last month. So SMM is going to be down and out, blowing the championship wide open. Digital Chicane has now got a chance with a number 80 entry to make a serious run for the points battle here. This race tonight going to be a fun one this afternoon, and you know for a fact that these drivers are they're going to be absolutely gunning it full tilt to try to get themselves rolling through to the end of this one. But only 2 races remain. We, of course, have the 6 hours of Miami here, the Miami Sunrise 6 Hour. Then, of course, Petit Le Mans, a 10-hour race to close out the championship in Braselton, Georgia, just 1 month from now on October 5th. It is going to be a wild one for sure. 2 endurance races are left. And, of course, you take a look at the championship standings for the Endurance Cup, and it is even tighter over there with a lot of races still yet to be decided. And kind of just breaking down the Endurance Cup championship standings right now. World of Sim Racing up by 1 point on both Composite and HAC Racing with DS Racing Esports Team. Only 2 behind for the GTP standings. But Composite Performance have also withdrawn their entries for the season. Rising Panda, Going Racing, only separated by 4. With 37 and 33 points respectively. GSC Racing Esports, 9 points down as well for the number 3 spot. For GT Pro, GS Racing Esports Team is right now 5 ahead of RPM Racing with Fisher Motorsports' number 84 entry, bringing it up in 3rd. Only 1 point behind RPM Race for the number 2 spot. And again, big changes for the GTM standings. Right now, SMM does have the lead by 1, but with them no longer competing for the rest of the season, it's now a 14-point deficit for the points lead between Digital Chicane's 2 cars, the 93 and the 80. So points battles still very much on for the overall championship in the Endurance Cup as well. So with all of this said and done, qualifying is just coming to a close. And it's going to be about high time that we take a rundown of what this starting grid is going to look like this afternoon with drivers ready to rumble. It's going to be a night race. We'll start just about 2 a.m. in the morning and be rolling all the way through into the dawn here in the Sunshine State. Started on pole position this afternoon. It is going to be none other than Nicholas Pedersen from Mayor Simpson Performance with a 106.458. Thomas Martin for Fisher Motorsports starts alongside him on the front row for GTP. Danny Fonte for World of Sim Racing brings it up in third with Joao Garrido in fourth for DS Racing Esports team. Their sister car, headed up by Rui Souza, starts his race in fifth with Christophe Demey back to the number 6 spot for HAC Racing. We'll move on down to the 7th place spot where Jan-Philippe Weed for Team Hardcore brings it up in 7th with Pedro Vargas for NGSC Esports team by Ruiz Gaz in 8th. Joshua Wolf for Grizzly Motorsports brings it up in the number 9 spot. We'll move on down to the LMP2 standings this afternoon. On pole, it's Christian Kempreger for Rising Panda Racing alongside Thomas Fisher for Vulture Motorsports. Maxime Leonard going to bring it up for Rising Panda Racing alongside Travis Linscomb Hatfield for Fisher Motorsports. Jan Ziliakis going to bring it up for Rusty Spatulas Racing alongside Chris Cadiz for Tri-State Racing's number 321. Josh Goen for Goen Racing back in 7th and 6/10 of a second off of the top step. That is a long way for Goen Racing to claw their way back up to take another win this afternoon, but it is not impossible. Kyle Granger for Scours S's Racing brings it up in the number 8 spot with Garrett Spence in 9th for Tri-State Racing. Luca Harmony for GSC Racing Esports starts in 10th with Damian Banky for Vision 1 Motorsports back in the number 11 spot. First place in GT Pro is DS Racing Esports team alongside Aiden Campbell for Kinetic Racing. Alex Gonzalez of World of Sim Racing starts in 3rd with Thomas D'Ambrosio back in 4th with North Sim Racing. And Fisher Motorsports starts 5th with Nicholas Soul. And then, of course, Lucas Frere will be back in 6th for Delta Racing. Stefan Knobes, the Fisher Motorsports sister car, starts in 7th. Brad Crouch for RPM Racing is 8th with Neil Middleton for Torque Freak Racing back in 9th. Kicking off the GTM standings, Ryan Kaprowski brings it up for Digital Chicane alongside Tamer Elbaga for Mayor Simpson Performance. Thomas Baker is in 3rd for MSP alongside Fabio Soares for DS Racing Esports team. Down to the field, Stuart Leslie for Off the SS Racing is 5th with Steven Martinez for Vulture Motorsports in 6th. The other Digital Chicane car in 7th with Paolo Calvo behind the wheel. The Real Pixel Motorsports machine of Ronald Gross starts in 8th with Christopher Limprecht for Wolf Motorsports Simerson in 9th. Gangler Performance's Paul Romaninski is in 10th with Jeff Carollo's machine for Vulture Motorsports back in the number 11 spot. So in total, 40 cars right on the dot, getting set to roll on out as we've got the field now working their way through the infield section of Homestead Miami Speedway on what should be a wild one this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, first of all, apologies, Nolan. For some reason I couldn't hear you and they had to reset Discord, but it all seems fine now. But yeah, looking forward to this race and Miami Homestead, one of my favourite tracks, and obviously it's hosted NASCAR in real life as well, but also the old Grand Am series, what's produced good racing here. And I think today with this VSCA race, it should be a good one. And with the GTPs, LMP2s, and both GT classes, I think it's going to make for a very interesting race, and one that some of these drivers are going to have to be very careful with as well, not to get caught up in silly incidents. But also another factor as well, the track, from what we saw in practice, was a wee bit wet.
Looks like that has been changed now with about a 4-hour time jump between practice, qualifying, and the race. We are now sitting at 2:24 a.m. in sim time. And the track looks to have dried out. Everybody is back on the dry tires. Some drivers were on wet weather tires throughout the qualifying session, which kind of threw some shakeups into the order. But now we're going to get the chance to see how everything's going to pan on out here as the number 3 and the number 4 start side by side. And this is where it's going to get a little bit hectic here. No 3 wide allowed in that run down in turn number 1. We'll see if that's a rule that these drivers will adhere to. It's the Irish safety car going to pull into pit road. As always, we're happy that you're joining us here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon From Homestead Miami Speedway, it's go, go, go for the 6 hours. We've already got trouble. One of the GTPs has lost its front nose, and it's a mayhem down to turn number 1 with Pedersen taking off down to the turn numbers 1 and 2. A solid drive right after the hitch. Let's take a rundown of your GT Pros for their race start.
Yeah, and the GT cars get going off the line as well, and it looks like it was a much, well, from what I saw, a cleaner start for the GT cars heading into turn 1 and turn 2. And yeah, a bit of bunching up and jockeying going on, but apart from that, the GT cars, from what I saw, had a much cleaner start than one of the GTP cars. What's are heading up to the hairpin right now, no, on one of the most important corners, because you want to try and get a good exit to carry that speed all the way around the oval banking.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, that was not a pretty start at all for your prototype field. Either somebody didn't go, or somebody had the misfortune of lagging back a little bit and tried to jump the start, and it just went awry. Nicholas Pedersen will lead lap number 1 for the GTP runners. And it'll, of course, be Christian Kempreger leading the way for Rising Panda Racing for the number 1 spot in LMP2. Bruno Carrera looking to have this one sorted for GT Pro for the opening lap, and right behind him, Ryan Kaprowski ahead of all bar 1 of the GTM field. With now a 4.5-second gap. And already you see Christophe DeMay coming down to pit road, and behind Garrido's in as well, missing the rear wing of that car, is grabbing something fierce. We're going to take a look back at what happened at the start here, Ryan, because that was ugly.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and I wonder if it was just a bit of a bottleneck going on as we look at the replay now, coming up to the start-finish line. And it was
Garrido
like,
jumped it.
It's like I was talking about, and there was a bit of a bottleneck going on, and just a couple of cars with DeMay and another GTP having big damage at the start.
I mean, look here. He just went. The 2 leaders hadn't left yet. He tried to jump that start, and it just went awry.
Yeah, I could see the intention, or basically the intention. They're trying to get a jump on the leaders in front, but it just looks like the 2 leaders. I don't know if they're maybe, I wouldn't say playing games, but maybe just trying to catch the cars out behind.
We never quite know, but regardless, our first incident, and so far only incident of the day, comes when the 3rd car on the outside collides with 1 right behind. We got Paul Romaninski protecting the performance, having a little bit of a small slide, coming around through turn 8. Able to get his car back righted, though. You got Neil Middleton right in the middle of your GTM field right now, and the Torque Freak Racing number 6 Porsche is going to be looking to try to fight his way through, but he's also got the problem of he's fighting cars like Digital Chicane here for on-track position on the lead lap, and that's going to make it a real difficult challenge. In fact, he's just lost another spot overall to a GTM runner.
And this is a thing as well with racing faster cars that are not in your class or in another class anyway. It's basically you don't want to get in a scrap with any of them, especially this early stage of the race. And I think Middleton realised that he was maybe just he's not involved in a battle that really interests him, or he doesn't want to get into a scrap too early. Maybe just trying to just settle into a rhythm as one of the GTP cars coming up through the GT traffic already. And it looks like I'm not sure if this car was caught up in that start line mayhem, but just catching the GT cars at a perfect time. And I think this is pretty much the spot where I would like to lap GT cars, because they're not getting a bit held up too much, and you've got plenty of room, as you see on the banking.
With Pedro Vargas for NGC Esports team had a pit road start along with a couple of others. One car that did not start this race is Joshua Wolf for Grizzly Motorsports. They still have not made their way out and onto the racetrack, sitting way down the field. You've also got Luca Harmoning for GAC Racing Esports, again, had a pit road start. Is currently trying to battle his way up through the field as well. Got a battle for 6th on in GT Pro. This is Stefan Obes and Thomas D'Ambrosio. Stefan Obes and Lucas Ferrer going at it. Fisher Motorsports and Delta Racing exchanging blows at the battle for 6th spot.
Absolutely, and yeah, as you see, as we were talking about, or you were talking about, Nolan, at the start of the broadcast, it's dark at the moment, and I think the race started in game around about 2 2 a.m. or 2:30 a.m. in the morning. So it might make obviously most endurance races start in the daylight. So maybe some drivers, it will probably take them a wee bit of time to adjust racing at night at the start.
Battle on for the number 2 spot as Danny Fonte trying to go round the long way from Thomas Martin. That's for 2nd spot in the GTP field. And Fonte holding the outside. Martin's got to take this one down low in the bank on the oval. Now these are the cars that are actually catching up to lap GT traffic. And they've also got Ruby Sousa, one of the DS Race Esports team cars, just in behind. So a 3-way scrap right now for the 2nd spot as they approach GT3 traffic. That is so risky. They're able to get it working though. We've got one car round and look out! Holy cow, they managed to escape it. Thomas Baker's off the road for MSP. Look out! And that's, I think that's one of the DS Racing cars off behind.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there because I wonder if that was a bit of a contact into turn 1, but yeah, that could have been a horrible accident because they were scattered or parked up in the middle of the track where it's pretty much a blind spot. So as you look at the replay now, heading into turn 1 and turn 2, and I think it might have the Meyer Simspeed car went across the grass. I wonder if that was just a case of too much speed.
That's just 2 separate incidents altogether right there. And for MSP, there is a little bit of a lip there that you really have to be careful about. Let's run aboard with Thomas Baker here. Battling for 3rd. Yeah, right there. He caught that really harsh transitioning. Tell you what, he did a great job, though, to keep that off of the Ferrari that he was battling with. And he kept it off the wall, too. So overall, saved the car from any serious damage. All he's lost is time, and that's easily recoverable in a 6-hour race.
And it just looks like it basically, as he went down there and started braking, I wonder if he just caught, as soon as he started braking, he just caught that bump, because from that onboard, it looked like the car just hit the ground and it caused him to lose the rear end. But that was very good car control to keep that out the wall. They maybe been taking lessons or maybe doing some rallycross races and iRacing.
Right now we're watching the battle for 7th between Scours S Racing, Goen Racing, Tri-State, and Division 1 Motorsports, being held up by one of these Ferraris over here. And looking like Ronald Groen for the Real Pixel Motorsports machine may have just had a problem as well. But we'll keep with this battle as they duck through the infield section of the racetrack. The only track that really ever comes close to this one would be, of course, the 24 Hours of Daytona. But the 2 tracks drive absolutely nothing alike, and this is, of course, a whole new challenge with it being a much shorter racetrack than what we've got at Daytona, so a lot more compact of a facility. There you see Road Team backing off a little bit as he, instead of trying to attack Fisher Motorsports down to turn 1.
Yeah, and I think, there's a car off in the grass there, just caught a glimpse of that there. It's one of the GTPs, and it looks like it's trying to figure out. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, so like you say, a bit of a late entry into the race, starting never made the grid. There's they caught that inside curb there, and yeah, just that was a high speed off.
Lucky that there was nobody around him, or he very easily could have and probably would have cleaned out a good chunk of this field. How about the battle for 4th, picking up between one of the Tri-State cars along with Fisher Motorsports, ducking through a lot of GT traffic right now as they size themselves up for turn 6.
Yeah, and this is pretty much the part of the tracks where you don't want to get caught behind GT traffic too much, because you'll just lose a heap of time. But it looks like the Fisher Motorsport LMP2 car was a bit lucky to get through the traffic and build a bit of a cushion there. But as I say, that cushion or that gap has just faded away, and as you see there, it looks like Tri-State's going to try and make a move, going 3 wide through the GT traffic.
Split in the Corvette as they'll take him down the middle. Tri-State Racing still in the battle with Fisher Motorsports. You can tuck him with the draft, though, and get a good run all the way down the front stretch here. And in the approach to turn 1, but only backing off, it looks like. I don't think he got too much of a good run going. Further behind, this battle for 6th now is also on deeper in the field, as that's Goen Racing trying to see if he can't launch a lunge on Tri-State Racing. Well, Division 1 Motorsports is in the fray as well, trying to make a move as well. So you got a lot of fights in the LMP2 field in particular picking up right now. You've also got one for GT Pro. Behind this, the battle for 3rd.
Yep, that's Fisher Motorsport and World of Sim Racing going at it, heading down to the hairpin, and they've got an LMP2 card coming through to make it 3 wide as well, just for the heck of it, and into the hairpin. All 3 of them survive, and oh, that was so close to end up being contact there, but thankfully they all managed to survive, and yeah, and it looks like Fisher Motorsport's trying to make a move on the World of Sim Racing as they head on to the banking.
No quarter being shown early on in this race. I mean, this is just kicking off into overdrive. And within the first 10 minutes of this race, Fisher trying to use that banking transition to get a run down the front stretch. They're going to be side by side down to turn number 1 with some prototype traffic approaching from behind. That's bold going through 1. And now Fisher under fire here from North Sim Racing off the road. Goes World of Sim Racing 3 wide as he comes back on. And North Sim Racing trying to go 2 for 2.
Yeah, that was. I thought it was all starting to calm down, but I take my words back because they're all scrapping away, and the World of or Fisher Motorsport rather is involved in another battle with North Sim Racing, and as I say that, the Fisher Motorsport LMP2 car makes it 3 wide. That was a bit clumsy, frankly.
So late lunge from the sister car for the LMP2. Now that was a fair move. I just think that North Sim Racing didn't realize they were going to be 3 wide and just squeezed in both of the Fisher cars, and now trying to bully out the other 2 cars. Man, this 69 entry here is driving like his life's on the line. Just almost pushed the other Fisher car into the grass, and then immediately turned down on the World of Sim Racing car to keep him at bay.
Yeah, that was a bit naughty by the North Sim Racing Porsche. That was, I can understand you want to try and keep the track position, but on the other hand, it's still early stages in the race. We're only about probably just under 10 minutes into this race, I believe. So sometimes it's just better to ease into it, find a rhythm, and as I say that, we've got a bunch of traffic heading into turn 1 and 2 again.
And all of that traffic is the giant LMP2 battle for 7th on back. That's right now 4 cars strong, although it's quickly becoming 2 cars strong up the road as Going Racing gets checked up big time by the North Sim Racing Porsche up the road. So going into battle with Vision 1 for 9th, while Scours and Tri-State fight it out for the number 7 spot up the road. You still got this battle for 4th that is yet to be decided with Vision Motorsports and Tri-State Racing in a fierce grudge match of their own.
Absolutely, and they head into the hairpin now, and it looks like, the 14 Fisher Motorsport car with Linscombe Hatfield, and the 321 Tri-State Racing with Caddis at the wheel as well, coming up top above a bunch of GT traffic. And I was talking about one of the GT Porsches. I was just saying it's a bit early to get into a fight. It's maybe just worth settling down and just trying to ease into it. But it looks like some drivers maybe just never got the message.
And then here you can see Fisher Motorsports and World of Sim Racing team in a battle of their own. This is here for the 3rd spot overall in this race. You still got a lot of these GT Pro battles that are kicking off all over the racetrack, with no signs of any of them slowing down either, as World of Sim Racing again tracks out wide and nearly opens up the door for Delta Racing to fight through for the 7th spot. Even in GTM, you still got some battles. That right there was Vulture Motorsports getting around the Torque Freak Racing Porsche for the number 6. This 6 car's having a time of it. He's still up 2 spots where he started, but those 2 spots he's made up are from cars that have found themselves now out of this race. It has not been a good day. They are running back of the pack. The closest car to them in GT Pro is right now about 4 seconds up the road, and they're already 23 seconds off the leaders and behind over half of the GTM field. They got to get a move on here if they want to get some serious points tonight.
Yeah, they do indeed, but on the other hand as well, it's maybe Middleton's not, I wouldn't say the slower driver, but maybe just doesn't have the pace such as his teammates. So maybe just trying to keep the car in one piece and keep just trying to keep it on track and get to the end of his stint in one piece, and then hand it over to the teammates to do the hard work. But don't forget, Owen, this series has coursing, so at any point if there's a coursing, they're still very much in this, and they could get close right back up to the field in their class.
Battle for 6th is on in GT Pro. Those full course yellows are going to be absolutely mental this afternoon. Here's the fight for 3rd in GTM. Haven't talked about them too much in this race, with a lot of the battles kicking off elsewhere. We got a big fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th. all in a big line right now. Off of the SS Racing currently leads the way from Vulture Motorsports, from Wolf Motorsports. Wolf Motorsports, of course, a new entry that made their debut into the SCA at the Sports Car Grand Prix of Virginia at VIR, and oh boy, that's a bit of a block there on Digital Chicane, but they didn't have the best of run at VIR. They're having a much better time of it this afternoon. Right now, running 5th overall in their class.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit of a rough debut in the previous rounds, you could say, but I think it's just one of those things when you join a new series, it maybe just takes you it probably takes you a race or two to really get into it and learn how everyone races and just get a feel for the community as well. But yeah, having a much better race at the moment in that Ford Mustang, and doing well in 5th place, like you said, and at the moment they're behind another Mustang as well with Martinez at the wheel in 4th place, and maybe if they can't get by, do a bit of lift and coast, and they use that slipstream as well to do a bit of fuel saving.
Down the front stretch into turn number 1, off in the SS Racing under fire from Vulture, but Vulture can't make the look through turn 1 north through turn 2. There was a solid effort though, for sure. And now they've got as well more cars on the move, and here's the pass behind Digital Chicane, breaking clear of the other Vulture Motorsports car. So Paolo Calvo now up to 6th in GTM.
Yeah, that was a great move, and they've got a bunch of they've got a GTP Cadillac coming through as well, heading into the. That was a bit of a late lunge by the GTP Cadillac there, but manages to make the move stick just. But yeah, I was going to say there was a bit of a bunch up there into that corner there, and I thought there was going to be contact, but thankfully both of them managed to get by. But the Torque Foot Racing Porsche trying to make a move as well, but can't really do anything.
Checking in on the LMP2 battles here. There's still a multi-way scrap for the 7th spot, and then you got the NGC Esports Team GTP car that's been slowly clawing his way through traffic. You see him actually just going off into the grass behind. So still trying to get some momentum going here for this LMP2 battle. They are packed up, but right now they're getting into that all-knowing problem of being caught in a draft train, right? And it makes it really difficult sometimes to figure out who's going to end up going where. As we have had a problem for Jeff Carollo, and the Vulture Motorsports Ford is around at turn 1.
Yep, I wonder if that was assisted. A bit of contact there, as we look at the replay, heading into turn 1 and turn 2, and it looks like was it under braking? Did he catch the grass? No, he didn't. So, it was just he just lost the rear end mid corner.
Battles on for 3rd, side by side for LMP2, and they've caught the MSP machine. Tri-State Racing makes the move, and he's going to get by him. And now Limprecht is around. So as we were talking about both, oh my goodness, at one of the GTPs nails the wall with that one.
Yeah, that was a bit of a, what are you doing with that rejoin, man? That was a bit of a silly rejoin there. You could have looked at the relative box to see if any cars are coming, or depending if you use a VR or not. You could have been a bit more aware, but yeah, there we go. But anyway, looking back up closer to the front in the GT3 or GTM class, I should say. Heading down to turn 2, we've got the 3rd place and 4th place going at it with Leslie and Martinez.
Off the SS hangs off for one more. Take a look real quick at the battle here. This was for the 3rd place spot. Look at this move around the outside for the 321. That was well executed. And this is then what happened to the Wolf Motorsports car. Just lost it by themselves, nosed it pretty heftily into the wall. This is where it gets a little bit out of control though, because, oh man, the Grizzly Motorsports car just barely managed to avoid disaster with that. Oh, and dangling performance as well.
Yeah, I don't like it when people rejoin like that and just basically just don't use or just not aware of what's going on around them and wait for traffic to go by. I can understand you want to get going as quickly as possible, but there's just sometimes patience. It pays to be a little bit more patient.
Yikes! Just barely got around that, and then this was dangler behind. Same thing, and he may have just actually nicked him there.
Oh,
that was a good job though from the field to get around that. That could have been a lot worse than it ended up being.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Nolan. I had a bit of a sweat on there, and I'm not even racing. But yeah, yeah, looking back up closer to the front in GTP as well, we've got this battle going on as well.
That was a
Sorry,
GTP
that's
an LMP2, sorry.
an LP2 car. My apologies.
A lot of the battles that we've been seeing started to break apart. You got a few between classes. Vision 1 Motorsports, Damian Banky coming down the pit road. He's got damage on that car. Look at the left front. That car is hurt. What's happened to Vision 1 Motorsports?
Yeah, I was just thinking as well. I thought I caught a glimpse of them and looked at the front. I wonder if they might have had contact of a GT car, or maybe just I don't know, maybe just spun and clipped the wall slightly. But yeah, it looks like it's not the damage is not too bad. It's just a slight, front splitter damage, front end damage rather.
Well, what happened there will likely go as a mystery. I'm not seeing anything on the event recorder that might lend a hint as to what happened to Vision 1 Motorsports. So who knows? We'll have to maybe see what happened later on down the line. But for now, this battle for third, still close together for your GT Pro field. Don't have to see these long-term battles shaken up for GT Pro. It's usually in GTM or GTP. So nice to see that they're getting some much-needed love with some good racing action right now.
Absolutely, a three-car battle with Fisher Motorsport, North Sim Racing, another Fisher Motorsport Porsche, and Delta Racing. So, and this is the thing as well, though. If you're stuck in a pack such as this, and you can't get by, it's not always. We've had another incident with the 83. The 83 GT Pro car.
That's Stuart Leslie that finds himself facing the wrong way, and that's one of the off of the SS Racing cars. Just whoopsie daisy. He did make some contact with that. Careful. That was Travis Linscomb Hatsfield getting around that mess.
Yeah, and it looks like he looks like he got off, missed the turning point slightly and got in the marbles and just went around. But still, this battle for third place in the GTM is still going on with the 84 Fisher Motorsport car, 69 North Sim Racing, and 44 Fisher Motorsport Porsche, and Delta Racing number 12 car. And I was going to bring on to the point as well. That if you can't get by the car in front of you, if you're stuck in a pack such as this, do a bit of fuel saving. I know the lifting coast sounds so boring when you want to just go flat out all the time, but if you do a lifting coast and save as much fuel as possible, it can pay off in the pit stop.
So the battle very much ebbing and flowing right now. The problem again is they're caught in a bit of a draft train here down the big long straights around through turns 9 and 10. There's just not a lot that they can do to try to capitalize on the momentum they've got here, because it's much like a DRS train that we see in Formula 1, right? I mean, they're just stuck, not a lot they can do. North Sim Race, if he can keep this run going, could have a go. Not going to happen this time, but just going to get close enough. But if he can keep close here, he could attack Stoll there, coming down towards turn number 1 this next time by.
Yeah, absolutely. He could try and make a move and possibly into the hairpin if he gets a good run, as we've got a LMP2 car coming through to lap them. But coming up the inside into the hairpin, that might compromise the entry into the hairpin of this 84 Fisher Motorsport Porsche, which is currently being driven by Solly. But it looks like he manages to get a good exit on the exit of the hairpin, actually, as he comes up to another hairpin. And he manages to get a bit of a gap, but I think the North Sim Racing car trying to set up a bit of an exit onto the banking, and I think just look at these cars as well. It looks like they're not really closing up on each other, and I think it might just be a case of maybe running maybe slightly or maybe round about the same sort of downforce level.
Well, this could end up being something here. Coming down towards turn number 1, Thomas D'Ambrosio. You're right on board with him now. Approaching Nicolas Soul. Down to a 10th and a half again, but it's not going to be enough. He tried, though. So he is steadily trying to get a little bit closer, but so far, that third place continuing to elude the number 69.
Yeah, and as you saw on his onboard, he was closing up to the 84 Fisher Motorsport Porsche in front of him, but just it's a case of getting close in a straight line, and just the closer you get, you just run out of time. But there's nothing you can do, as it looks like they've got more GTP and LMP2 traffic coming through.
It's one of the NGC cars a little bit behind in the GTP field. They're going to have to be careful, though, and I think they're going to wait for the oval before they try to make a run around it here. North Simmerson, he gets almost to the back bumper that time. Even further back, though, I don't see them being caught this time around. I think this is the rhythm we're going to be seeing this battle be in for a while now. Fisher Motorsports is going to pull a little bit in the infield section, just enough so that North Sim Racing just can't mount an offensive on them when it gets down around to turn number 1 again. You know, this was a big thing of the 24 Hours of Daytona, too, right? The last oval road course hybrid, you had a battle between drivers that had their setups higher downforce geared for the road course and drivers that had a lower downforce setup geared more for the oval side. And it was brilliant. It was a brilliant battle indeed, because I mean, you could see drivers pulling away just enough so that the low downforce drivers could not get around them, and vice versa for the road course section.
Yeah, so
boy!
That was the Rusty Spatzel LMP2 car coming through, I believe, and that was a bit of a clumsy move up the inside on the inside of it looks like it was the Fisher Motorsport, the Porsche, the number 84, I believe.
Just went in a bit too hot, it looked like there. Oh, he caught the curve. The car got beached on the curbing there when he tried to take to the inside, so he was trying to give him space, but just took a little bit too much.
Yep, and as we go back to the live action as well, it looks like the two Fisher Motorsport cars have switched places as well. It looks like the 84 actually is coming into the pit lane, so I wonder if he got a meatball flag.
That would suck if he did, but it is very early to be coming in. Oh, but look at all the damage on the... yeah, that might be a meatball flag, you know. Let's take another look at that if we can. We're right on board with Nicholas Soul here for this, and I'm curious what the wheel's going to look like on the straight the next time by.
Yeah, because I don't even think it was a...
That's a pretty big hit.
Yeah, I was going to say...
Oh, look at that. Yeah, no, that car is broke.
Yeah, that was a... I wonder if it was just the angle that the Rusty Spatzel LMP2 went in, and basically it's just clipped the right front wheel, and it's broken maybe gave it a suspension damage, or even as you see, suspension and steering damage as well.
That's a real tough break. They were not hoping for that at all. That is just a case of, it's not a big incident, but it's just being hit at exactly the right velocity and angle to cause almost irreparable damage.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, I mean, it was nothing intentional by Rusty Spatzel. It was just one of those things. Sometimes you go for a move to lap GT traffic, and it can just go horribly wrong, and it happens in real life multi-class racing as well. It's just a part of the multi-class racing.
Steven Martinez and Paolo Calvo nose to tail right now. This is the battle for third in your GTM category. Half an hour deep, just about 29 minutes deep into the 6-hour race. Whoa, that's a lunge to the inside. Calvo takes it away as Vulture Motorsports power slides through turn 2. That was an aggressive lunge, and he made it work.
Yeah, that was an aggressive move, and I'm amazed. I'm not sure how he pulled that off though, and that move pretty much came from another state.
Good grief, just sent it down the inside, but hey, credit to him. Was it aggressive? Yes, but he made it work. That's what makes that so brilliant. And then look at Martinez here. He had no idea that was coming. He got wicked sideways as well.
I'm actually thinking about that as well. I wonder if the 84 Ferrari, I wonder if I wonder if he actually missed his braking point. What's causing him to basically run into the corner, and they just missed his braking point, and amazingly somehow both managed to survive and keep going. But that was I agree, it was an aggressive move, but actually a really impressive move, and managed to pull it off.
I mean, hey, if it works, right, then who cares? But that was brilliant. That was some serious aggression, and that's the type of aggression that can win races as well. Battles on for 5th for GTM. Ball's trying to take one away from DS Racing Esports team, but DS Racing has the good cut back through turn 4. Now out to 5. Side by side on the big stretch down to turn 6. I do love this racetrack. I mean, it's got quite a few straightaways and lots of hairpins you can cut people back on. It's brilliant for racing.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of this track when iRacing. And it's probably a track that I feel that it gets underused as well on iRacing. But I remember when the Grand Am series used to visit here regularly, they probably talking about early to mid 2000s, it used to race here regularly, and the racing then was absolutely fantastic.
Just invites good racing. I mean, the Beer League can attest to that. They've had 2 races here now, one in late model stocks and one in GT4 machinery, and both of those races were phenomenal as well. So this is a track that can really put on a show. So 5.5 hours left to go. Still in the infancy of this race. And if this is what the first half hour's got in store for us, imagine what's going to be happening later on down the line. Problems for Damian Benke and Josh Goen. So 2 of the LMP2 runners having problems. This is on board with Benke, the Division 1 Motorsports car, still off the racetrack. Just going to step the back end out. And there's Goen. Did they make contact there? I don't think they did.
That was close to contact, but somehow Goen managed to avoid that. And as you actually saw on that onboard, he actually had to lock the front wheels up and turn them at the same time. Otherwise, he was going to. Yeah, it looks like he just lost it mid-corner. And as you see there, Goen comes in and that was definitely close to being contact anyway.
And as we've seen before, it doesn't take much to ruin the suspension on these cars. So. Yeah, that was a wild one, but hey, good driving all around. Goen did a good job on just holding the brakes, being predictable, just keeping where he was until it was safe to move. You might notice that GTM's actually been pushed to the top of the GT Pro standings on the timing tower. Usually it's the other way around. The reason why that's like that, though, it takes this based off of overall pace, and right now, Ryan Kaprowski is a second ahead of the GT Pro race leader.
Yeah, and doing a good job at the moment to build a bit of a gap to the second place GT car overall. And I think it's the Kinetic Racing Porsche, I believe.
Yeah.
So and Kinetic Racing is a team that I've watched on iRacing quite a lot in the past. They're always one of those teams that on their day they can always spring a surprise, and at the moment they're doing a good job at the moment. Currently second overall and currently leading the GT Pro class.
Yeah, second of the GT3 cars and first in the GT Pro category. That's not something you hear all that often from a GT Pro car. I think this really just shows, though, that this district number 983 really should be a GT Pro runner. I mean, they've been obliterating the competition so far. The only reason why they're not dominating the point standings is because this car just has so much bad luck that goes with it. But based on pace alone, week in, week out, this realistically is a car that should be running in GT Pro and likely will be running in GT Pro in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. They've shown good speed as well, and I seem to remember as well, during the Daytona 24, they showed good speed as well, and they were doing quite well at parts of the race as well. So I've watched them quite a lot this season, and I think I would definitely put them up for, if I was in charge, I would definitely promote them up to the GT Pro classes. It looks like we've still got a battle in the GT Pro as well going on for, it looks like with the number 12 Porsche with Freya at the wheel, and the 44 Russell Motorsport car of Nobes at the wheel as well. So this battle's been going on for quite some time as one of the LMP2 cars goes by, and this will probably give the number 12 Delta Racing BMW a chance to get some slipstream and possibly save a little bit of fuel.
Down the main stretch and into turn number 1 and 2. The Delta Racing number 12 continuing to stay clear for now. Fisher Motorsports just a little ways behind with that number 44 entry. 0.4 of a second off the mark for now, but still within striking distance if Delta Racing makes even one mistake here. And now we've got the Torque Free Racing GT Pro going around. So Neil Middleton's day going bad to worse as he'll loop that one around. Now he's caught with a bunch of lap traffic, but he should be able to get that all sorted, and he's just going to carry too much speed in the turn 2, I reckon, here. Yep.
Yeah, just carried too much speed there, and carried a bit too much speed there, and as always with the Porsche, it's got a bit of a habit of losing the rear end mid-corner.
Check it back in on the fight for fourth. The furthest battle for in-class position on the racetrack as it stands. Stefan Nobes, you mentioned him just a little ways behind. Really trying to close in on Delta Racing, but Delta is starting to pull a little bit more of a gap, and I think,
he thought about it.
Yeah, he thought he saw an open door for a split second. There's the NGC Cadillac battled this way through.
Yeah, it's kind of he showed his nose. He showed his nose there heading into turn 1, and this kind of had that hesitancy to try and go for a move up the inside, but just wasn't close enough as they've got LMP2 traffic coming. And again, Nose trying to make a move, or showing his nose, trying to distract the driver in front of him to go offline, but just no luck so far as the Delta Racing driver keeps the position for now.
I think right there, that was Stefan Nobes' best chance on trying to go for the position, and I think he may have just costed himself big time by not going for it. Now he's caught behind him again for this long stretch where he has not been gaining all that much. I think if he wanted to really go for the move, he should have tried to send it into the corner to try to scare that BMW out wide.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's the thing with the Porsche as well. Actually, it can be a good handling car, but its downside in the past anyway, and it's always been straight line speed. Just doesn't get close enough to a car in front of him to make a move. But it's on the brakes and handling wise, it seems to be a good car. But this time around, the nose is not close enough to make a move.
Not close enough for now, at least. It's a battle that we're going to continue to keep tabs on throughout the night. Racing the Torque Free Racing Machine about to lose out to the other digital chicane runner. Oh, off the road. Hatfield in deep into turn number 1. And that looks like just a case of locking up the brakes into the fast corner on the racetrack.
Yeah, I think just watching the onboard there, I think he might have caught the outside grass as well. What's probably messed up his braking point. Such an easy corner to make a mistake in because they're going so quick, and then all of a sudden you've got to slow right down from high speed, slow right down to turn 2.
It really is wild just how difficult that corner is in regards to the rest of the racetrack. Not to say the rest of the track isn't difficult, but that corner is on a different level in comparison to the rest of this field. Battle is on for fourth here again.
Yeah, and Nose is closer this time around. He's in the slipstream while he make a move into turn 2. He's getting closer, but again, just not close enough though.
Hatfield coming down to pit road. So we could see our first green flag pit stops kicking off here. Remember, the LMP2 field does have a tendency to pit quite a bit off cycle compared to the rest of this pack. And with Josh Goen coming in just behind, and one of the Vulture Motorsports cars, yeah, we got pit stops in full force now.
Yeah, and it's probably slightly early for some of these cars, but on the other hand, when you think about it, it does cover yourself slightly, because if you get a caution at any point, that could play in their favour.
But that's again if they get a caution, which is it can be difficult to come by sometimes. But again, it's random yellows, so it's a matter of trying to wait out the clock on this one.
Was one of the LMP2 class cars is off in turn one. It was the 216 car, and it looks like maybe it's got a slight bit of front end damage on the front right.
It's already had that damage there. It looks like as just took a wide, maybe a lap of the car went a little bit haywire. Or the LMP2's coming in. Both Tri-State Racing cars are down right now. Kemprager, Fischer, Leonard, and Zalakias all staying out, while everybody behind fourth place in the LMP2 field has come down for their first stop of the night.
Yep, and I think, actually thinking about it with LMP2, this might be pretty much roundabout where they're expected to stop, or they're not far away anyway. But yeah, some cars pitted early as well. So it looks like we've got another LMP2 car in the pits by the looks of it. So I think this is pretty much where this is the LMP2 pit window.
That's the race leader, Kemprager, coming down to pit road. And their second sister car coming down as well. Maxime Leonard coming in for Rising Panda Racing. Rising Panda's only been running one car all season. They got a second car, though, onto the racetrack for this night. So now they got a bit of a sister car thing going on the racetrack. So they're both in team call on their first pit stop of the afternoon.
Absolutely, and I think it looks like the 47 cars made a driver change as well by the looks of it, because you saw the car disappear and then they reappear. It looks like a bit of action going on as well with the Fischer Motorsport LMP2 car just going slightly wide there.
Both of these drivers, both these cars taking driver swaps, as Pierce Stockton and Ryan Ware will jump into their respective race cars. Luca Harmoning is in as well, just behind with the GSC Racing Esports crew. And we'll see if they'll go for a driver swap as well. Adam Chick and Granger staying on the racetrack. So I think Adam Chick hopping into the car. He just got into that race car. It was Travis Linscomb Hatfield driving it before. And we're going to get Dennis Denisio into the car for GSC Racing Esports.
Yep, and quite surprised that some of these teams are making driver changes already, but I guess it's one of those things. If you've only got, maybe, say for example, you've only got two drivers for most of these cars in LMP2, for example, it makes sense to make a driver change just to make sure you've got a fresh driver in the car all the time.
Thomas Fisher looking like he's going to be staying in the car. So there you see Denisio making his way out of pit road. Waiting to see when Rusty Spatulas will be making their trip down to the lane. They are right now the class leaders. They are not going to stay there, as Pierce Stockton is only 26 seconds behind. Got to come down either this lap or the next one, I would reckon. Yeah,
I think Rusty Spatulas might have been doing a bit of fuel saving if they're maybe going one or two laps longer. So yeah, good to see Rusty Spatulas racing in BSC. It's a name I recognise from racing in the other series, and yeah, always a team that's always capable of pulling off good results and pulling off the odd one from time to time. As they're coming around the bank, and while they dive into the pits, though they're going for another lap, so they've managed to stretch out by one lap.
Michael Adamczyk taking over a spot on Kyle Granger, and that pass came into turn number one. A bold move from Adamczyk as he was closing big time on Kyle Granger and took that spot away with full force down to the inside.
Yeah, pretty much got a run through the banking, and on the exit of the banking onto the home straight, and managed to take that position. So yeah, that was a good move. He got the run and saw the opportunity.
Oh boy, and now Denisio way off the road. And a battle for fourth in GT Pro. Fischer Motorsports finally caught Delta Racing, and they've just completed the pass. Now will Delta try to battle back on this one? Doesn't look like they will. Take a look at this battle though, as this was a wild one coming around. Oh boy, that was a late launch.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a case of maybe just maybe just been had to go for the move, because otherwise he might have ran into the back of the BMW, which slowed up a lot more than usual from what I saw. So That was a good move by the 44 Fisher Motorsport Porsche as we ride on board, and it looks like gets a good run in the exit of 2, and that was pretty much had to dive into the corner and hope for the best sort of move.
And it looks like they've actually lost a spot because they got some help. They were turned. Turned by the car they were just battling with. Delta Racing takes out Fisher Motorsports, and they had to wait a long while before they could get that car rolling again.
Yeah, I think it was just a racing incident. It was just one of those things. I wonder if the Fisher Motorsport Porsche they were a bit late getting back on the power. And just unfortunately got tagged around, but as it looks like the LMP2 leader, the Rusty Spatzel is into the pits.
A few of the GTP runners into the pits. Souza's in, Martin is in, Weed is in. So Hardcore, Fisher, and DS Racing all coming down to pit road. Driver swaps, yay or nay? That is always the age-old question for pit stops, especially under the green flag. When you're endurance racing, doesn't look like any of them so far are going for driver swaps. It looks like they're going to keep their starting drivers in the cars for a little while longer. Teams content with their performance. See no reason to change now. They can get those other drivers into the car further down the line to meet those requirements. A bit further down. And there we go. Yellow flag is out for the first time of the afternoon.
Yep. So Rusty Spatzels have dived into the pits from the lead in LP2, and I think the teams that pitted early, Nolan, I think they've absolutely played the strategy at this point of the race absolutely perfect.
And Nicholas Pedersen's going to have a black flag. He just came down to pit road, but it was after pit road had closed because of the yellow flag coming out. So that's big for your race leader. Danny Fonte for World of Sim Racing he's done the same. I think they had no choice. I think they're being forced to come down to pit road though because they didn't have the fuel to go another lap.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. It's one of those things as well, though. And sometimes it's worth pitting early, maybe 1 or 2 laps early, to try and cover yourself just in case of a situation like this, and it means you're not in trouble. But on the other hand, you want to try and go as long as possible to try and stick to your strategy. And with this situation popping up, with cars that have maybe only got 1 or 2 laps of fuel left, you've got to dive into the pits so you can cover yourself.
I'm curious who's going to pick up the lead on this one, because it looks like they have already caught they've caught the safety car. So who's leading the train? Looks like it's actually the LMP2 leader, Piers Stockton, instead of the traditional actual race leader who was in pit road at the time of the yellow flag.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. I was thinking about that as well. I think it's Stockton. It's Stockton. He's the overall leader, like you say. So this is and interestingly, this course and flat period is actually kind of mixed up and made it a bit spicy. So this restart's going to be pretty interesting.
I'm curious to see how they're going to sort this. I mean,
I would not like to be in charge of race control and having to sort the order out. That's it. Put it that way.
No kidding. Well, while we're under this yellow flag period, we of course want to make sure that we're paying credit where credit is due. This race this afternoon, this race being brought to you by Twinbush USA, your expert for automotive workshop equipment, located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twinbush, quality that convinces. Yellow flag out for the first time today. We'll take a step back. When we return, it's more from Homestead Miami Speedway.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Green Flag TV. Pit stops currently underway for pretty much everybody in the GT field. A few new drivers hopping into the race car. Ethan Swan jumping in for Digital Chicane. You have Joao Pedro Teixeira jumping in for DS Racing Esports team. So a few drivers making some exchanges over here on pit road. Mark DeBoer's into the car for RPM Racing. Marco Villela is in for DS Racing Esports team's GTM machine. Wolfgang Wildenauer jumps into the car for Real Pixel Motorsports. Jim McGill is in for Dangler Performance. Joseph Okbian is in for Alpha DSS Racing. And Scott Meredith still in the car for the GTP runner of Grizzly Motorsports. So again, pit stops for the first time that the GT car is taking place under this first safety car period. We are an hour deep into this race. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Green Flag TV. My name is Nolan Rempel, joined tonight by Ryan Walker as we bring you through all of the action for the Miami Sunrise 6 hour. Current time in sim, about 3:24 a.m. Sunrise, only about 2-3 hours away.
Absolutely, and it looks like the safety car lights are still on, but yeah, we were talking about this track starting at 2:30 in the morning, I believe. So the track is probably cold or still at this point. But as the race goes on, you'll probably notice the track starting to get warmer, and maybe marble starting to build up at the side of the track. And that also as well, some people might have set the car up for cooler track conditions, but other teams might have set the car up to accommodate for a warmer track towards the end of the race. So interested to see how this race pans out. And as we were talking about, Nolan, most of the GT cars were pretty much about 10 minutes away from making a pit stop, so it makes perfect sense to dive into the pits and make the pit stops and take a full service and maybe even do a driver swap as well. And we noticed that some cars and LMP2 as well on the GTP dived into the pits just for a lot of top up of fuel. So interesting to see what sort of teams or what sort of strategy these teams are planning to go with or sticking with.
For the time being, you still got a good chunk of this field that has come down to pit road under the green flag conditions just before that safety car period came out. Second round of wave by is taking place, and that of course means that we are not too far away from getting this race back underway. After that second round of wave buys has completed, at that point we'll go one lap to green once the field's been resorted. So Nicholas Pedersen, Danny Fonte, Rui Souza, Thomas Barton, and Jan-Philippe Weed for the top 5 in GTP. Element 2, you got Pierce Stockton, Ryan Ware, Chris Cadiz, Jan Zalakis, and Garrett Spence new into the car for the Tri-State Racing crew. Aidan Campbell, Joao Pedro Teixeira, Thomas D'Ambrosio, Lucas Ferreira, and Stefan Nobes for the top 5 in GT Pro. And then Ethan Swan, Tamir Elbaga, Paolo Calvo, Marco Villela, and Steven Martinez for the top 5 in GTM. So again, just shy of 5 hours to go. And of course, if you want to get more racing action, Green Flag TV, look no further than tomorrow night, tomorrow afternoon, sorry, the Classic IndyCar Series. Out for their second to last road course race of the season. They'll be running at Road America over in Wisconsin. You, of course, have got the Fuji Speedway coming on up just a little while after that for the last road course race of the season for CIS. The High Tide Racing League MFRD Premier Series takes it to Richmond Raceway for the action track. What a wild opener they had at Daytona this past Monday with a 3-wide photo finish. And then the OMSRL Cup Series, the last race of the regular series season as they will reset things for the playoffs this coming Tuesday down at North Wilkesboro Speedway. And then, of course, the Beer League closes out their 8th season of competition at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps on Wednesday night. So all of this and a lot of action still ahead of us. Lights stay on. We'll see if they'll be extinguished this time by a few of the GTP runners jumping up to the front. What do you make of that one there?
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm a bit surprised by that. I thought they would have they're speeding up to go round, and then basically they slowed down as if maybe they maybe they remember they've not been given a wave by warning yet, or they're making their way back up to, or making their way up to the rear of the LMP2 field. I'm a bit confused by this, to be honest. They're speeding up and then slowed down, but I think they pretty much got told to tuck in behind the LMP2 field. What's I'm a bit surprised about. I thought they would have went to the rear of the GTP field, but there we go.
One of the Vulture Motorsports 4 is getting waved around the iRacing safety car now. I'm kind of giving a bit of an update as to where everybody's at as it stands on the track. If I can find it, there we go. We're going to pull up the track map here on this one. You see most of the drivers have caught back up to the tail of the safety car line as the 7th place runner. That is Scott Merritt from Grizzly Motorsports, just catching up to the tail end of the field, but look at how far this patch stretches all the way around the racetrack. I mean, that is wild how far out they stretch. You still got some cars being waved around as well. There goes the Wolf Motorsports Ford GT3 getting the lap back.
Yep, and then, yeah, just going by the GTP leaders now, and World of Sim Racing having a bit of a flash at the...
Maybe not.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by that. He went to go by and then slowed down again, so I wonder if he's just been told that he has to go right to the back of the field instead of getting a wave by.
He is dead last in this field, so that would make some sense. And keep in mind, he's about 10 laps off of the leaders in his pack as well, which is such a big shame. That car was running in 5th earlier on, but remember, had that big problem earlier on with a lot of damage on that car. Had to come down to pit road for 8 minutes worth of repairs. I think he assumed he was going to get a wave by and was just told he wasn't, so he's got to tuck it back in line.
Okay, yeah. I was wondering why he was about to speed up as he went by the GTP leader and then basically just stopped, but I think we're not too far away from going back to green, and I think it could be, I'm expecting the green to go, or expecting us to get back to green maybe in 1 or 2 laps time as the safety car comes across the line and the lights are still on.
Well, no surprise on that one. I feel like they had to kind of sort that little issue out there with Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing, along with some others that assumed they might get wave bys and had to drop back in line. So the iRacing safety car continuing to pace the field from Homestead Miami Speedway. The last race of the season will come in at Petit Le Mans, Brazelton, Georgia. That'll be on October the 5th, a 10-hour endurance race. Orion, you're staying with me for the first 5 or 6 hours of this race and then we'll be getting Scott Rankin back into the booth for the back half of that portion of the season finale as well. Lights have just gone out aboard the safety car. We're getting set to go green flag racing this time by.
Yep, and this safety, or basically this restart, I'm expecting fireworks, especially in the GTP field. And yeah, we do know how aggressive World of Sim Racing can be in that 51 GTP Cadillac, and don't be surprised if they do a bit of a send it move into turn 1 and 2.
Well, I mean, they had some wild action going on in the first run. You have to wonder what's going to happen this next time around, right? I mean, we saw that restart wreck in the initial start with the GTP runners, and that wreck single-handedly took out HAC Racing from contention in this one. Who knows? I mean, this could go either way.
Yep, and I wonder if Pearson might try and maybe try and bunch the field up, or maybe just try and catch the field out as soon as the safety car pulls off. But as the safety car's about to pull off, and yeah, you can't go by that safety car until it pulls into the pits and gets behind that pit wall, because it's happened in real life IMSA racing that some drivers have been fined for passing the safety car even before it hits the pit lane.
iRacing safety car will be back in a pit road, this time by just over the 1 hour mark into this race. Our first yellow flag came out about 13 minutes from the 1 hour mark. Green flag back in the air as we will hop to it down the front straightaway now on the scramble towards turn number 1. Pedersen pulling clear and looking like this is going to be a relatively clean getaway from this field here as we get set to make that drive coming around through turn numbers 1 and 2.
Yeah, it was a clean start in GTP, and LMP2 as they head into turn 1 and 2. The GT class cars as well seem to have had a relatively clean start as well, so good to see. Considering that all the field's pretty much bunched up, but it looks like it's going to be a move into basically this double right-hander. There's a bit of door-to-door contact.
Oh, we got one of the boy! We got one of the LMP2s around. That's a dangerous spot to be stopped right in the middle of the field. That's the rest of Spatula's car. Does everybody avoid him? He's right on the racing line, but they're doing a good job on getting through this so far. How about that? They're going to get away with that one unscathed.
Wow, I am amazed that never ended up in a big accident. That could have ended up so much worse. And I think I wonder if the Rusty Sparks' car of Zelius, I can't say that name, so I apologise. I wonder if he just got caught out in cold tyres.
That's exactly what happened. Lost it on cold rubber, and boy, the scrambling that some of those prototypes had to do to avoid him was insane. Did a great job on all the GT3. Some very heads-up driving. No doubt their spotters were warning them in their ears about what was going on behind it. Then we had Chris Cadiz actually going for an off as well. Lunged for the inside of one of the Rising Panda racing cars and just locked up the rears and spun it around coming into turn number 8.
Yeah, that was just a case of... It's so easy to do with these LMP2 cars that you press the brake, and especially on cold tyres, you touch the brake and maybe just brake too hard and it just locks the rears. But thankfully I managed to keep it on the grass and not spin into one of the Goldwyn Racing LMP2 cars and take it out as well. So we've got a bit of accident going on, and yeah, is that the Rusty Sparks' car trying to make a move and recover positions?
No, that's the Goldwyn Racing car that just got by Kyle Granger for Scours SS Racing, Tri-State Racing, also in a thick battle. Up the road, how about Jean-Philippe Weed trying to fend off Thomas Martin around the outside of the final corner, down the front straightaway, and Thomas Martin takes that one down to turn number 1. Great move.
Yeah, plenty of action going on further back with the Goldwyn Racing LMP2 car, and yeah, I have to apologise for that, for mistaking them, because yeah, they've got a kind of a similar livery to the Rusty Sparks' LMP2 car.
Goodness gracious, this racing action has just kicked off in full force. We've also got a battle for 6th on in GT Pro exchanging hands, as the RPM Racing Corvette, the lone Corvette in the field, getting around Garrido for the World of Sim Racing BMW. This has been a wild restart. I think kind of exactly what we were expecting to have happen. Meanwhile, Marcos Silva is into pit road, and I believe this is to serve a penalty for the NGC Esports team.
Absolutely. So I think it might have been a case of maybe this team got pinged for maybe not sticking to the restart procedure or just going too early, but well, help me know on it. There's been plenty of action on the restart, trying to keep up with everything.
Field still working off of turn number 10 down the front stretch and into turn number 1. Solid effort so far from the entire field, and then of course you've got all of this GT traffic in the back here trying to make moves as well. One of the digital chicane Ferraris, and then on-track battle for position with Stefan Knows. That's actually the GTM class leader, and that's the 4th place run in GT Pro behind him. So 2 different cars, 2 different teams, 2 different classes going at it on the approach to turn 1, and that digital chicane Ferrari is not looking to yield early.
Yeah, in a way you can't really blame them, especially if you're stuck in if you've got there's a bit of contact. And then you get tagged around. They're all in a LMP2 car just got tagged, and it looked like the Rusty Sparks' car lost its rear, its front end.
They are done. That's not going to be fixed anytime soon. That is game over for Rusty Spatulas. But
so
I was just saying, I mean, he's got to be careful or he's going to get moved, and well, you play around too much and you're going to find out. Look at the Ferrari behind here that's got no headlights at all either.
Yeah, that was just so unfortunate for Rusty Sparks. They were after leading the class at one point in the race, and yeah, it looked like they had nowhere to go, and it looks like one of the GT Pro cars trying to make a move there, but as we look at the replay, it looks like the digital racing car turns in and misses the corner slightly and just gets tagged.
Just a massive concertina. That Rusty Specialist car got drilled in both ends. First took a shot to the nose when he couldn't slow down in time, and then another shot to the rear when another car behind just approached the scene completely unsighted. Such a big shame for them, and of course, I'm curious as to who the Ferrari was that actually hit them for that mess. We're looking for the one that's got no headlights on it, so it shouldn't be too difficult to spot.
Yeah, it's always a thing with these multi-class races and the restarts as well. It's just so everyone's so bunched up, and there's always a bit of a concertina effect after a restart. And unfortunately, several cars has got caught up in incidents, and yeah, the race is pretty much been ruined, or the race is pretty much done.
May have been Okapian, but I'm thinking what may have happened here is the damage model might have glitched out a little bit and showed that he lost his headlights, and then replaced them a little bit later. Let's right on board here with Joseph Okapian. He's way too far behind this to have anything to say in this. There's the Swan getting tipped around. Oh, it was actually the Corvette. The Corvette with big content. That was Mark DeBoer for RPM Racing.
Yeah, I was about to say, I thought I saw a Corvette in there somewhere, and as we ride on board, and the rider on board with DeBoer, he comes round turn 1, 2, and 3, and then all the mayhem happens in front of him, and
no idea that was happening.
Yeah, that was just it was so unfortunate for him. It was just one of those cases where everything happens so quickly and you have no time to react.
The good news for DeBoer is this track is, for the most part, lit well enough all the way around that you can see without headlights. If he was at Road Atlanta, he would be screwed right now.
Yeah, that's a good thing with this Miami Homestead state track. Yeah, there's plenty of lighting, so you can pretty much see the whole track. But it looks like we've got a battle known for the GTP lead going on between Pedersen and Fonte.
Battles on for the overall race lead. Mayor Sims Performance trying to keep World of Sim Racing Team behind, an hour and 15 minutes deep into this race. As Danny Fonte trying to close up to Nicholas Pedersen. Down the front straightaway. Pedersen gets by the sister MSP car for GTM. Danny Fonte making short work as well, but did lose a big chunk of time to boot in that mess. Meanwhile, Michael Adamczyk and Thomas Fisher in a battle for the 4th spot in your LMP2 category as well. 0.4 of a second separating them. And then this massive GTM battle as well, still going on for position as well.
Absolutely, this is the battle for 5th place in the GTM class with Real Pixel Motorsport, Digital Chicane, Dangler Performance and Off in the S's Racing, and the Mayor SimSpeed Performance. And it looks like might have a change of position into the first of the double right-handers, and it looks like that 93 car I thought was going to lose a position, but again, it's pretty much a bit of a bottleneck going on at the moment, and as they head into the hairpin, they've got to be careful because they've got LMP2 traffic starting to come through as well. That's one of the Go1 Racing LMP2 cars. That's the leader with Stockton at the wheel at the moment.
And Mayor Sims Performance just careened into the back of the Off of the SS Racing Mercedes just up the road and has lost the front nose clip of that car. So that's, again, big damage for Thomas Baker and crew.
So, yeah, I think, are they going to dive into the pits now, or are they going to keep going?
They're going to keep going. It's not bad enough they have to pit, but it'll have an impact on them for sure. Battles on for second as well. How about the LMP2 fight? Making it 3 wide down to turn 1. And Fisher forces the issue. Sorry, Adamczyk forces the issue on Garrett Spence. What a move there for Fisher Motorsports.
Yeah, that was a fantastic move. And yeah, there's been plenty of action going on throughout the field. And that Fisher Motorsport car, they managed to get through some of the GT class cars without any issues, but they're coming up to the first of the right-handers, and this is where it gets pretty dicey, as we've seen so far.
You also saw Vulture Motorsports try to go around the long way of turn 4. That didn't go their way, and now Tri-State Racing attacking back to the inside of Adam Chick, down to turn number 8. This is so risky, and looking like they'll just be able to make that work. A mammoth battle right now for the final podium position in LMP2.
Oh, I thought I was going to end up in a big incident there, but yeah, Adam Chick managed to, amazingly, he managed to hold the outside line in the hairpin where there's some marbles on the outside, which can cause you to spin. But amazingly, he manages to hold on to that third position.
And Vulture finally gets around Tri-State Racing as well. Now they're closing up to the back end of Michael Adamczyk, trying to make a move. But boy, that was an aggressive lunge for position. It's not done yet. Look at Vulture still trying to force the issue around the outside of turn 4. Back around for 5. And Thomas Fisher is not making, he's not backing down at all here. And Michael Adamczyk is no doubt having to drive out of his mirrors right now. Real quick, the battle for second as they exchanged hands a little while ago, about 2 laps ago in GT Pro.
Yep, so we've got a change in GT Pro heading into turn 1 and turn 2. And as I say that, we go back to the action, and a change in LP2 for third position. It looks like Fisher's got the move done, just about.
This is a fantastic battle that we got shaken on up for us here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Thomas Fisher trying to fend off, well, the Fisher Motorsports car behind him. Michael Adamczyk closing in on Vulture big time. Out of turn 10, down the front stretch. And he will not be able to have the look done. Garrett Spence, well, the Tri-State race car got held up by a bit. The GT track behind it. That's, I think, broken up this LMP2 battle enough where we can cut away for a moment and focus in on some of these GTM battles. We did have a couple of cars going off the track. Wolfgang Wildenauer and Scott Meredith both with an off, and yikes, that is what happened there. Contact coming down to turn 1. That's why that was why they were forbidding 3 wide on the initial start, is that right there.
Yeah, that was so silly going 3 wide into turn 1. That was just, you've still got about just under 4 hours and 40 minutes left in this race, and plenty of time to make positions. But 3 wide into that corner, it's just such a silly move.
A move that was still made nonetheless, and credit where credit's due. Well, didn't quite work out as well for Wolfgang Wildenauer. That car has got big suspension damage, and it's going to be forced into pit road here. So Real Pixel Motorsports, their season has just not gone their way, and the lone Lamborghini forced to recede once again to the tail end of this field. It's battle for third in GTP hasn't gone anywhere since the restart either. They've always been within about 0.7 of a second of each other, and it's starting to close. It's down to just 4.
Yeah, I've been watching this gap for some time, and it's just been coming down slowly, and I think it's just a matter of time before Martin makes a move on Salza, and I think if he gets close enough, I think he'll make that move into turn 1. But as we ride on board with Martin heading onto the bank, and not really getting close in the slipstream as the driver from Australia coming around the bank, and just it's a case of not being close enough in that slipstream. And don't forget as well, that Cadillac GTP has got some grunt in a straight line.
It really does. That Cadillac has been great at some of the more high-speed tracks that we've seen all season long. It was great, in particular at Road America. Oh, we got a couple of LMP2s off the road, and that puts them in a 3-wide battle coming out of turn number 8 on the run to 9. What the heck's happened here?
Yeah, I was about to say, I thought I saw some carnage in the hairpin. It looks like, that was just no room being left on the exit of the hairpin, and I don't know if that was a bit of a retaliatory, a bit of a door rubbing.
I don't think it was. I mean, you're in LMP2s, right? It's too risky to play around like that when how sensitive those cars are. I think that was just unintentional. Drivers trying to get themselves sorted, but. Yeah, that's just one of those classic incidents coming off of the corner. Again, though, it could have been a lot worse for both. I think they can thank their lucky stars. They only lost a spot or two in a few seconds as opposed to spinning around and potentially getting a lot more damage.
Indeed, as they coming up to the hairpin now in the battle for this looks like it's a battle for 4th place in NLP2. with the Fisher Motorsport with the looks like the 14 and the 1, 2, 3 from Tri-State Racing battling for 4th place at the moment, and I think both these cars have been pretty much close for pretty much the first roundabout, just pretty much the first 2.5 hours, no one or roundabout.
Somewhere around there, yeah. I mean, they haven't been able to get away too much, but I think finally Michael Adamczyk starting to find some breathing room up the road. How about the battle for the lead starting to pick up as Danny Fonte looking like he is trying to close in just a little bit more to Pedersen up the road. Down to just half a second, and this gap continuing to reel in.
Yep, and it looks like Fonte, he's kind of closing up, but I wonder if Pedersen with the MSP Porsche is maybe just running slightly lower downforce, which is helping on a straight line, as they've got GT traffic in front of them, which could possibly help Fonte. And in front of them as well, they've got the... Oh my god, that was a big one.
That's one of the GSC Racing cars that's off the road, and up the road you got one of the DS Racing GT Pros off the road. So I'm willing to bet we've had another interclass incident here, possibly with an LB2 lapping a GT Pro. That front nose clip has clipped back on the GS Racing car. But like you mentioned, that was a big one coming off of turn 7. Oh, yep, that was a big hit.
Yeah, it just looks like the Porsche in the middle of the corner, or corner exit, just lost the rear end, and it's oh, that was so unfortunate.
He was bumped. Man, that's a hard lick into the wall. And then down the back straightaway, Teixeira and the DS Racing Esports car also had a moment as they got sent back to the other side, and they also went into the fence.
Oh, and it looks like we've got a battle for going on in the GTP as well. Another battle with, it looks like and actually the GTP leader, Pedersen, is into the pits.
Yeah, Nicholas Pedersen coming down to pit road and going straight through.
So I wonder if Pedersen was possibly assigned a drive-through.
May very well have been. I don't know why he would have been assigned one though.
I'm just trying to see what happened. I don't.
I mean,
surely not.
There is the incident limit, but this is really early to be hitting that limit.
I wonder if that was that's weird though, because Pedersen came into the pits. He came into the pits at high speed, and then all of a sudden he hit the pit lane limiter. That's a weird one. I'm confused by that.
So he must have, the only thing I can think of is he must have hit an incident limit of some description. But again, we're only an hour and a half into a 6-hour race. That is extremely early to be hitting that limit. And I have to imagine something big must have happened, possibly under the safety car period to cause that, because there's no way you'd be hitting that limit this early on.
I'm confused by that. The only thing I can think of is the incident limit, or maybe something else happened. But yeah, I'm confused by that.
Well, for now, we're watching the battle for the 6th place spot in GTM as it started to develop a little bit more. Angular Performance and off in the SS Racing, having a good little scrap of things. Not seeing too much in the way of change here, though, for now in this 6th place battle. Although off the SS Racing starting to close in, Danny Fonte is now into pit road.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a bit early. I'm sure that's a bit early for them. But then again, I think I wonder if they were one of the teams that pitted early in the first stint, and
it's another drive-through.
Oh,
you know what? You know what it must have been? They remember the caution came out, and they both came down to pit road after the yellow came out. Those are penalties for entering closed pits.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up as well. I wonder if that was a case of entering the pit lane when it was closed, and just being pinged for that. So yeah, I can well remembered. I was thinking that as well.
That makes a lot more sense than incident limit, because there's no way you'd be hitting the incident limit this early on. I mean, that far up the grid. Like, you'd have to be going off the track in almost every single corner in order to achieve that feat. Smartio's YouTube chat calling it out at the same time over on the VSCA side of things, exactly as we were figuring it out ourselves.
So, yeah, you'd probably think getting that drive-through would probably ruin their chances of getting a good result, but still, they've still got about, just coming up to about 4.5 hours left in this race, so plenty of time to close that gap back down. And as you know, Nolan, safety cars can mix it up.
Well, and they're only 15 and 17 and a half seconds off. That's not a long time in endurance racing standards. They could even reel that in before the next safety car appeared, and they could get the pace up a bit more.
Absolutely. As look at it, considering that drive-through on, Pedersen's still in 4th place, so that's they've not lost as many positions as I thought they were going to lose.
Well, they are the last 2 cars on the lead lap in their class, so I think that has a hand to play in it as well.
Yep, there's a look at the battle for, looking at the battle for around about 9th, 10th, well basically 8th, 9th and 10th in the GTM going on at the moment.
For second.
Second, my apologies. Yeah, second in class. I was looking at the wrong class positions, but yeah, second in the GTM class between Vauxhall Motorsports and DS Racing Esports team and Digital Chicane. Yeah, plenty of racing going on at the moment, and yeah, the riding on board of Digital Chicane Ferrari heading down to turn 1.
Villela not able to make the look on Martinez's Ford down at the turn number 1. Behind them, Paolo Calvo just watching on in the wings. He's thinking about making that look for 3rd as well. I mean, he's got to soon make a choice, right? Do I want to try to wait around and allow for DS Racing to try to do the work for me and open up the door to get around the Ford? Or is he going to be done with, well, he's going to have the answer right there, as we've got one of the LMP2s. Here's Stockton just being turned around there at turn 7. That was the LMP2 class leader. He's not going to be under fire for Ryan Ware.
Yep, and Ryan Ware is a name that I recognise as well. As we look at the replay, Ryan Ware, and just I don't know. Yeah, that was a bit. Personally, if I was Ryan, I would have waited until the exit of the exit there. But I can understand you're in a heat of battle and you want to try and get by as quickly as possible. But that was a bit, I was a bit clumsy on Ryan's part.
I don't even think he really did anything wrong. Trying to track again which Ford it was. It was Steven Martinez. But the way I'm seeing this, I think the Ford may have turned in a little bit there, you know.
Yeah, I would need to see maybe like an onboard of the right side front wheel of the GT Mustang.
The Ford's not leaving a lot of room there to make that pass clean. I will say that much.
Yeah, I think looking at the above angle or the above above shot, I think I take that back. It's not. I wouldn't say it's on the Ryan. I think it's more on the GT car just turning in. Just turn into the corner, and if a car's up the inside, you've got to give a bit of room. But as you come back onto the banking now, it looks like we've still got a battle in the. Trying to think. I think that incident it's handed the lead to the sister Go One racing car. The 46 was Stockton at the wheel.
So we of course have got ourselves in with some good racing action so far this afternoon, and I think what we can do is we can give a bit of a chit chat here with one of the digital chicane drivers here, Matthew Orovech, standing by, waiting in the broadcast booth. They've got 2 cars right now on the racetrack. One of them running with a very respectable 3rd place run for now. The other one back in 5th. So 2 cars in the top 5. We'll get Matthew Orovech up into the broadcast booth now. And well, Matthew, it's been a pretty decent run, all things considered, so far for you guys and your team. Kind of talk us through the afternoon so far.
Yeah, so it's been a pretty decent race for us so far. It's been a little hectic, but we kind of expected so. It's a pretty tight track. It's a pretty short track. You have GTPs coming up on you every 6 laps or so, so you have to really pay attention to the track map and watching your mirrors for cars coming up on you. Quite a bit of these corners are pretty tight. Going too wide with a GT car and a prototype car, so it's just trying to leave them the room, anticipating when they're going to go for a move, and just trying to make your best judgment. But yeah, we're sitting in 3rd place right now. The MSP cars are driving great today, so hopefully we can claw our way back up to them and get a good result today.
Thinking kind of big picture in the championship, there's been some pretty major shakeups over the last little while. Of course, you found yourselves as the unexpected champions for the Sprint Cup after some calls made last week, and then of course for the Endurance Cup, you were behind SMM in both the Endurance Cup and the overall championship. With them having withdrawn, you're looking to be able to make a run at the title almost uncontested. Talk us through the championship hopes so far and how these last 2 races are going to pan out for you guys.
Yeah, so the Sprint Cup was a big surprise for us. We knew we were pretty unfortunate with our early contact, having to go into the pits, going about a lap down. So that wasn't really optimal. So we just tried to do our best to get back as far as we could. And then there were 2 30-second penalties given to SMM, which some could call it fair, some could call it unfair. We've had a few contacts this season where we thought it was close, and it's at the discretion of the race control to make those choices. There's also been tons of other contacts throughout the season where, it's just up to the discretion of the race control to see where, if that's a penalty, if it's a racing incident. And they do a very thorough job when they give you examples. Has the other car been doing this consistently over different laps, and they try to really make it as fair as possible with their judgment. So there's been a few times where we thought we were slightly unfairly treated, but after you think about it, they're coming at it with an unbiased standpoint. So we got very lucky there. We just clinched the Sprint Cup championship, so that was great. Specifically for us, we're not really looking too deep into the Endurance Cup Championship. I know the 93 car is in a great position for that. They're about 12 points ahead of us, and there's not really all that many points left to be given for the Endurance Cup. So we're just looking at that with the 93, and then we're just trying to get some good, podium race results in this 82, finish off the season in the main championship. So.
And of course, usually for these longer races, it tends to be a day race going into the night, if at all. Very rarely do we see a night race going into the day. How is that going to change things as we advance further towards dawn here?
Yeah, so that surprised me when I hopped into practice and it was during the day. I'm like, man, this track's quite difficult with this hot track temp. And then I loaded into one of the VSCA practice sessions and saw that it was nighttime. So I thought that helped a lot with getting the track temp down, giving us a little more grip so we're not sliding around as much. So I think it actually benefits us. I'm pretty sure every driver here has at least practiced for a couple hours in the dark, and the lighting here is not bad. The headlights are pretty great, so I don't think it's really going to be a problem. It's just, trying to find your braking points. There's not really as many trackside features here that you can identify your braking points off of, so it's kind of just a feel, or you could try to come up with some reference point, but that's probably the most challenging part, is just making sure you're hitting your braking point every single time. All it takes is one time you miss your braking point, and that could be 5 minutes of repairs, it could be 10 minutes of repairs, it could take you out of contention. So you just got to be very focused, the whole time.
Well, wish you the best of luck as we'll continue to advance this race forward. 4.5 hours remain, and still a long way to go for you guys. You just made the pass with the number 2 spot as well. Down the inside of turn 1.
Holy.
Well, you might get a freebie on that one, so
Okay.
we'll wish you the best of luck. It's going to get busy for you guys.
Okay, thank you
And in
very
fact,
much.
it's the lead, so there you go. Fortune smiles upon you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Orvech, he's about to get real busy out there, so we're going to let him go here. But, wow, that got intense there for a while there, Ryan. A pass for a second that went to the racetrack and then immediately got the lead. We got a few things to talk about that happened while we were doing that interview. For one, the battle was on for the second spot in LMP2. We're going to go on a little bit of a replay string here, so bear with us. But this is the fight that went on for 8th. Didn't end up going his way. Jan-Philippe Weed making the pass for 4th, as this ended up being a great battle for World of Sim Racing on Team Hardcore, coming on down through the oval section of the racetrack. Jeremy Carter had a problem as well, and he has ended up finding himself going off the racetrack as a result of this, and he was lunging with the inside of the kinetic racing machine and just locked the rears, spun it around all by his lonesome.
Yeah, it just looks like he got offline ever so slightly and just caught in the marbles, and yeah, it just caused him to lose it mid-corner. But yeah, it looks like the MSP car got tagged round as well. That was, yeah, that was taking out the lead, and as you're, yeah, I think that team rider on board as well to see what happened, and I think that.
Oh my God!
Oh, that was. Oh, that
Talk
was
about a heart stopper. I didn't realize it was that far sideways.
that's such an easy mistake, or not a mistake, but easy thing to do, because you're just carrying so much speed, and then all of a sudden you've got to start slowing down. But I think that team, though, getting 2 positions and getting the class lead, I think they're probably thinking that the Christmas just came early.
They almost lost it, though, because remember, they were really far sideways coming around through that corner as well, so that easily could have gone the other way for them. We got Chris Cadiz in right now for Tri-State Racing and their LMP2 machine. So this is a scheduled pit stop for the LMP2, so the pit window is open. Cadiz jumping out, Sam Vaughn jumping into the car for Tri-State.
Yep, so I think I was going to say as well, the next set of LMP2 pit stops won't be too far away, I believe. Obviously, some teams that pitted maybe 1 or 2 laps early in the first stint, and obviously with safety car, they might have saved a bit of fuel, so you might see a bit of variety in the LMP2 pit stops and strategy. But as the battle for P2 in the LMP2 class with Volta Motorsports and the Rising Panda, actually I tell you, that'll be the battle for the lead with the pit stops starting to happen. So coming across the line into turn 1 and turn 2.
Yeah, so Pierce Stockton comes down to pit road. Adam Chick and Garrett Spencer are both into pit road as well. We're going to keep tabs on this battle for what is going to be net P2 when they come off of pit road. Not seeing any driver changes for now for the drivers that are currently in pit road for your LMP2 field. Ultra Motorsports and Rising Panda Racing having a pretty good battle here. They're hovering around a second and unable to break away from each other.
Absolutely, as they head into the hairpin, and yeah, this battle's been close for quite a while now. And the Rising Panda, they keep getting close. They get a good run in the exit of the hairpin, and they might be able to use that slipstream to good effect to try and make a move. But it looks like they're they're diving into the pits.
Yeah, so that's Ryan Ware ducked into pit road. Travis Linscomb Hatfield jumps back into the car for the Fisher Motorsports crew and their LMP2 machine. Ryan Ware jamming on the binders as he's going to make that slow drive down pit road, trying to go for the undercut strategy here on Thomas Fisher.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Well, that was interesting that they dived into the pits, trying and go for an undercut. But as they dive into the pits, I wonder if they'll do a driver change or stick with just fuel and tires only. As I say that, they're doing a driver swap.
Michael Loeffler hops into the car. It's the first time all night long that we see Loeffler jump into that number 47. Further behind, got a battle. This is on for 3rd place in your GTM field. Steven Martinez of Ultra Motorsports again trying to keep Ethan Swan and the Digital Chicane Ferrari behind. The Digital Chicane trying to gun for double podiums.
Yep, trying to make a move. They've got a run on the Mustang, but the Mustang keeps moving around. So I don't know if they'll try and get the move done. Will they get the move done into turn 1? Yeah, they can. Wow, what a great move.
Martinez did break a little early there. I think he gave it up. Decided that wasn't a battle he was comfortable fighting with on the inside of turn 1 there.
Yeah, I think he probably realised it was maybe just probably not involved in not involved in a battle, or pretty much not going to win a battle that he's in, but still managed to, that digital chicane car managed to take the position up into 3rd place now, and yeah, it's pretty much a battle for 3rd place because digital chicane and a few other cars behind are involved in this battle as well.
Sam Vaughn going off, and that's a weird spin there. Did he lock the rears, or did he get into the back of Dango Performance on that one?
Yeah, it looked like he was about to.
Oh, he made contact.
Yeah, I wonder if it was a case of making contact and then basically having to slam on the brakes, not to, or basically just to avoid spinning the Porsche around.
The battle's still on for the race lead in your GTM field as well. This 11-car scrap is still looking to be a good one. As Villela thought about the inside of turn 3, decided not to commit to the strategy. That'll cause them to drop back to about 0.6 of a second. They were up to about 3 or 2 for the race lead. That's a shame.
Indeed, and yeah, it's good to see his team having a great run with the 80 and in the class lead, and the 93 in 3rd place. And yeah, I have to say, I know as well known this team has been doing pretty well this season, and as they were saying, they're in contention for a championship. So hopefully they can wrap that up at Petit Le Mans.
Couple of the prototypes getting by, one at LMP2, one at GTP. Neither one of the top 2 come down to pit road yet. We're not expecting these GT cars to be coming down for about another 15 minutes or so. So there's still a little bit on the line before we'll see them coming back down to the lane. Ethan Swan and Steven Martinez are still tight, though, in the fight for 3rd. And as I say that, it breaks par by a lot, as the MSP GTP will find a good spot to blitz through. And Linscomb Hatfield is back into pit road. That's a long stop. Has he had a problem?
Yeah, I was going to say, he's back in the pits. I don't know. Oh, surely not. I was thinking, I wonder if something's happened out on track, or if that was a case of maybe not take it.
Well,
I wonder if that's a meatball flag. I wonder if that is a meatball flag.
He did go off track on lap 34. That's an interesting one. Trying to see if we can't find when this car came down to pit road.
Yeah, this car. I'm sure that this car was in the pits not too long ago when they made the driver change.
It doesn't look like they ever left pit road.
Yeah, that's. I'm very confused by that.
Well, we'll try to do some sleuthing, see if we can't figure out what happened to Fisher Motorsports. Going Racing is into the pits. Who was the other guy that was running that Fisher Motorsports car before the pit stops?
That was that Thomas Martin, I think?
No,
that was the number 4 car, sorry.
Yeah.
Let me have a look at the entry list and find out.
Adam Chick, that's who it was.
Adam Chick, that's it. I was getting mixed up between the 2 Fisher cars. Well,
regardless, we are back out onto the racetrack with Not a lot of drivers left to try and figure out what the heck happened here. Not seeing anything big that happened, just came down to pit road, and problems have been going on ever since, but they're going to continue to remain in pit road. What happened to them? It'll be a mystery for now. Thomas Fisher, the race leader, is into pit road for the 2:16 entry. And as we say, there we see Linscomb Hatfield finally making his way out of pit road, and it'll be Jason Ahrensberg hopping into the Vulture Motorsports car for the first time tonight. Still got this battle as well for the 4th place spot developing in your GTM category. Steve Martinez and Tamir Balga haven't been able to get away from each other too much. Remember, Albaga, though, did used to be the race leader, or he got tipped around by one of the GTP runners. So he's very easily a car that could fight his way back to the point. Two of the GTP, the top two in the GTP field actually, are into pit road. That's Thomas Martin and Rui Souza. And now Albaga thinking about a look for that 3rd place spot, closing into the back of the BMW of Martinez. Fight for 3rd still on the racetrack with Vulture Motorsports number 016, sorry. Having a time of it as he tries to keep the MSP number 34 at bay. Albaga looking for the inside. One of the LMP2s off the road just in front. And he's got the run. He's got the overlap. MSP is there. Can they get around Vulture? Not quite yet. So this fight remains on for the time being. Now looking back for the inside into turn 5. Or turn 6, sorry. Now out through 7. Albaga's got him. Great pass there as MSP finally makes the pass and gets up to 3rd in your GTM category. As well as this, look at this pass. Michael Loeffler round the long way from Ahrensberg out of pit road. That was a pass for 2nd in your GTM field. So 10 minutes left to go before we are officially 1/3 of the way through this race. And still a long way to go as well with this field. Having a bit of a time of it. They've been having a really good race though so far. Cannot really complain about this battle pack and the race that we've been seeing so far this afternoon. Let's take a rundown through your entire field here, why not, Ryan, as we approach the 1/3 mark of this race. And as I say that, Pedersen making his way down the pit road. So currently the number 3 is in the race lead for GTP. Danny Fonte will be in 2nd as they both come down the pit road. Pedro Espadina, second number 3 as he goes off the racetrack at turn 2. Niels Fors will be number 4 for Fisher Motorsports. Team Hardcore's got a 5th place runner with Team Hardcore, and then his MGC Esports team by Rubens Gaza in 6th. 7th place holds Grizzly Motorsports with HAC Racing in 8th. And DS Racing Esports team rounds out the 9-car field. All 9 cars still in the running for your GTP field.
Yep, and in the LMP2, it's currently the 46 Rising Panda Racing LMP2 leading the class with their sister car, the 47, in 2nd place. And in 3rd place, we've got the Vulture Motorsports LMP2 team in 3rd. And in 4th place, we've got Tri-State Racing with the 123. And then Goldwyn Racing with the 18 and 5th. And then 6th, we've got Scowers GT Racing in 6th. And then 7th place, we've got Tri-State Racing with the 321. And then Vism Motorsports currently in the pits in 8th with Fisher Motorsports, the Lara number 14 car, currently still stuck in the pits, I believe, with that mystery, trying to find out what happened. And then 10th, you've got GSE Esports Racing, and then Rusty Spatzler's last in the class and pretty much retired from the race.
So all 11 cars still in the running as well for your LMP2 category. Moving down to GT Pro, you got Thomas D'Ambrosio We're going to Sim Racing. Fisher Motorsports is Stefanos ranks it up at the number 2 spot. Lucas Ferreira back in 3rd for Delta Racing. Then it is Victor Iruela Garrido for World of Sim Racing team running in the number 4 spot in their BMW. 5th place holds Neil Middleton for Torque Freak Racing. It is Lyndon Swaby for Kinetic Racing in 6th place right now, fresh into the car. Nicholas Solt, Fisher Motorsports runs in 7th place, sorry. It is Joao Pedro Teixeira for DS Racing 14 running in 8th. And then RPM Racing's Mark DeBoer, the lone Corvette, also the lone car out of the race right now in GT Pro.
Yep, and then in GTM we've got Digital Chicane with the 80 car leading that class, and then Dogs on Web DS Racing in 2nd place with Digital Chicane with the 93 rounded out the top 3. And then you've got MSP with the 34 and 4th, with Volkswagen Motorsports 5th, with the 16, or the 016 I should say, and then the 16 of Dangler Performance in 6th, and then 7th we've got MSP with the 33, 8th is off in the S's Racing with the 83, and then Volkswagen Motorsports in the pits has retired from the race, with Solitic by WMS in 10th, and they retired from, Real Pixel Motorsports in the pits, who had that unfortunate issue early in the race.
Well, those cars actually all on the racetrack. In fact, everybody right now is on the racetrack, save for Scott Meredith, who's actually coming in for a green flag pit stop. So the only car that is actually out of this race is RPM Racing and their Corvette. Everybody else right now is still in the running, so some drivers holding on hope they can battle back from this one.
Yeah, absolutely. As looking at one of the Digital Chicane Ferraris coming into turn 1, that's the 93 currently in 3rd place, and one of the drivers we were speaking. No, sorry, that was this is a sister car, currently in 3rd place, currently just ahead of one of the MSP racing cars in 4th, and this is pretty much the battle for 3rd place at the moment.
3.5 tenths of a second between these the 3rd and 4th place drivers. MSP really closed it in a lot. They were actually up to 3/4 of a second at the start of the lap. They have found some speed this last time by, but they're going to have to wait for one of the GTP cars to get through. He could attack here. Oh, that was really smart play there from the Digital Chicane car. Actually cut to the inside to force that GTP around the long way to try to cover off the inside. It's not going to happen, though. And Albaga side by side with Ethan Swan as they hit the backstretch.
Yeah, it's coming to the banking now, and you'd probably think this MSP car with the no front splitter would be affecting its straight line speed, but it doesn't seem to be hampering it too much as one of the LP2 cars comes around. That's one of the Rising Panda racing cars, I believe, coming around across the start-finish line, and it looks like the 93 holds a position.
Just barely, though, and I think they could thank their stars for the LMP2 car for that. That kept MSP from being able to really mount a proper assault. Oh, but you gotta watch that GTP car behind. And that car, all too familiar with getting turned, and oh boy, force the issue. They get in there again, 3 wide, and that's gonna force Digital Chicane out, and flash the headlights. They're not happy about how that one went down. Back to the inside, the battle's not done yet, and they're gonna take the spot back.
Yeah, I don't think he was happy about that. I was a bit too aggressive, I think, but yeah, the left it sort of just enough room, and it looks like the 93 is going to try and maybe brake early and try and get a good exit onto the back straight and heading onto the banking. But that Mercedes on a straight line, even though it's not got no front spotter, it's still got some good straight line speed. And as you see there's a bit of door-to-door contact.
Yeah, there was definitely a hit there for sure. They just shot right back to the inside. Wasn't about to be denied. Take another look back. As Albaga just forces the issue in there. That's a very bold call to be making this early. And now under fire again on the run through turn 4 and 5. Digital Chicane trying to cut back on him. Defensive line from Albaga. Albaga blocks down into turn number 6, and he's given a shot to the shorts.
Yeah, I think El Baga needs to be a little bit more. At least he just needs to be a little bit careful with his defending, because there's been close calls at some point. That he's moved just slightly, just ever so slightly, just moved more than once, and that's a bit in real life racing. That would be called a reactionary move.
We might have just had our second retirement of the day as Zolakius Spatula's LMV2 having this problem. Whoops, spins it out, and they opted to just take the tow to pit road, so they might just be calling it quits.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate for Russell Spatzers, because they had that good start to the race earlier on, but it's just ever since they made that pit stop, it's gone downhill, and it's just not went their way, and it's unfortunate. But I think maybe not had as much time to practice in these colder conditions.
Also got to fight for the 6th place spot here in your GTM category, and well, that's Luca Harmon just going off the racetrack, and Garrett spins behind. Looking like he's had a problem as well. So 2 LMP2s coming together, possibly? Yes, sir. Oh, man, going with another near miss.
Yeah, right. Watson the onboard. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure who's I'm not sure if that was just pure luck, or if it was just good reaction times.
Goins had a tendency to be right in the thick of everything so far, and this heated battle growing again. Digital Chicane going the long way around. They're not backing down. I think any call for this fight went out the window, and they're going to be squeezed out wide by MSP as well. But I think when they were given a bit of a move there to get them out of the way for that 3rd place spot, they decided they're going to throw any caution to the wind, showing that they're just as willing to fight back just as hard to get the spot back from them.
Yeah, and this the 93 car with Swan at the wheel, they need to be careful, because as one of their teammates was talking about, this 93 car is in contention for what was it, the Endurance Championship, Noel?
Yeah, the Endurance Cup in particular.
So I think if I'm in charge of this 93 car, I would or spotting for the 93 car, I would tell them to think of the bigger picture.
The bigger picture can still mean valuable points if he takes that 3rd place spot. And here we go, El Baga coming down to pit road, and Ethan Swan, I think, is following them in. No, he's not. Ethan Swan staying out on the racetrack, trying to go for the overcut to get some more of that speed back. That'll take us to the fight for 3rd in your GTP category. Silva comes down to pit road, while World of Sim Racing and Mayor Sim's Performance both get around the Delta Racing GT Pro BMW.
Yep, and this is about the battle for 3rd place at the moment, and yeah, these two teams have been pretty much starting together for pretty much the start of the race. So yeah, a great battle between these two, and Bernie at the wheel, taking over not too long ago. So, and as we know, Bernie was one of the drivers that took the class or took the overall win in the Daytona 2024 back in January, I think it was, or the start of this year anyway. So yeah, he's a more than a capable driver.
Still a good 13 seconds off of the race leader, though, Pedro Espinina with the DS Racing Esports team. The MSP number 3. Still hanging on. He's doing a good job on keeping that gap right at about half a second. Not enough for Martinez to close by the time they get back around to the front straightaway, but enough that it's a little bit of a nuisance to the World of Sim Racing team. Might be trying to see if he can goad the 151 into making an error so we can get some extra breathing room. That traffic's not going to help anything, though, and that was one of the DS Racing cars that just held him up.
Yeah, as I come across or around the bank, and I thought I saw a little bit of contact there with the Ford Mustang and the Peterson, but it was like it was just the camera angle. But yeah, that was so close when he went around him. But as I come into turn 1 and 2, and then down to turn 3 and turn 4, it looks like the World Sim Racing cars trying to make a move, and Peterson, Bernie, sorry, feeling the pressure.
0.4 of a second, the gap closing down to 3.5 before extending back out to 4. So again, a gap that is ebbing and flowing oh so much. Top 2 of GTM are into pit road.
Yep, into the pits now. So I wonder if the top 2 will make a driver change as well while they're at it, as the Jacks go up for the 80 car. And yep, driver change about to take place as well for both cars.
Fabio Soares and Jeffrey Reinhardt hopping into the car. John Goodwin jumps into the Torque Free Racing Porsche. Akapian is in for RPS's Racing. Jim McGill is in for Dangler Performance. No change, it looks like. McGill will stay in the car. There will be a change for off of the S's as Patrick Ballard jumps in. And here comes more of the GT Pro field. That's Lucas Ferrer now coming down to pit road. And here we go, the battle for second again, or third, sorry. Martinez right to the back end of Bernie. That time by nearly took him out.
Yeah, I think he's got to make a move into the hairpin.
There's no room. There's no room there.
Oh, I thought there's a bit of door rubbing there, but I thought I was going to be free wide into the hairpin there. But thankfully, both of them managed to survive the spot of the GT car. Oh my, jeez.
Alvaro Martinez just able to make that work, but not happy with that GT Pro Porsche. Now Jason Burney able to drive away up the road. Keeps this strong run going down the front stretch and into turn number 1. Catching up to one of the Rising Panda Racing LMP2s. As an issue for Ryan Steinhoff. Currently off the road for the MSP number 33. New front clip on that car. Loops the back end. Careful. And just spins it off. But again, does a good job. Kept it off the wall. And critically didn't rejoin in front of a bunch of traffic. Martinez has finally got around Bernie for third. This is how it happened.
Yeah, so they're heading down to the first right-hander, and it looks like Bernie backed off to try and get a switch back. But I think at this stage of the stint, I think it looks like the one with SimSpeed, the GTP Cadillac, is just that slight bit quicker than Bernie.
What a great drive going there as well. And now here we go, another battle. This for second. Soares takes the spot away from Jeffrey Reinhardt. So DS Racing up to the number 2 spot now. And that's because the Digital Chicane car went off the racetrack. Boy, it is all kicking off this afternoon. I mean, this race, man, has just kicked into overdrive, Ryan. And you know for a fact that these battles are going to be absolutely on right through the checkered flag. We got another one now for third between Vulture and Goin.
Yep, coming around the banking now, and it looks like Goin might be close enough to make a move, because they've got another LMP2 car just in front of them. Is that I was going to say, is that Loeffler? Or yeah, it looks like another LMP2 car. It's a lap down possibly, but this battle for third place going on as well. It looks like Goin, make the move and take the position.
Good move there for Josh Goin, takes the spot away. So they fight their way on to a podium. Second place is also on again in GTM. Digital Chicane not willing to take that one lying down. You've also got the fight for fourth on in GT Pro between Kinetic Racing and World of Sim Racing team, with some GTP traffic trying to fight through. Oh boy, nowhere to go for the World of Series of BMW. He's going to be forced to back out of this. And I think both cars braked a lot earlier for that corner. They saw the GTP traffic get a little bit dicey, and they both decided, all right, screw it, just go. Like, get the heck out of here and leave us alone.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Both of them backed off early, and they never wanted any part of that, as it looks like the Kinetic Racing Porsche is trying to close back up in the slipstream of the World of Sim Racing BMW, but it's just not close enough heading down to turn 1 and turn 2, as they've got a GTP Cadillac coming through to try and lap them, and it looks like Kinetic Racing are about to lose, I think it's a class position overall.
Lyndon Swaby dropping another spot in the GT Pro category. Had a battle for second place in LMP2 between Ahrensburg and Goen. Making a peek to the inside. Goen said, nope, I'm going to take that one right back from you. Thank you very much. Boy, what a thrilling race this has been so far. I mean, this has been fantastic. There's no other way to describe it. The racing has been on fire all night long, and it's only going to get even more intense when that track starts to heat up in the daylight. And daylight, we're at what, 4:30? So it's only about 2 hours away.
Yeah, it was a GT Pro car off in turn 1. That was that was a wild ride.
It's Vinicius Picado off the road. New into the car for the Delta Racing crew. Just overshot, it looked like, on that one.
Yeah, watching
he
the
had help!
onboard.
He was being lapped!
Yeah, it just looks like he turned in and that LMP2 car just came in from nowhere.
No, kid, he had no idea that LMP2 car was going to make that look there. It's always a bold move trying to lap a car there. If I was the LMP2, I probably would have waited another corner or so.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I don't know what to think of that. I think the LMP2 car. Excuse me. I think the LMP2 car was a bit optimistic.
You ride on board with Garrett Spence as he tries to close in on Jason Ehrenberg. He just had a pass for a second as well in GTP. We'll get to that in a moment. While Spence and Ahrensburg, they're actually going to break apart a little bit more. Looking like Ahrensburg's got a much lower down for a setup, which is helping him make a move. And oh boy, Christophe de May is off. The HAC racing car going off the road. We'll take a look first at this battle for second. This is Martinez. And World of Sim Racing getting around Fisher Motorsports with the number 2 spot in your GTP field. That's a battle that's still close. We'll cut to that in just a moment as well. But then this is Christophe de May having a big off. Oh, this time it's the other way around. GTP getting turned by a GTD. Don't see that every day.
Yeah, that's the thing as well with these GTP cars. Is basically you're in the corner and especially the Cadillac, when it comes to GTPs, you've got to be careful getting on the power because it's just got so much torque. But it's just unfortunately got tagged around because he's just sometimes the GTP cars are just that much slower in the mid corner.
Look at this LMP2 open up here. I mean, Vulture Motorsports has got that car stripped back big time. I mean, their opponents at Tri-State Racing, the last lap, they reeled in 7 seconds down to 2/10 by the time they got to the oval. But even with the draft, Ahrensburg still pulled away in the Vulture Motorsports car. They are running fully a top speed setup here. They are kitted out directly for the oval. They're taking the philosophy, if we're so fast that they can't catch us on the oval, then we can just let them try to waste their tires trying to catch us in the road course.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it was a GTP car. We just went wide there. That was the Grizzly car.
It's Tyler Campbell. Again, fresh into the car, just locked up. Went in too deep.
Yeah, but I was going to say as well with regards to the downforce, maybe some teams have probably got the car set up for like the really long run around the bank and basically wanting as much straight line speed as possible. Other teams might be running a slightly higher downforce to help with the corners, such as the under braking for turn 1, 2, 3, and 4, and also basically the hairpin.
What's really helped them so far. Got another battle on. This second place battle is still looking tight as well. Between Martinez and Forbes. And this almost looks like a mirror version of the battle that we've been seeing developing in LMP2. We'll have Sim Racing have their car on a higher downforce setup, so they're better on the road course section. You see them pulling away from Fisher Motorsports. And Fisher, while they're fast at the oval, they're too far back to actually do anything about it. They got to rely on lap traffic, helping them out a big ton. And there you see the pass for fourth being completed as Garrett Spence took one away from Ericsburg.
Yep, and as I come up to the hairpin now, and it looks like the Fisher Motorsport, the Porsche 963 is getting close. But I think this is where you'll see the difference between the downforce, the low downforce and high downforce. As it looks like that Cadillac I've borrowed the sim racing team is just pulled away ever so slightly. But as I say that Porsche 963 from Fisher Motorsports, they closing up in the slipstream.
All that lap traffic is exactly what they're waiting for. They look to the outside. Do they commit down to turn number 1? They can't. They have no choice but to yield. But the good news is Martinez has a lot of lap traffic ahead of him that he has to try to get through quickly. And that could really help out Fisher here, as long as they can make equally quick work of him.
Absolutely, and as they come up now, coming up to the double right-hander yet again, I think this is where you'll see also a case of, or basically an indication of who's got the higher downforce. And it looks like I think Fisher, just watching the car, I think they're probably running a slight higher downforce setting. As we've got a replay coming up as well, and it looks like something might have happened in the hairpin. As
that's the pass for fourth in LMP2 that we just saw.
The pass for fourth, okay. I thought there was going to be a bit of contact or something, but the pass for fourth, that was done nice and clean. But the Fisher Motorsport GTP Porsche is just losing out in a straight line there, as you saw. So I don't know if it might have got held up in the hairpin.
Yeah, looking like they got held up in the hairpin because, again, they're able to reel in 3/4 of a second all the way down. They close half a second from turn 8 to turn 1 alone. But look at that gap immediately open up because they cannot be as confident through the high-speed corners.
Indeed, so I wonder, I said that Fisher might be running a higher downforce possibly, but I wonder how quickly they close up to the World of Sim Racing team heading down to turn 1. I wonder if they've actually got that car trimmed out.
The problem is they need to have some clean air, and right now they are just not getting that. They are catching lap traffic at some terrible points. But let's take a look here. So they are 1.23 seconds apart, 1.25 when they both hit the back straightaway. Even though Fisher Motorsports doesn't really have the traffic, you can still see them closing in the time on the delta on the bottom right.
Yeah, I'm just watching that gap come down. That was about 1.2. It's 1.1. 1 second. Under a second. So yeah, they're definitely running trimmed out.
0.3 of a second gain, and that was when they didn't really have the draft either. Now you can imagine how much they're gaining when they do have the draft. They just need to get a point where they can actually go on the offensive. Dennis Denisio having a little bit of an off.
Yep.
Whoops.
Just misses his turning point and gets on the barbels, but thankfully manages to keep it in the right direction.
So action. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, World Sim Racing team are getting held up by the Fisher Motorsport LMP2 car, so this might give the GTP car a chance to close right up.
That's the sister car, remember, of the GTP runner. Doesn't look like they will stay in the way too much. Potential problems for Piers Stockton, the LMP2 race leader. Showing that he had a moment in turn 6.
I wonder if this was assisted, or again if it's just a kit. Oh,
good save.
Oh, that was. Oh, I thought I was going to end up being. I thought he was going to get tagged there mid corner in the front, and thankfully managed to get away with it.
Well, the racing action going to continue to pick on up, so we're going to take a step back, give our voice the rest. When we return, we'll be back with more on Green Flag TV. Patrick Ballard having another off. welcome back, and trouble for Jason Burney, the Mayor Sims Performance number 3, having troubles here in the as we return to Homestead Miami Speedway for more racing action for the Miami Sunrise 6 Hour. Once again, my name is Ola Ramble alongside Ryan Walker. We're bringing you all of racing action from start to finish. Looking for the inside of the Real Pixel Motorsports Lamborghini, and just got turned in on and sent into the grass.
Yeah, Bernie just looked like he went to turn into the corner there, and I don't know if it was a case of the GT car not seeing him up the inside, or if it was just maybe Bernie just going for a gap that was closing, but just a slight off on the grass. But thankfully, he managed to keep it going and still in third place. Not third place, fourth place.
This battle's still on as well for the GTM race lead. We've been tracking it for the last little while. Digital Chicane, the DS Racing Esports team, closing out than they have been in a while. 0.2 of a second. If there's ever a chance for Fabio Soares to make a run on Jeffrey Reinhardt, now would be a great time to make it coming down the front stretch towards turn 1.
Yeah, it looks like he's got the run. The DS Racing Esports team's got the run on the 80 Digital Chicane car. It looks like they might make a move into turn 1. Can you get the move done? They're side by side, and it looks like yeah, the number 8. The number 555 gets the move done.
That was a really aggressive pass, and showing the talent that Soares has underneath him to make that work. Take another look. Just took that one with no fear down the inside of turn number 1. You don't see passes like this be successful all too often. Usually it ends more often than not and 2 cars being shoved out wide, but that was a great drive there from Soares, and that puts him up into a well-deserved race lead. Now we'll see if he can try to drive away from a car that has been so commanding throughout this season.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, absolutely. And actually, the number 8 is trying to make a move back, trying to fight back as well, but doesn't manage to get the move done in the hairpin. But yeah, I think great battle between these 2 cars as well, and the 555 starting to pull away ever so slightly.
Ever so slightly, 0.3 of a second. Gap close in just a little bit with that draft, but it won't close enough for Reinhardt to battle back. So I think Soares will be secure in that spot for a while. Don't forget, though, you've got Ethan Swan now right behind this battle as well. So Digital Chicane could easily try to see if they can't sort something to try to gang up on the Dogs on Web racing car just in front of them.
I was going to bring on to my next question as well. What do you do if you're the 80 and the 93? Do you try and swap positions, or try and stick together and stick in line and try and get by this 555 car? Try and get by this 555 car working together.
I'll answer your question with the question: how viable is bump drafting in these cars? I mean, the BMW or the Ford, I can actually see it working out, but the nose on the Ferrari is a little bit too pointed for it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure I would want to do bump drafting with these cars. Some GT3 cars you can get away with it because of the way the bonnets, the angle of the bonnet, and the way it's made. Also, the rear diffuser probably plays a factor as well. Some you can get away with it, some you can't. You really can't, because if you bump draft too much, you can possibly cause the car in front of you to spin by lifting the rear of the car up, and yeah, it's not a nice thing. Especially in the corners, as many a NASCAR fan that has run at Daytona Talladega can attest to. Basically, if you want to, as I'll hold in that, is I've got the 11 car of Carter into the pits, and it looks like they may do a full service, and yet, as I say that, they're doing a driver change.
Jeremy Carter jumps out of the car. Damian Benke jumps into the car. So the number 11 Dallara P217 LMP2 for Visual Motorsports getting its next bout of service done. And a 3-way fight for the lead continues in GTM. Right now, this little spot on the racetrack here, the only spot where you'll find cars within a second of each other. Yep, and as I head onto the banking, I've got a GTP
Cadillac coming round them. That's the 51 World of Sim Racing, the GTP car in second place, just going around them. And just up ahead of this battle as well, you've got the 67 Kinetic Racing car of London Swaby heading into turn 1 and 2.
Boy, how the mighty have fallen for Kinetic. They had such a good run going. They were leading the race earlier, and now they find themselves running in 5th place, almost 40 seconds behind Alicio Tranquilli. Josh Goen into pit road for his LMP2 machine. Some more pit stops underway for the LMP2 runners. By the way, Mr. Orovech in our YouTube chat, in response to the how viable is bump draft question, the answer is it doesn't matter. It's banned in the VSCA, so I think that answers that question quite easily.
Yeah, and I've never really been a fan of bump drafting with GT cars. It's just it might be fun to watch for spectators, but it's not something that I ever like to do on iRacing, just because you know what the net code and the goalie contact can be like.
Well, look, if you can bump draft successfully in Formula 3 cars, I'm sure we can make something work for GT3s.
And you've got a battle going on between basically it looks like they might have a change of overall position, as it looks like Torque Freak Racing Porsche is about to lose an overall position in the GT class.
Yeah, that's a GT Am getting around a GT Pro. Well, more the other way around. That was Torque Freak Racing trying to get around Ethan Swan, but John Goodwin couldn't complete the pass when they came around turn number 1. So we'll keep these guys stationed as they are. Tell you what, that number 93 started to drop off a little ways here for the top 2. We do have one car mixed into the LMP2 field. This is Tyler Campbell, 5 laps down from the GTP race leaders. And right now trying to claw his way so we can at least be ahead of this LMP2 field in the event of another safety car.
Yep, and yeah, I was a bit surprised that this car was late to the grid, but I wonder if something happened and maybe one of the drivers didn't turn up in time. But yeah, they're still out on track anyway. But even though they're 5 laps down, it's still good to see them going. And yeah, it's pretty much just a case of them trying to salvage as many positions as possible if they can. But I can't see that really happening unless they get some yellows and safety cars that fall their way.
I talked to one of the digital chicane runners earlier on this afternoon, and oh boy, with the other digital chicane car in a bit of a spot of bother right now with a lot of GT traffic around it. We may as well get a chance to talk to one of the other drivers that we've got in the digital chicane crew. As once again, we are open if you wanted to come on up and give us a little bit of a chit chat here in the middle of this race, but. Paolo Calvo will be up into the broadcast booth next. Brian, you want to take this one?
I can do. So yeah, good to your team's doing. As Paolo pops into the chat now, and Paolo, it's good to see your team doing well at the moment. How do you think the race has panned out for you guys?
I think it's going pretty well for us. Car felt really good in that first stint. Then we got the full course yellow, and the car was still feeling really good. And had a couple of close calls, but was able to drive through it and you know, take the car to the lead.
Yeah, you were in the lead at one point, like you mentioned, and heading into this race as well. Obviously, it was a night start to the race, or the start time was at night. At 2:30 AM or round about that. How did you guys go about with the setup? Did you set the car up for basically the conditions at the start of the race, or have you guys set the car up for towards the end of the race where the track might get maybe a little bit warmer?
I mean, we don't expect it to get that much warmer at the end of the race. Maybe a few degrees, but nothing too significant. So we've set the car up to be the best car it can be all day. And Ryan knows how to make a good setup, a setup that's good day and night. We had it at Daytona, we had it at Sebring, where both those races where we had the transition, the car was really, really strong. So I'm not too worried about it being any different when the sun comes up.
And also I forgot another thing I forgot to mention as well, or bring up, was basically there was maybe a chance of possibly rain at some point, or maybe the track being wet anyway. Did you guys factor that in as well, or was it just set the car up for the dry?
For us, I go back to Sebring. For us across the season, we haven't really noticed that much of a change need to be made as the rain comes, other than with the tools we have in the car, mostly just adjusting traction control, ABS, that type of thing. But no, and we're not too worried about the rain. I think it's pretty unlikely that we do get any. It's a pretty low number, but even if we do, we feel pretty good, and the car has been good in those damp conditions all weekend. Felt pretty strong in the wet practice yesterday. So,
and also as well with the early mayhem in the race going on as well. How have you guys dealt with the kind of like the class or multi-class interaction? Obviously, there's been some mayhem and slight incidents from time to time, but you guys have amazingly been keeping out of it. And is it just a case of keeping it cool, just doing your thing, and just trying to keep out of trouble?
Yeah, I mean, it's just establish what we want early, establish our position on track nice and early, and yeah, just execute the way we have been all season. The car's been, you know, it's been like this all year. We've had races that have been worse than this. This honestly is probably one of the easier tracks to deal with the traffic, especially VIR last time out about a month ago, and Long Beach were really the two where it was really, really tough to deal with the traffic. So we're just doing our thing, executing our race, and I'm lucky to have some of the best guys around me in terms of spotting. Matt, who will be in the car later, he's doing a great job. Quinn, who's been in the car earlier this season, he won't be partaking in this race, but he's up here helping us out as well. So big shout out to them. And Jeff, who's new to our team, he's been doing a fantastic job both in the car and spotting as well. So they were huge during my stint.
And the last question as well, looking ahead to the season finale at the Petit Le Mans, obviously the 93 cars have a chance of taking a championship in the Endurance Cup. How do you think you guys will fare at the season finale? Is it a track you guys like?
I personally quite like it. I know Matt likes Road Atlanta. But I'm not too worried. I mean, we know what we have to do in terms of the championship. Assuming no changes in the lineup, we know all we have to do is, if results hold here how they are, is hitting 70% is crucial to getting our championship, and then just doing what we can to support the 93 in the Endurance Cup. Obviously, though, from the looks of things, they should have that lead in about 23 minutes here, I want to say. So not too worried about them winning that. Obviously, we wouldn't mind being able to work ourselves into second with some good running over the next two races, in all those point paying times. But yeah, I mean, I think both cars are in very good positions, and I think I'm not worried about Road Atlanta because I know Ryan is going to have a great setup for us like he always does. So.
Great stuff. And lastly, before we let you go, Paolo, anyone that you want to give a shout out to? Any sponsors, friends, family, that sort of thing?
Yeah, I just give a shout out to the whole team. Everybody at this organization, puts in so much work to get us where we're going, and it's really nice to be able to have help when we have some sort of unforeseen circumstances like we got with Matt getting upgraded to gold. And then, I wasn't sure what my day was going to look like today. Thankfully, it worked out nice and easy. But it's been really great having a bunch of guys who are, here helping out and making the team go around. So big thanks to them.
Great stuff, and yeah, thanks for joining us here, Paolo, and good luck to you guys in the 80 car for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Have a good one, guys.
That was Paolo Calvo joining us, and yeah, it sounds like they're using a sensible approach though in the race so far. Yeah, they might not be the quickest, but just try and keep out of trouble. And it seems to be working out for the 80 and the 93 cars so far, running in good positions.
It may have worked out for them, but not so much for others. Ryan Steinhoff and Neil Forbes both having problems. We were talking to Calvo there. There you see that was Ryan Steinhoff going off the road. And this right here was the big one, Neil Forbes. Now, he's lost his rear wing on that one already, so he has backed that thing hard into the wall. Take another look back at Forbes here. This is the Fisher Motorsports GTP as he's approaching the corner. He's trying to lap the Vision One Motorsports car, and oh my goodness, just contact and then hard hit into the fence. That's a weird one to see.
Yeah, I would love to see an above view of that if you could, because that looked. I looked like the Fisher Motorsport GTP car. I think he might have just came down just a little bit too early. And
I don't know.
It's a tough one to call. I mean, I don't like to put portion blame on anyone, but that was one of those. It's a difficult one to judge.
I think it may have been a bit of both. I mean, Fisher Motorsports is holding the inside, but I think Vision One kind of got sucked into them a little bit with the side draft there. We saw that a couple of times at the 24 Hours of Daytona as well with these corners in the banking. Same problem. But that has put them effectively down and out of the race tonight. As well as that, you had a bunch of cars now coming down to pit road, including the top two in GTP. Benjamin Fisher having an issue as he has hopped into the Fisher Motorsports GT Pro, and he ended up spinning the round. Pereira went off the track a little while ago as well. This was the DS Racing Esports GTP, and oh my goodness, there was more contact there that we didn't see.
Yeah, it's just slight.
It must be GTM.
Yeah, I wonder if that was just a case of the 42 GTP just coming down slightly, but I would need to see another look at that incident. He goes round and I don't know if that was maybe
tough one.
That's a tough one. I don't know if the MSP car was maybe just turning early and just turned into it. But as the number 3 MSP GTP pits from third place in the class, so it looks like yeah, interesting. I wonder if that was just a fuel only stop.
In the box for 46 seconds, so that does imply he took tires as well. And I'd be a bit surprised if he didn't take tires, honestly. So we'll see. We'll see how this pans out in the future. While this race continues on, less than 20 minutes away from the halfway mark in this race. Man, 3 hours just flies by when you're having a good race like this.
Yeah, we were just talking about that during the previous commercial break. This race is just absolutely flew by. It's pretty much at the start. It's just flew by, and we've got about just under 3 hours and 20 minutes remaining. So yeah, it's flying by. As it looks like the number is. Basically tried to see what the number is. Number 6, TFR Porsche in the GT Pro class is trying to make a move with John Goodwin at the wheel. He's getting close on that slipstream, but he's just not close enough.
Swan, Beaver, Reinhardt, all in the line. So 2 of the Digital Chicane cars now once again sandwiching one of the MSP runners. Well, the DS Racing Esports Ferrari has been pulling away by now a 2-second gap. Going racing, see him trying to lap these guys. Again, a lot of these battles are shaken up throughout the GT field. Not too much of note going on in your LMP2 or GTP fields, or even the GT Pro field. A lot of this has to do with GTM. Although in the middle of all that battling for the GTM, race lead, second, third, and fourth, You do have a battle for 5th place for GT Pro between Goodwin and Swavey taking place at the moment.
Yep, absolutely. As coming down, as we look at the TFR Porsche and looking at one of the digital scan cars, it looks like we've had an issue, and it looks like the real Pixel Motorsport car.
Ronald Gross going off the racetrack. Looking like this may have been self-inflicted. Oh, caught the grass on entry. Can't do that. Just loops the back end. Tell you what, that section of the racetrack, that's a very easy mistake to make, and it's so easy to overshoot turn 1. Everybody's done it at one point or another. Had a battle for second picking up here in GT Pro. Picado started to close in a lot on J. Van Mepellen for Fisher Motorsports.
Indeed, heading into turn 1 and turn 2, and the Delta Racing BMW closes right up. Can he get the move done into turn 2? Oh, he thinks about it. And the Fisher Motorsport car got in the marbles there, and this caused him to lose a bit of grip. And the Fisher Motorsport Porsche loses the position.
Look at the DS Racing car. This was the race leader a moment ago. No headlights, a lot of damage on the 555. What's happened to your 3rd place runner now? Down to 4th.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought something happened with the 555 car because they were in the lead, and it looks like, I wonder if they got tagged around.
Oh no.
Oh no, please don't say there's not been it.
Oh no.
Oh, the TFR car got caught up as well, and yeah. But that's a weird one though, causing that Ferrari to lose the headlights. That's it wasn't even that hard a hit.
Again, the good thing is that this track is almost entirely lit anyway, so you don't need them as much, but you just squeeze them out. I mean, Fabio Soares was given Torque Freak Racing room. Oh, now we got more problems in the GTP field. 2 of the GTP cars have got around. Separate incidents, it looks like.
Yeah, heading into turn 2, and I wonder if it's a case of, he just lost the rear on entry.
And yikes.
That was, everyone manages to avoid him. Everyone's having to scramble, and that could have ended up being much, much worse. But I was going to say, Nolan, as well, I wonder if that incident with the 555 and the TFL Porsche, I was going to say, I wonder if that was a case of, we've seen it quite a lot, and I've seen it quite a lot in various races. I wonder if that was a case of the traditional iRacing glow contact.
I got no idea. I mean, that's a tough situation. I mean, they didn't do anything wrong. They were leaving room. It's just wrong place, wrong time sometimes. Battle's on for second still in GT Pro. Delta Racing and Fisher Motorsports looking like they're ready to go at it.
Yeah, they've got a GTM car in front of them as well. So this might be a bit of a lifesaver for this number 12 Delta Racing BMW, as it looks like the Fisher Motorsport Porsche closes up under braking.
Well, whether or not it's a lifesaver depends if that Mustang can pull away in the road course section. If it can, great. If not, you're being held up. Looking like it's actually pulling away, though, from these guys. And that is a lap car, by the way. That's the Wolf Motorsports sim racing car. They're running, and it's running at 10th right now in GTM. Was into the top 5 earlier on, though, but had a crash, and that's why they find themselves so far down the order right now. But this battle for the number 2 spot is on a tear right now. Having a pretty good lunge as this field continues to battle its way back around to turns 9 and 10. Delta Racing started to pull away too. Still looking to make that drive down to turn number 1. No run there for Jay Van Mepellen. Right on board with the Fisher Motorsports number 44. Porsche sends it in. Nearly cleans out Vinicius Mercado.
Yeah, I thought I was going to end up in a swim for the number 12 Delta Racing BMW because, the 44 car came flying in there and just carried a little bit too much speed. As it looks like, just about ran into the back of the LMP2 car there. But yeah, great battle between these two cars here in class, and I think Van was thinking about making a move and I think he had to just basically get on the anchors at the last second.
And now we're seeing a lot of what Calvo and Orvech have been saying when they talked to us earlier about how the lap traffic can catch you so quickly, and you always have to be keeping an eye on the tail end, because look at how many prototypes just got around them in about that 30-second span there. Fisher Motorsports trying to close in through 9 and 10. It's not going to happen, though, as they work their way to the front stretch. Battle is also on for the GTM race lead. MSP looking to make the run on Ethan Swan as Aaron Beaver sends this one the long way around turn 8. But Swan hangs the inside and just holds on for the lead for one more corner.
Yeah, fantastic battle between these two, the 93 and the 34, and it looks like the 34 might have the slight edge with straight line speed as they head into the bank, and this is I think this is going to be a case known of into turn 1 who's the bravest under the brakes. So it looks like the 34 car just loses like in a straight line possibly.
It's going to be a good drive for this field, hard on the binders as they swing through turn number 1. And the digital chicane Ferrari continue to hang on ahead of Aaron Beaver, but Beaver is right there. All it needs is one mistake or one lap car at exactly the right point, and we're going to be seeing a new leader. Close into a quarter of a second. Does he make a look to the inside of turn 6? Not going to opt for it. Might try to set him up for another run out of 8 and down to 1.
Indeed, and I think the 34 car done a mistake of pulling out the slipstream heading onto the bank, and I think if I was him I would have waited behind on the bank and maybe try and make a move into turn 1, but again they were heading onto the back straight, and the 34 gets a good exit.
It's a great exit from that MSP car. Coming around through turn numbers 9 and 10, back to the front stretch. Is there enough momentum for a charge into turn 1? Doesn't look like it. Digital chicane pulls a little bit further clear as MSP backs out to avoid running them over into towards the opening corner.
Into this twisty section here, and it seems to be the Mercedes seems to have the better handling under braking and manages to close up, but that 93 car just seems to have that slight edge when it comes to straight line speed.
The Ferraris have always had a little bit of that extra oomph underneath them, especially since the new Ferrari came into play on the iRacing service. You know, the old 488 was not a very popular car. I remember the last, oh boy, is Beaver trying for it again, but I remember the last Ferrari that was on iRacing, it didn't get a lot of views. This new Ferrari, I think, has really revitalized that Italian brand. And now we see it in a full-on dogfight with MSP for the lead. They make contact in the middle of the backstretch, and again on the run down to turn number 9.
Yeah, and it looks like we may have a move or a change for the lead heading down to turn 1. The digital chicane. Yeah, I was going to say it's a game of chicken under the brakes, and the 93. Yeah, 93 manages to is later on the brakes and manages to keep hold of the lead for now.
Just had some of that upper hand, and now Torfree Racing going off the road. So John Goodwin screams out wide. We've also had Scott Meredith with a little bit of an off. This is at turn 8 and just in too high.
that manages to still keep going, and they're still in 4th place in this class. But again, this battle for the GTM lead is still going on between these two, and again, it's just a case that it seems to be the MSP car gets a good run in a straight line heading down to turn 1, but that 93 car, or the Ferrari in general, is just that better on the brakes.
Again, this is the closest battle on the racetrack, and it is for one of the class leads. Only 6 minutes away from halfway. And that 93 car needs to be in the lead, because remember, Sprint Cup Series, they get points awarded midway through the race as well. That's only 6 minutes out, so this could be enough to get them the points lead if they can hang on against MSP.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. I wonder if this 93 Denso Chicane car wants to stay in the lead as much as possible to, like you said, score those points for the Sprint Championship. But as they've got a car coming by them, it's one of the LMP2 cars, no, sorry, GTP cars coming by. I think, I wonder if this 34 MSP car is thinking the same thing.
Aaron Beaver making another look to the outside of the racetrack. Ethan Swan closes the door. It doesn't leave much room for an over-under coming around through turn 8. Watch out for Grizzly Motorsports. Cuts left and right as they're going to hug the inside. 3 wide again. Now it's MSP's turn to try to pinch down the number 93. Remember, the last time they did this, the digital chicane car could get a much better run going with the arcing line through turn 1. Now it goes the way of Beaver. He'll have to cut back to the inside as Swan quickly moves up to cover the outside off, and no look into turn number 1.
Yeah, that was the 34 closes right up on the braking, and they've only got 4 pretty much.
No!
Oh, the MSP car spun.
Just got in too hot, and he's going to go around. He'll lose 2nd as well. He's back to 3rd. So it's now a digital chicane 1-2 after a big mistake from Aaron Beaver.
And that's gave the 93 car a bit of breathing space as I think, the 93 car, if they just stay where they are, they'll score those vital points at the, as a TFR Porsche spins as well. Again, this team's not had the best of, well, the best, probably the best hour or so.
Oh, he got into the back. So contact is what spun him around. What a shame that. That was a good battle we were having up until that point.
Yeah, it was fantastic stuff between both teams and both drivers, and yeah, I think Beaver will probably be feeling slightly frustrated by that because he just went in a little bit too hot, but thankfully he managed not to spin the class leader. But looking at the 93 car, it gives them a bit of breathing space to get to that halfway point and score those vital points.
With us now at the 3 minutes to go before that halfway point. Want to quickly once again give a shout out to Twin Bush USA, your expert for automotive workshop and equipment located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twin Bush, quality that convinces. So we are, again, 2 minutes away from the halfway point here. Ryan, we saw one safety car coming out 45 minutes or so into this race. Haven't seen anything since. And at this point, you have to wonder if we're going to get that second one. I mean, if there was a case like that happened at Sebring. We had a few of them early on, but then we went about 7-8 hours without a single caution to be found. So it is possible to go for some really long runs. Do you think we're going to get another one before the end of this thing, or are we going to run this thing right to the end?
I don't know. I think I've just got a feeling if we do get another one, I think it'll probably be maybe in the last 2 hours or the last 2 hours.
could see that happening.
But you never know. You might have a big accident happen towards the end of the race, and you might get another. That might force another caution. But yeah, at the moment, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a green flag run. As well as like well, one of the LMP2 cars goes wide into turn 2 and just carries way too much speed on the entry.
It was Sam Vaughn, one of the Tri-State racing cars. So with the halfway point coming on up, let's take another rundown top to bottom through this field and show you who's where as things run. Pedro Espadina leads the way in GTP, World of Sim Racing, running at the number 2 spot, 5 seconds back. 36 seconds out is Jason Burney for the number 3 spot. Jacob Lehman for Team Hardcore sits at the number 4 spot. 2 laps down is Pedro Vargas in the lone Acura in this field. Christophe Demay running in 7th with Francisco Santos Pereira in 8th, and Neil Forbes rounds out the 9 cars in GTP that are all still on the racetrack.
Yep, and LMP2, we've got the 46 Rising Panda car currently leading that class, with the sister Rising Panda car, the 47 in 2nd, with the Go-Win Racing and rounding out the top 3. And then both Tri-State cars with the 1, 2, 3 and 4th, and 3, 2, 1 and 5th. And then Volta Motorsports in 6th with the Scalres GT048 in 7th, with Vizor 1 Motorsports in 8th. And then we've got Fussa Motorsports in 9th with the 14. Currently the last of the LMP2 cars. And the retirements from the race were TSE Esports Racing and Rusty Spatzler's rounding out their retirements in 11th.
Moving on down to the GT Pro category, you've got Alessio Tranquilli for North Sim Racing running in the number 1 spot right now. Vinicius Picado for Delta Ray. Oh boy, we've had a big crash actually back there. We'll get to that in just a moment, but for now, Mikado running in 3rd. John Goodwin just came down to pit road. He was running in the number 3 spot, so he's going to lose that actually as JVM Appellan punches his ticket into the 3rd spot. Alex Gonzalez-Abad for the World of Sim Racing crew, fresh into the car, currently running in 5th, 1 lap down. Aiden Campbell for Kinetic Racing is a lap down as well in 6th. Mitchell Motorsports back in the number 8 spot, along with Bruno Carrera in 9th for DS Racing. And then Mark DeBoer, the lone Corvette in the field, out of this race as it stands.
Yep, so leading GT. Sorry, what class was that you said, Noah?
GTM now.
GTM now, my apologies. I just had to take my headset off for a second. Digital Motorsport, or Digital Chicane Racing rather, 93 leading that class with the 80 sister car in 2nd, with often the S's rounding at the top 3, and then Volta Motorsports in 4th, and then the Dogs on Web in 5th, with 6 as My Lifetime and the Fruit and Freshies. The Volta Motorsports in 4th with MSP in 5th, and then Volta Motorsports Plus in 6th with Dogs on Web 555 in 7th with Dangler currently or were in 8th, and then basically MSP in 9th, and the rest of the field pretty much being rounded out by Sotic, by Dummy MS and Real Pixel Motorsport, and that's your runners is that some of the cars are making pit stops, so that explains why My Lifetime was refreshing.
So quite a few cars still in the mix of things. You saw as well there was a crash with one of the MSP runners. Aaron Beaver has been forced into pit road after this incident. He was running within the top 5, and now he's all the way back to 9th. And one of the GT Pros, too opportunistic. That was the 2nd place runner, the Delta Racing car, just tipping him around. It's not a very nice feeling. Merlin Wolf. He was right behind this incident when this all went down, which is why we saw him so far down the field. Jeffrey Reinhardt having an issue as well. And then Alex Gonzalez-Abad having an off as well at the same time. So this was the digital chicane car going for a spin in turn 8, just picked up too much on the curb. And then this was Abad on the other end of the racetrack.
Yeah, so it's like, that was the Fussa Motorsport, the GTP car trying to get by, and trying to go around the outside on the exit. That's I don't think that was the best move because the one of Sim Racing GT car had the racing line. So if I was the Fisher Motorsport car, I would have waited until the corner exit.
Ethan Swan is in pit road right now. You're watching the battle for 7th in GTM, but it's a bit of a loose battle here with Ryan Steinhoff still having to come down for another pit stop. Actually, he's already come down for his next pit stop. It's Errol Uriksoy just behind that is yet to come down to pit road for the Vulture Motorsports crew. They're 15 laps off cycle from one another. Both cars still tentatively on the lead lap. Swan now out of pit road. That can't be right. There's no way he's got a minute and 20 seconds up on his teammate. It's over a lap. There we go. Now it's up.
No, there we go.
Across the line. There's no way that's accurate, surely.
I was going to say, if he's got a gap like that already, he's probably jumped on a time machine.
Well, it wouldn't be possible. That means he's got a lap on everybody in his class, and when did that happen?
But yeah, at least that's what we can. I've still got a 1-2 in the class, but again, looking at one of the MSP cars, currently in a battle. So yeah, plenty of action still going on as well, as we've got just under 3 hours left in this race, and as we headed to turn 1 and turn 2, there's been plenty of action going on, and as we've got more pit stop people taking to the pits now on.
It's the LMP2 field, the last few cars coming on in for their final stops of this cycle. Maxime Leonard still has yet to come down as well. So Rising Panda Racing's other car stays out for one more lap. 2 hours and 55 minutes to go in this one. We have entered the second half of this race. Pierce Stockton jumping back into the car for Rising Panda Racing, and we're going to get a new car as well into the Tri-State Racing crew. That's Nico Loikkanen that has just hopped in.
Indeed, so yeah, plenty of teams making driver changes again, and maybe the teams with just 2 drivers are maybe thinking that doing single stints, well, for some of these cars is probably the safer option. It means you've got a fresh driver in the car, but some drivers pushing it a bit more, maybe doing double stints just to try and kind of just give equal workload, and basically just help drivers get a longer break.
Justin Delano jumps into the car for the Vulture Motorsports crew. Matthew Orovech is into the car for the first time for the other digital chicane runner, and they are currently trying to fend off Patrick Boiler for off at the SS Racing. Having to go offline a bit though, although Az is off the SS Racing behind, so it kind of neutralizes itself. Alicio Tranquilli currently into pit road for the North Sim Racing Porsche as well. So pit stop cycle fully underway as he gets his way back out onto the racetrack. Now the big question is, when do we see the GTP field coming down to pit road?
Yeah, I think the GTP cars are not too far away. Obviously, you might see some cars go a little bit longer because of pitting under that safety car and just going off sequence, just ever so slightly. But maybe some cars will go maybe 2 laps longer. Maybe some cars will probably try and pit early just to try and get out of the traffic.
Problems for Nico Loikkanen, fresh out of pit road, having a little bit of an off-track excursion. A 3-way battle, again developing at GTM, Dangler Performance, MSP, and Vulture Motorsports. About to be all under a blanket. A lot of the GTP and LMP2 fields are so far apart now that most of the battles are over 10 seconds separated. The close one is between 4 seconds, but that's between the GTP and an LMP2. Nothing in class in either of those two guys are within 7 seconds right now. Well, within 6 seconds, sorry, as the overall race lead is within 6. But, yeah, this race started to, I think, break apart. We've settled into the rhythm. We're really, I think, into the long haul for this one. So this, I'm not expecting for there to be too much in the way of drama going on over the next little while, unless it's more problems with lappers trying to get out of the way of the lead lap traffic.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much at a stage of the race where it's still. It's pretty much to settle down now, and this is where everyone just settles down and settles into a rhythm. And once you get a few retirements in the race, it just seems to the drama and the mayhem just seems to ease off ever so slightly. But yeah, I think it wouldn't surprise me now if you get a long green flag run with pretty much about 2 hours and 51 minutes remaining. As it looks like one of the try to find out what car that is. It's Leonard.
Yeah, it's the race leader for LMB2. One of the lone cars we're still waiting on to come down for the pit stop cycle here. And they're going to get Ryan Ware back into the car for Rising Panda Racing. So the lead car will have Ware back in. Pierce Stockton remaining in the car for the sister car just a little ways behind. And behind, Damian Benke coming in as well for Visual One Motorsports. How does it sound like it's running? It is, just barely.
So they must have been tight on fuel as they came into the pit lane. Maybe just trying to stretch out as long as possible.
It almost sounded they were clutching the pits, but not so. Just low RPMs. Ryan Steinhoff trying to make a move on Paul Romaninski. Off of turn 10, down the front stretch. Is he going to go for it? He's going to try. Down the inside of one. Not going to happen, though.
Yeah, and Steinhoff had to basically put on the brakes because he would have ran into the back of Romanowski. But yeah, this is fantastic racing in both GT classes, Nolan, and these battles have been going on since the start of the race.
It has been a very, very solid drive. I haven't found much and there's not much to complain about with this one, is there? I mean, the racing's been good. It's been close all throughout, especially in the GTM field. I mean, the first half of the race, we give a lot of love to GT Pro, LMB2, and a bit for the GTPs as well. Now the GTMs are starting to get their much-needed love as well, now that we're seeing a lot of their battles starting to develop later in the run.
Yep, absolutely. It looks like Steinhoff's got a great run in the exit of the hairpin, but it looks like he's under pressure from a Urex in the 017 Ford Mustang as well. So yeah, these two cars battling in a way, and yeah, it looks like they're closing up on the Steinhoff ever so slightly.
The problem that Valtter's got right now is the Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing Ford Mustang GT3 is also in the way. And that Ford has not been very willing to get out of the way and adhere to blue flags or anything of that nature. That car in front of them there, that is a car that is right now 6 laps down. Not fighting these guys at all, not even close to it. So frankly, I don't know why they just don't get out of the way and let them fight. I mean, you're not gaining anything by staying there.
Yeah, it's one of those things though, it's one of those things, you don't want to get out of the way and kind of compromise the race, but if you're 6 laps down, then I can understand that you might get
what
first.
Race? The next car behind you is another 10 laps down the road. The next car in front of you is 5 laps up the road. There's no point. I think you just realized that as well.
But I was going to say, on the other hand as well, it could just be a case of frustration as well, and thinking I don't want to get out of the way because my race has already been ruined. But if that was me, I would probably play the sensible game and just move out of the way.
Well, he has done just that, and now we see the two Mercedes again going side by side down the front stretch, and this time Beaver's got him, but he's got to swing out wide, and he's going to touch the grass. Hang on, buddy. Just keeps it on the racetrack.
Yeah, I was going to say, just managed to hold that, and thankfully he never got flustered by that. As you saw, he caught the grass there, and I thought he was going to spin or go off, but somehow he managed to keep it on the track.
Great driving there from all of those GTM drivers in order to keep these cars up on the racetrack. And I think now we can finally start to settle into a big rhythm here with this battle starting to develop even further. Well, hang with us for a while, and then we'll take a ride on board to the, one of the drivers elsewhere in the field. Want to see still if Erksoy is going to be able to mount a charge on Steinhoff here anytime soon. Dangler Performance had a while to try to make the lunge, and eventually MSP took it from them. Erksoy is closing a little through the straight, but I don't think enough to really mount an offensive on Steinhoff anytime soon. He is closing. I mean, down to what, 0.3 of a second there, a quarter of a second. Ryan Steinhoff still, he thought about making the move to the outside, and
Yeah,
I think almost beat him to it.
I think his best opportunity to make a move is possibly on that banking because, yeah, as we know that Ford Mustang has got great sightline speed, and I think he's thinking about going for a move. He thought about going for the move, but Steinhoff runs wide. He might be able to get the move done this time around.
Yeah, he thought about it, but then Going Racing put them 3 wide. He was forced to back out, but the good news was Steinhoff went out wide, and that did upset the run, but not enough for Erksoy to actually get a run going. The Vulture Motorsports Ford Mustang GT3 continuing to close in on Ryan Steinhoff. It's a great battle for fifth. I mean, this has been going on. This battle for fifth has been going on for hours now, and it's been shown no signs of going away.
Yeah,
It's been a rotating cast, but it's always been there.
Yeah, it's been a great battle, and I think Steinhoff as well. Your Erksoy, it's just he's probably getting frustrated, thinking, how can I get by this car? But it's just a case of you've got to try and force the driver in front of you to make a mistake. But fair play to Steinhoff as well. He's been handling this pressure fantastically.
Down to a 10.5. The MSP, number 33, under fire. Here goes the Mustang, taking advantage of Vision One Motorsports, a lap into 33. Oh boy, Steinhoff tries to pinch Erksoy in. They weren't having it though. Vulture Motorsports alongside with the MSP number 33, down the backstretch towards turn 9. We've had a problem with Orovech, Granger, Tranquilli. Gross is off the road right now as we speak. So there's been a big incident somewhere. We'll keep tabs on this battle for now and get to that in a moment. Vulture Motorsports, can they finally get through on Mayor Simsby Performance? Side by side through one. They've got it.
Yeah, Steinhoff thought about going for a switchback, but just I think he thought better of it.
Kyle Granger just, oh my goodness, there was a few of them that went around there.
Yeah, was that one of the digital chicane Ferraris that was off track as well?
Yeah, that was Orovech that had gone off the road. And that's because Skowers turned him and then turned himself.
So, that was so unfortunate because what number of car is that? That's I'm trying to find out the number.
Oh boy, and then Ronald Grosch being bullied out by one of the Fisher Motorsports GT Pros.
That was a bit naughty.
It's right on board here with Gross with that.
I wonder if that was a case of the Fisher Motorsport Porsche they were approaching him under braking. I think it might be.
That was unnecessary. What was that all about?
That was probably best I keep quiet about that.
They can't just turn like they're not there.
It was just a case of moving across under braking and just not bothering to check his mirrors.
Well, we've gotten ourselves with a solid drive for now in this one. What do you think here, Ryan? Should we take a look with the LMP2 leader or the GTP leaders?
I'm trying to think. I would probably say, I'm not just saying it because I love the car, but I would say LMP2.
Sounds like a plan to me. We're right on board with Piers Stockton and the LMP2 leaders. Take you for a few laps while we give our voices a rest. 2 hours, 41 minutes, and 40 seconds to go on Greenfly TV. back to Green Flag TV. We are under our now second safety car period of the afternoon. That one coming out just as we were riding on board with Piers Stockton. While we were doing that, Damian Banky had this little moment. Had to wait for a long while before he was able to get that car fired up and rolling again. Just trying to wait for a safe spot to rejoin. And there's not a lot of those when the field gets so spread out. Remember, he's on the apex of a very blind corner. It's not like he can just throttle it up. Because if the angle is at, if he throttles up, he's immediately going counter course and just poses an even bigger threat. So, I mean, this is agonizing for you as a driver, right, Ryan? I mean, you're struggling to find a spot. Eventually, he just decided to back it up and pull a three-point turn instead.
Yeah, it's one of those corners that basically, like you say, it's a blind corner, so you can't really, even if you're spun, you can't see the cars coming, and if his car's coming round, they can't see the cars on the inside of the corner, so it's a blind spot and you can't really see anything. So I think he done a sensible thing there, backing the car up, and just keeping it out of harm's way and just trying to get going safely again. So that was a good heads-up driving by him.
First round of wave-by is currently taking place. As all the drivers that are a lap down get one of those laps back. So while we got a safety car period, so the order's not going to change. So this is, I feel, a great time, as good a time as ever. Let's do another rundown through your field. Ryan, do you want to kick us off with the GTPs?
Yep, I can do that. So leading the GTPs is the 51 World of Sim Racing, and then behind then you've got the number 3 MSP car with Carl Burney at the wheel, with the Bikes Online DS Racing in third, and then you've got NGC Esports Team by Rubis Gas in fourth, and then Team Hardcore, who are currently just pitted, in fifth, with Hack Racing in sixth. Seventh is the Grizzly Motorsports with the MV Skinlab DS Racing car, and rounded out that class in 19th is the Visser Motorsport Porsche GTP, currently the last of the runners in that class.
Here Stockton leads the way for LMP2, and then it's Ryan Ware for Rising Panda Racing, bringing it up for an RPR 1-2, going racing, and has just put Jack Hedgecox into the car for the first time. They are running in third right now. Mikko Loikkanen running in fourth, had some problems when he came out of pit row, but he has since gotten those issues sorted. Tri-State Racing running nose to tail. They go fourth and fifth, with Chris Cadiz just behind in the number 5 spot. Kyle Granger for Scours SS Racing sits in sixth place. Vulture Motorsports and Jason Ehrenberg is in 7th place, with Damian Banky down in 8th. Travis Linscomb Hatfield from Fisher Motorsports is in 9th. And then, of course, you've got GSC Racing Esports and Rusty Spatulas Racing, both marked as DNFs for your LMP2 field.
And then leading the GT Pro class at the moment is the 69 of the North Sim Racing, with the 44 Fisher Motorsport Porsche in second, with the Delta Racing DTD rounding out the top 3, and then you've got World of Sim Racing in fourth, with the Kinetic Racing VSCA currently in fifth, with the TFR DTD, who have just pitted, I believe, in sixth, and then Fisher Motorsport with the Porsche with the 84 in seventh, with the 8th currently Digital Spirit DS Racing, and basically RPM Racing in 9th as well. They rounded out the runners in that class.
Ethan Swan brings it up for the number 1 spot for Digital Chicane for the number 93. It's off of the SS Racing, splitting a Digital Chicane 1-2. They sit second and third for the other Digital Chicane car. The DS Racing Esports team number 555 is in the number 4 spot, coming down to pit road along with Earl Eriksoy for Vulture Motorsports. Ryan Steinhofer MSP is in 6th place, with Paul Romanitsky in 7th. Aaron Beaver for MSP is in 8th, with Justin Delano in the number 9 spot for Vulture Motorsports. Merlin Mark Wolf for Wolf Motorsports Racing starts in 10th, and then Ronald Gross for Real Pixel Motorsports is in 11th. So this is actually great timing, because now we've got pit stops underway for most of your prototype field and some of the GTs as well.
Absolutely. So some of the GTPs and LP2 cars are using this advantage to dive into the pits, and they the LMP2 leader is in the pits as well, along with yeah, basically several other LMP2s and GTP cars as well. So, and the leader, is, by the looks of it, is making a driver change, and it looks like the number 3 MSP GTP car is doing a full service, but I think they're going to keep, if I'm correct, they're going to keep Kyle Burnett in the car. So maybe trying to get as much of his driving time out of the way as possible, and then stuck in Peterson for the end.
Quite a few drivers hopping into new cars. Danny Fonte is back into the car. You've got Tyler Campbell and Daniel Keane into their own cars for GTP. Further down in GT Pro, Daniel Gruber's into the car for Vision Motorsports. Abad back into the car for World of Sim Racing. Swaby stays in for Kinetic. Banky stays in for LMP2, for the LMP2 field. Not a lot of changes in your LMP2 field. And not a lot further in your GTM pack as well. So with that all said and done, first run of pit stops is now complete. They'll catch up to the tail end of this field. Rising Panda Racing still out behind the iRacing safety car, along with others further up the road. Well, Ryan, it's 2.5 hours to go, and heads up there.
That was it. I thought I was going to end up in a big incident there. Everyone was checking up. Yeah, I thought it was that was pretty sketchy.
Yeah, don't want to do that too often. Currently leading the way, it is Rui Souza at the head of the pacing line. We'll get a lap back and be back onto the lead lap with the ability to fight for some of these top spots as well. So this is good news for him. Looking as though, unless they do some resorting, it'll be Ethan Swan and the Digital Chicane 93, who may very well take us back to the green flag. That'll be an interesting one, especially with only 2.5 hours to go.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's Ethan Swan in the 93, if it's them, it leads off the restart after the safety car pulls in. I think there's going to be a bit of mayhem with GTPs and LMP2 cars coming through, but also a bit of a mixture with both classes being together.
Well, we've had some good runs so far this afternoon. Let's give a chit chat to some of the other drivers around the field. We often talk to some of the Digital Chicane runners. We don't often get the chance to speak to some of the drivers that are in some of the GT, the LMP classes, the prototype classes. There we go. Found what I was trying to say. We'll get the chance to talk to one now, as we will bring up Thomas Fisher, driver of the number 216, into the broadcast booth. And, well, Thomas, you guys currently run 6th place with this safety car. You're able to bunch things back up and should be looking good to try to make a run at the top 5 here still.
Yeah. No, it should be a fun time. Obviously, not where we were earlier, but after we've just started actually, we've just got the wave by now to get our lap back. So that should definitely help us, and then long way to go. So we'll see where we can end up.
The restarts at this racetrack have proved to be a bit of a tricky affair, and of course you guys are going to be a little bit further back in the field with this one, so you're going to have a lot of traffic ahead of you that you're going to have to work your way around. You want to have a good restart here. So what's going to be the game plan for these final 2.5 hours or so?
Don't die. I mean, we saw obviously on the last restart, we were able to get lucky and capitalize and move up from 11th to 2nd on the last restart. Given that the field seems to be a little bit more spread out throughout the pack now, I don't think that'll be the case. But we also saw the amount of carnage that happened on the last restart, how many 3 or 4 wide situations there were. So the main idea now will just be keeping our nose clean and trying to get to the end, which learn from mistakes that we've made previously in the race, and try and not make them again.
Kind of looking long term for you guys here in this one. This Vulture Motorsports LMP2 is a bit of a new addition to this field. We've been seeing you guys running primarily for the GT classes for the most part, but with this Vulture car now officially on the grid and in full force, where do you think things are going to be looking for you once we get a little bit deeper into the season here and to the season finale in a couple weeks?
Yeah, so the plan is to continue to run this 216 through next race, and then from then we'll decide what will happen for next year. Because the idea behind this entry to begin with is, we had a couple of guys who were interested in racing in prototypes, and then so I was asked to come back to the series, and then to help these guys get used to what it's like to race in these prototypes, to eventually hopefully make a run at the GTP slot. So we're using this as kind of as a learning opportunity for the guys, get them adapted to prototypes a little bit more. So, sorry, the guys are singing in the Discord. I have to stop them from singing because they're singing to distract me currently.
Oh, good.
So I have to figure out how to stop that. They're singing to mock me and crack me up in the iRacing chat. I've muted them.
What were they singing?
They were singing All By Myself. And
Well, you're not all by yourself. You got us here at least.
Exactly. Oh god, this is okay. Now they're addressing me directly. This isn't working. Hang on. There you go. I've muted. I've muted Michael Kalaga now, so that should help.
I've learned. Here's a tip for you, Thomas. I've learned the hard way, having run in situations like this. If you try to stop them, it's only going to get worse. You just got to live with it.
Yeah. I remember I used to do some broadcasting back in the day, and it used to be that people would, come into my broadcasting room and make silly faces and stuff. So I thought I was past the days of cracking up at that, but it turns out when it's when you can't hear yourself think because it's so loud, it's quite difficult. Right, where was I? I can't remember.
Well, I will say, it looks like we're about to go green here, so we'll let you get back to work. It's about to get busy, but I wish you the best of luck out there on the restart.
Right, I'll speak to you guys in a bit.
Oh,
I'll come back in. I'll come back in and we'll talk about it later. Bye-bye.
Thomas Fisher from Ultra Motorsports will return to try to tame the Horde. Meanwhile, green flag back in the air, 2 hours, 20 minutes to go. And it's an early jump. How about that? Already Ryan Ware to the point early on in this one, as he'll lead the field down to turn number one. He can try to really get a good getaway now with the lead for LMP2. And the rest of the field getting through double file behind, and so far, so clean.
Yeah, that was a good heads-up restart by Ryan Ware. I think he realised he needed to try and get by the GT traffic as quickly as possible before all the concertina and the pack getting bunched up together happened. And he took the opportunity and pounced straight away.
Big battle on right now for the GTP race leaders. Danny Fonte trying to battle back as Souza took the lead from him in the early complex of this racetrack. The number 51, though, on a tear so far, cutting through all of this GT traffic. And behind the battle as well for third, and LMP2 between Hedgecox and Cadiz.
Yep, and it was like we might have a change of position in LMP2. They've got a GTP car coming around outside of them, and it looks like we may have a position change heading into turn one. Can Hedgecox get the move done? They're side by side.
Good drive down the inside for Hedgecox, able to hang on ahead of Cadiz. We're still in the early stages of these restarts where everything is packed up line astern and nobody is able to really find their footing. Machado trying to hang on against Daniel Gruber, fresh into the car for Fisher Motorsports under that last safety car. So this is Gruber's real first green flag laps of the afternoon. He's having a time of it trying to get back around some of those cars up the road. Oh, trouble, Ethan Swan! The race leader for GTM is off the road and into the wall.
Oh, it's so unfortunate for him. He was having a great run in that 93 car, and this is not. Well, I know they've got the halfway points, but this is bad news for their the Endurance Cup title hopes.
The good news is there's not as big of a point spread in the Endurance Cup, so they might be able to still survive at that one, but it's going to put a dent in it for sure. Here's the fight for third. Cadiz trying to get around the outside of Jack Hedgecock. Down to turn number 1, side by side. Cadiz deeper on the brakes, but Hedgecock battles him out, forces him out wide, and hangs on to third.
Oh, I have no idea how Hedgecock's held on to that, but it's looked at the
tires.
Yeah, I was going to say it looked like a case of cold tires, because when he got in the power on the exit, or corner exit, he just lost it and went into the wall. But it was so unfortunate, because that 93 car, they were having a great run.
And now Hedgecock's able to get some GTP traffic in the form of the Grizzly Motorsports machine to help him out big time by getting in the way of his opponents. Oh, and now one of the MSP cars is off. Aaron Beaver, a driver that's been so strong all day, now off the road. And that's at turn 6.
Yeah, and he was trying to rejoin safely there, trying to stay out of the way. And yeah, again, I think it's maybe a case of it was an LMP2 car that tried to. That was hard luck, because Beaver turned into the corner and they got tagged by an LMP2 car.
Just a late dive overall, and that was not the way at all that they were hoping to have that go down. Meanwhile, battles on for second, third, and fourth. As North Sim Racing, Delta Racing, and Fisher Motorsports are all under a blanket. Further behind, more battles for position. Vulture Motorsports gets around MSP, and actually both Vulture cars on the moves. They both make up spots down the same straightaway to turn number 1.
Yep, so yeah, great moves by them, and I'll be interested to see if Vulture Motorsports can pull away now. But the battle for second in class is going on as well. It looks like actually, I was just looking at the class positions there. It looks like the number 6 car at TFR Porsche is in the class lead already. Got a 3-second gap, but behind him they've got the battle for second place going on between North Sim Racing, Delta Racing, Fisher Motorsport, and the World of Sim Racing team.
Tranquility still staying out ahead of Vinicius Machado. This has been a great battle for second place here in the GT Pro category, but it looks like it is starting to break apart a little bit. You still have a fight for fourth, though, between Fisher Motorsports and World of Sim Racing team. They're sitting about 4/10 of a second separate. It's Daniel Gruber and Alex Gonzalez-Abad for the World of Sim Racing crew. What a wild ride this has been in your GT field off of this restart. The prototypes quickly breaking apart.
Yeah, World Sim Racing team went for the move on Fisher Motorsport, and that was a bit of a one of the GT Pro cars just had an issue. The 992 of TX Zera had an issue, and it ended up falling back slightly.
Oh, and that's with help from the Wolf Motorsports car, who again, 6 laps down, well, 5 laps down now, just from his own class leader, let alone a GT Pro. The one saving grace I think that the Wolf Motorsports cars got with that one is the fact that that car that he just turned was actually behind him in the running order by about another lap.
And it's such an easy thing to do in that corner, because you're carrying so much speed. The car in front of you might brake just that slight bit earlier. You're carrying more speed, and you end up tagging the car in front of you and tagging them around. And then, as you saw the 992, that unfortunately happened. But back up at the front in GTP, you've got the battle for the lead between Salza and Fonte going on at the moment, and Salza's just eked out a bit of a gap ever so slightly.
Not a lot, though. Still enough that if he makes a mistake, Fonte could easily run that gap back down. They're coming around through turns 9 and 10. Onto the front stretch. Sousa continuing to pull clear down into turn number 1. I think Fonte is going to need some lap traffic if he wants to get a run at the DS Race Esports team car in the race lead.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because Salzer's doing a good job at the moment holding on to that lead, and just seems to be getting a good exit on most of these corners. And also as well, he's probably managing to use that hybrid system a lot better as well. Maybe braking earlier to recharge that hybrid and make sure he's got loads of hybrid for the back straight and the banking. He's come up to GT traffic now, and can Salzer get by before the hairpin? Yes, he can. And it looks like Fonte tries to get by as well, but he gets held up ever so slightly.
GTM's got a lot of big battles started to develop. You got Ryan Steinhoff trying to get back around Earl Eriksson. You've also got Dang Performance's Paul Romaninski in the battle as well. And whoa, boy, a big lunge to the inside, off the road. Ooh. And now all three of them are around. Vulture escapes the melee. And now they're still piling in there. Real Pixel Motorsports just barely cuts through the middle.
Yeah, that was a hard luck.
Boy.
Yeah, I would love to see a replay of that, because it was a good battle, but I think it was just a case of...
Vulture sent it in, Dangle got scared out wide, and then MSP tried to take advantage and just didn't happen that way.
Yeah, I saw what MSP were trying to do. They were trying to take advantage, and unfortunately, they get clipped slightly by the Real Pixel Motorsport Lamborghini. But yeah, it's just unfortunate. Both of them tried to go for the same. Both it. Oh, that was just a racing incident for me.
That is such a tough move to make. Let's ride aboard with Eriksson through the helmet camera. I don't even think that was an intentional attempt at an overtake. I think he just overshot the braking point a little bit.
Yeah, it was like I was saying before, it's such an easy thing to do because you're carrying so much speed, and you want to try and brake late as possible. And yeah, unfortunately, that battle just went, or that incident just unfortunately happened.
Man, look! Oh, he did get into it just a bit with the MSP car. That could have been an easy race ender, though. He did a great job to slow it down, but you know what? It might have been too little too late as he's back down to pit road. And driving straight through, that's a drive-through penalty. Battle's also on for the GTM lead as Patrick Boylard attacking Matthew Orvich.
Yep, and Orvich has got the run, and he might be able to try and make the move. I thought Boylard was going to try and squeeze him onto the apron there, but he thinks better of it and leaves just enough room as both of them are trying to do a bit of side drafting.
A great battle for position here as they work off of NASCAR turn 4 and turn 10, back down and in towards turn number 1. Looking like Orvich manages to hang on, but what a titanic defense that was. Take a look. This is how the battle started, with a big lunge down the inside at turn 8. And now a fight for third is on in LMP2. Cadiz trying to block in Hedgecox.
Yes, Hedgecock's going to manage to try and take the position, but he's thinking about it. This is
Oh, they're playing games here. Oh no!
Oh, you know what I was going to say, Nolan? I was going to describe this LMP2 battle like that battle heading down to turn 1. I was going to describe it like a game of the LMP2 chess.
I mean, that's exactly what that was. They kept on trying to pinch each other in with the lap traffic, and it ended up going the way perfectly of Jack Hedgecox there. When we take a look at this, all the way coming around through the final corner here, you see Cadiz closing on Hedgecox so much with a big run of draft. Goes around the outside. Now watch here. He tries to hold him low to force him to check up with the DS Racing Porsche. Leaves just enough room for them to make it through. And then Hedgecox happily repays the favor with the Kinetic Racing Porsche just up the road.
Yeah, I think that was good heads up driving by Hedgecox there. He pinched him in behind the Porsche there, and that was a good smart move.
That was a great battle. Talk about strategizing with that one. Fight's on for 6th as well in the LMP2 field. Sorry. goodness. I love restarts in this series. The races just come alive. Kinetic Racing off the road as well. And here's the battle for second in GT Pro.
Yep, as they head up to the hairpin now, and yeah, the 69 Porsche just hold on to that position for the moment, and got to say, this number 12 Delta Racing BMW has had a bit of a I was going to say quiet race. They've kind of just been going about their business, just keeping out of trouble, and they're still inside the top 3 at the moment in class.
And they've been having a great show of it out here. North Sim Race has been having a good time. And now they're within a second and a half of Torque Freak Racing up the road for their class lead. So John Goodwin could be under threat here before too long. Ryan, I'm really excited to see how this race is going to come to a conclusion. I mean, this has been a phenomenal drive all race long. I could not have asked for a better run at Homestead Miami Speedway. I was a little skeptical, I will admit, when I saw this racetrack on the schedule entering this year. But boy, oh boy, any skeptical notions I might have had about how good of a racing it would be have been completely tossed out the window. This has been awesome all day long. Vulture Motorsports and Scours S Racing going at it as well. And again, we check in on the time, 6:18 a.m. Sunrise, less than an hour away.
Yep, yeah, regarding this race, it's been a fantastic race. There's been plenty of great battles in every class so far, and some incidents and some little accidents from time to time, but regarding the track, I think for me it's one of my favourites in iRacing. It doesn't get used a lot, which I think is sad, because it always produces great racing, and I think this race so far has definitely proved that point. This track is a good multi-class racing track.
I mean, even the oval configuration here is fantastic. I mean, I can't think of a race that I've ever had here where it hasn't been phenomenal. I mean, there are some absolutely great races that we've had all season long. And I know for a fact that these drivers, they're having a good time out there as well. You could tell they are loving this racetrack. A lot of road course oval hybrids get a lot of flack for being boring and bland. I know the Kansas one gets a lot of flack for that. Iowa, of course, gets a lot of hate. Homestead, not so. It's a good racetrack.
Indeed, and this battle still going on as well between these two cars as they further at the front in LP2. This battle for 6th place is going on between Vulture Motorsports and Scours S Racing, and yeah, there's not just racing up at the front in every class, but there's great racing further back in the field as well, and I'm loving it.
The GTPs have broken apart. The GTMs have broken apart for the most part. So you got to fight in LMP2 and you got to fight in GT Pro. Those are the big ones going on right now. Scours S Racing running again the higher downforce setup, so they're capable of just running down Vulture Motorsports coming around through this infield section. But as soon as they hit the oval, they start to lose all of that time all over again. And who knows how long they're going to take before they start to really make another move for something here. Damian Benke has had a problem. Oh, there he is. Just at the edge of the shot.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to him here. I wonder if it's a slight contact here. It's heading up to the double right-hander, and
not quite. He locked the rears trying to keep it out of Fisher up the road.
Yeah, and it's such an easy mistake to do, because if you brake hard with these GTP cars or LMP2 cars, you can lock the rears up and it just causes you to spin around. But as we go free wide into the banking, there is the Fisher Motorsport Porsche and a Ford Mustang going at it in class, and yeah, that was a bit dicey there. But as you come across the line, it's the 84 car still. No, sorry, the LMP2 I was looking at. The 216 and 48 cars are still pretty much going at it.
They're going to be broken apart, though, as a result of that mess, and I can't say I'm terribly surprised by it. I mean, we were kind of expecting for that to take hold before too long, but still got other battles throughout the racetrack that are looking tight. You've got, of course, the battle for 4th place in the LMP2 the GTM categories. Again, you got 4th going on in GT Pro. You've got 2nd in GT Pro as well. There are still some battles to be excited about around on the racetrack and places elsewhere. Even the battle for the race lead started to get a little bit closer in LMP2. And oh, what's happened to Vulture? Vulture Motorsports has lost 1.3 seconds on this lap alone. They've had a major holdup somewhere. Trying to go back and find a look on what happened. I mean, they're all clear, so where did they lose all of this time? Or is that all just from Scourers trying to run them down with a higher downforce setup? It looks like it was oh, they went a little bit wide right there. They really had a bad run through turn 8.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looked like it was on the entry into the hairpin, and they just got on the marbles, and yeah, that compromised their exit, and that was unfortunate because they had a decent gap, but it's basically made them fall into the clutches of Scourus S's Racing.
They can thank the lucky stars. They had almost a 1.5 second gap to work with leading up to that, and now they're going to go deep again. Here comes Scourus, cutting to the inside, using GT Pro traffic as a pick. Scourus is up to the next spot, and Vulture immediately has the summer with them cutting across the cover off the road, so they can't get the crossover.
Yeah, and yeah, again compromises exit there, and it's just such an easy mistake to do because the marbles are kind of on the entry into the hairpin, which can kind of mess up their entry. But I think yeah, Vulture might have just got distracted by the GT traffic as well.
Jason Ahrensberg breaking clear of Kyle Granger. Chris Cadiz has had an off in the LMP2 field. And that's after contact with Real Pixel Motorsports turning them around. And then as well as that, Pierce Stockton finally made the pass on Rising Panda for the lead. And that came after Ware got a bit loose. Rising Panda 1-2 duo going for a position swap.
Yep, and yeah, again, just getting held up with the traffic here, and I was going to compromise their exit and get a bit of a slide on there, and that might give a chance to Scourus S's Racing to try and make a move, but Scourers not close enough. So I think this Vulture Motorsport car is maybe running to the lower downforce.
The Rising Panda 1-2 duo continuing their dominant run in the second half of this race as we cross over the 2 hours to go threshold. Still got a battle between Alex Gonzalez-Abad and Daniel Gruber. This is for 4th place in the GT Pro field. World of Sim Racing and Fisher Motorsports going up against one another. Having a pretty good fight of their own that's been within about 3/4 of a second over the last several laps.
Yep, and yeah, Fisher Motorsport not too far behind as well. They're about half a second behind. They behind as well with the sim racing team and heading up to the hairpin, and they got a bunch of traffic ahead of them, and also they've got some GT or basically prototype traffic come up to them. They're not too far away.
So Abad continuing to hang on for the time being, while Gruber running just a little ways behind in the number 5 position. All of this as we cross into the final third of the Miami Sunrise 6 hour this afternoon. Once again, only one race is left, and it comes on October the 5th for Petit Le Mans, where myself, Scott Rankin, and Ryan Walker will be on a rotating booth and taking you through all 10 hours of racing action for the season finale of the VSCA Sports Car Championship for the 2024 campaign. a big moment there for World Sim Racing, nearly cost them fourth.
Yeah, I thought they were going to get tagged there, Ray, when that GTP came through, but thankfully got away with it. As this battle for fourth and cross goes up to the hairpin again, and what are the sim racing doing good to stay in front of this Fussy Motorsport Porsche, and I think it's a case of this bit. As I thought the Fussy Motorsport Porsche was going to run into the back of them, but this BMW has got some good straight line speed, so that's probably helping them in a way.
Yeah, no doubt it's giving them a big helping hand right now. They got a pack of traffic behind them, though, that might be looking to close in before too long, so this battle might not stay this close for very long. I think if Gruber wants to get another run on a bod, he's got to make it quickly. He's not going to be able to hang on for too much longer here, especially if some more traffic comes through at that point, like right at this area of the racetrack. And you can see one of the, I think that's the HJC Racing GTP Cadillac just in the wings. So Gruber's got to get a move on if he doesn't want this battle to be interrupted again by lapping traffic.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with that, and I think even if even if Gruber can't get by, I think it might be a good thing to just stay behind them, save some fuel, or maybe when they get to the next pit stop, it might be worth them maybe just put him maybe 1 or 2 laps early and maybe try and just get out of traffic and see if they can try and get an undercut.
Well, the good news for Gruber is that HJC Racing Cadillac caught them at exactly the right opportunity. Doesn't hold him up at all, and now he can try to get a good draft run going all the way down this long stretch through turn 9, through turn 10, back around for turn 1. Is he going to look high? He sure is. Side by side for fourth in GT Pro. And taking that down the inside, it will still be Gonzalez Abad hanging on for one more.
Absolutely, and this battle for 5th place is still going on in LMP2. I thought there was going to be contact there. Yes, this battle is still going on, and Scowler's Aces Racing still can't get by, and again, as soon as they get onto this back straight and onto the bank, and it's just a case of, I was about to say that Vauxhall Motorsport car seems to have the slightly less downforce.
Yeah, I mean, Scowers, even in the draft, is still losing time to them. That Vulture Motorsports car is fully trimmed back, and there is just nothing that anybody behind him can do about it. I mean, that thing is on an absolute rocket ship down the straights. It's just in these corners. So long as he can keep that distance with some help from lap traffic behind, he should be able to keep this 5th place relatively secure throughout the rest of this run. Ryan Ware in a pit road for the LMP2s. He was your 2nd place runner.
Yep, and I think I've got a feeling that this 47 car will do a driver change. I think they've been doing it at every pit stop, and they pretty much just been doing single stints, and we'll see if the car disappears, they'll be doing a driver change for sure.
You called it.
As I said, that driver change is happening, so it's Ryan Ware out and Leffler into the car.
Jan-Philippe Weed having a problem. And is this... Nope, just lost that by himself. Team Hardcore Cadillac having a little off. That was down at turn 4. Luckily, didn't have too much of an incident that he had to worry about it too much.
Yep, there's this battle still going on as well, and it looks like someone else has possibly joined this battle by the looks of it. Sorry, I take it back. That's a GTM car.
It's the Digital Chicane Ferrari, yeah, that just came out of pit road and now is getting involved in the battle. ducks down the inside of the Fisher Motorsports machine, and that's not going to make Daniel Gruber a very happy camper unless that car can try to catch World of Sim Racing off guard. And as he tries to unlap himself, this could go the way of Gruber here, but Gruber's not too happy about it. You saw him flash the headlights behind, expressing some of that displeasure that his battle was just interrupted.
Indeed, and yeah, I was quite surprised no one by that. To be honest, the digital chicane car getting involved in this battle, I thought they would have been a little bit more courteous. But I guess it's one of those things. You're in a heat of battle, and you want to get by as quickly as possible.
Wants to make sure he doesn't lose too much time to his own battles. As more of the GTM runners start to come down to pit road, like Patrick Boiler for off in the SS Racing. And in fact, Boiler jumps out, Joseph Okapian jumps back in, and the World of Sim Racing car has just gone around in turn 2. Right as we cut away. Oh,
yeah,
don't tell me. Oh, no. Oh, I hope this doesn't go down the way I think it might have.
Yeah. That was just, I would have said that was hit. In a way, if I was World of Sim Racing, I would have backed out of that and just let them go. I mean, you're in a different class, but...
yeah, they make contact.
Yeah, that was door-to-door contact.
I hate to say it, but BMW left space. There was enough room. He had nowhere else he could go. He was right up against the curb when they made contact there. I get it. I mean, the digital chicane cars have been quick all day, but that's still a car that's in a faster class, and it's a lap ahead of you. Gotta have that awareness on the racetrack. Goodwin, Machado are both in, as is Matthew Orovich.
Yeah, so I think these teams, or basically both cars, will probably do a full service, and they... Oh, sorry, my bad. They're coming out the pit lane, so... Oh, it's a drive-through. What? I wonder what it's for. Is that for... Is that for entering a closed pit lane?
Might be.
Because we know what happened with the Mayor Simspeed GTP car and the World Sim Racing GTP car, I think.
They don't hand penalties out for that mid-race. All of that's post-race stuff. Kyle Granger getting around Jason Arensberg. This is Scours SS Racing making the pass on Vulture as Vulture swung way out wide into the marbles. Haven't submitted that issues while they were at it. But an easy pass there puts Granger up to the number 4 spot in LMP2.
Yep, the lead in the GTP at the moment is it's basically the lead is Sal's in the lead with a 4.5 second gap, so he's managed to pull away from Fonte in the World of Sim Racing GTP cars. The battle for 4th in the LMP2 car is going on between Scours, S's Racing and Volkswagen Motorsports, and I think Scours, S's Racing managed to get by not too long ago.
Yeah, that was the move though we had seen going on a little earlier. Visual Motorsports just unlapped themselves from this fighting duo. And Scours, trying to go back down the inside. He tried to re-lap Division 1 Motorsports Dallara. He's trying to put a big buffer between himself and Vulture Motorsports, as big a buffer as possible. It's a hard challenge to do though, especially when you get held up in a slower quarter like this. We'll see if Vulture's got an answer for him down the straight. Orvech coming to pit road. How about Vulture Motorsports closing in from a second back down to 2/10 by the time they get back around to turn 1?
Yeah, I was about to bring it up as well, and yeah, that gap came down dramatically, and as they headed down to turn 1, and yeah, that's crazy. But they've got another LMP2 car in front, and it looks like is that Lycanen?
It's one of the Division 1 cars. It's Damian Benke.
Okay, so he's further back. He's 4 laps down in class, I think. So so much action going on. It's hard for me to keep up. But yeah, this battle is it looks like the car in front just ran slightly late there. But this battle has been going on for what feels like an eternity.
Ehrenberg going to continue to try to reel this gap back in. He may have dropped back to 1.7 seconds, but now with all of this draft, his gap from this GTP runner closes the gap right back down under a second by the time they reach turn 1. He's got a big problem though, and that problem is the fact that he just doesn't have the cornering speed to continue to close in. He has to rely on that run from 9 to 1 just to get himself back up to the tail end. He's got to find something in the middle section of the racetrack for sure. Meanwhile, Danny Fonte, oh boy, the second place runner getting tipped by one of the tri-state cars.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to happen just from what I was watching. But this 216 car is still doing well in the LMP2, currently running the 5th at the moment with Arensberg at the wheel. And I spoke to one of the drivers earlier on, and that was a bit of a funny interview, Nolan. It's probably one of the most how can I put it, one of the funniest interviews I've done in my time.
You know, I do love it when teammates try to get in on the action without being in on the action. This is the beauty of endurance racing, right? Everybody can have a little bit of fun with it, especially in the middle portions.
As soon as I heard that, I was trying not to laugh live on air because it's probably one of the funniest interviews I've heard. But as Salza comes around the MSP, one of the MSP GT cars heading onto the home straight, and he's got that gap up to, with that spin of Fonte, he's got that gap up to about 13.7 seconds.
Well, once again, we are now with just an hour and 45 minutes to go. And once again, we're going to take the time to thank one last time in this broadcast Twinbush USA, your expert for automotive workshop equipment located north of Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twinbush, quality that convinces. Still under green flag conditions, an hour and 45 to go. We'll be back in a moment on Green Flag TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Green Flag TV. Just an hour and 37 minutes to go. You can see the sky is starting to brighten as the sun begins to rise over the Homestead Miami Speedway. A lot of fog seeming to be still in the air, and a lot of clouds as well. So this beautiful sunrise might be obscured. Here's Stockton having a little bit of a moment. Rising Panda number 46. Just goes for a lazy little slide down at turn 8. Pit stops, meanwhile, Ryan, are underway. Among those, Jan-Philippe Weed coming down from 3rd in GTP.
Yep, I was just about to say the pit stops are starting to happen now, and yeah, Weed has dived into the pits in third place, and I think they'll be doing a driver change as well by the looks of it. Again, it's a case of if the car disappears, it's going to be a driver change. And as I say that, it's a driver change, and it's Jacob Lehman jumping in for what I presume will be the finish.
Jacob Lehman into the car for the final hour and a half, give or take. Battle is on for the number 6 spot. As once again, Vulture Motorsports has breached by Scours SS Racing. That's Michael Kulaga, who's been able to get around Rain DeBoer. And this took place a couple of laps ago. Take a look. Just with all of that power and the lack of downforce, drove around the outside and made a great overtake on Scours SS Racing's Rain DeBoer.
Yeah, and again, this battle is still close as well. This battle's been going on for ages, and another pit stop happening as well. It's Fonte pitting from the lead in the 51 World of Sim Racing car with Kyle Berney for MSP. They diving into the pits behind in second place. So, and I wonder if they will do a driver change as well. Is it again? We'll keep an eye on them to see what happens. It's cars up in the jacks, and it looks like they're not doing a driver change, not for the 51 anyway. And it looks like the Fisher Motorsport GTP cars had an issue as well.
And Thomas Martin off the road. So we'll try to get a look on what happened here to Martin. Had he just come out of pit road there?
I was going to say, if that's out of pit road, I wonder if that's just a case of cold tires.
He did.
Yeah, cold tires.
Wow. That is wild.
And that's the thing with these GTP cars on as well. You've got to be very careful in the outlap on cold tires, because if you push too much, it'll bite you. And as we've seen there, Martin, they found it. Oh, holy.
Man, Rain DeBoer could get him. You remember how much better DeBoer is than Kulaga in the corners because of the higher downforce setup. He's going to take the spot away. Kulaga's got to take it back the hard way now through the oval and likely around the outside.
Indeed, and also as well, don't forget that Kulaga has got less downforce, so in a straight line he could just easily repass him.
Look at all of those dark clouds. Those are rain clouds overhead of us here. We talked about there not being a big chance of rain, but there was a slight one near the end of this race. And it was on the rise when we were looking at the forecast. The exact forecast that, at least the amount that we had for us, holding up my notes here again, cloud cover is at about 90%, which has definitely hit that point now. Our forecast goes to about 7, and at this point, the chance of rain does begin to rise. It peaks at around 9%. With the look of those clouds, though, I'd say it's a little higher than 9 right about now.
Yeah, I was going to say that the chance of rain is definitely increased, because when I looked at, same as you know, when I looked at the clouds and I thought, those clouds are definitely a lot darker. It looks like they've got a change. Oh, yeah. Oof.
It's the number 2 spot.
I thought I was going to be a bit of contact there, but Rising Panda racing with the 47 and they Go Win Racing in third place with the 18 of being close together. I was watching them for quite a few laps, and they've been batting away for a long time anyway. And I think Go Win Racing, if they can't get by, it could be a good idea just to sit behind and do a bit of fuel saving as one of the Fisher Motorsport GTP cars is coming round to lap time.
Ryan, you've got access to the in-sim radar, I believe. What is the radar telling us right now in regards to these clouds?
The in-sim radar it's not telling me the exact rain percentage, but it's interestingly enough, it's saying was it mostly cloudy. So I don't know if that's a good hint of possibly rain on the way.
Well, if there's rain on the radar, there's rain on the way. that's what they say.
So I'll be keeping an eye on that. But yeah, interested to see if rain does arrive at any point. Rain.
Sorry to cut you off. Rising Panda Racing under some heavy fire from Going, and Going actually went into the door of the Fisher Motorsports car to try to make this aggressive launch. They are trying to go for the number 2 spot. Jack Hedgecock to the inside, just picks off Michael Loeffler, and the number 2 spot goes back the way of Going.
Yeah, that was a good move, but it looks like Go Win Racing's got a run again with the 18. They've got a good run with Hedgecock's as well. Hedgecock's has gone around Loeffler's gone around the GT car, and it looks like Hedgecock's has got the run, but he's just not close enough to try and make any moves. He's being borked big time.
Well, the big problem right now that Rising Panda Racing has is, the big problem that Hedgecock has is it's just like the battle between Galaga and DeBoer. One of these cars is outfitted for straight line speed, especially on the oval. And right now, that car is in the lead. That's not good for Going, considering he's got to battle his way through so much lap traffic. That's why he's so desperate on the road course to get by him.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. You want to try and get in front of a car before you get onto that back straight in the banking, because if a car behind you's got less wing, that means more straight line speed. And Going tries to do a bit of a switch back, and again just tried to get a good exit, but again, Nolan, it's just a case of that Rising Panda LMP2 car's just got slightly less downforce. That means slightly less downforce means less drag, means you've got more straight line speed.
And look at him pulling away down the straight here. From half a second up to over a full second. And I mean, this is when Hedgecock is being pulled along with the draft. He knows he cannot fight that car on the oval. He has to fight him on the road course. That's the only time he can make that pass work, and he slides it out, and that's going to cost him precious time.
Yeah, he's definitely pushing for sure, and it looks like the world of the sim race and the GT cars, they had an off, and Jesus,
they both did.
They both did. A bit of synchronised going off in turn 1. That was it looked like he just got caught out there, caught out in the marbles.
Oh my! That is Hatfield off again.
Yeah, Hatfield in the 14 Fisher Motorsport LMP2 car, just getting caught out under braking there and having to take avoiding action.
Under an hour and a half to go off the SS Racing and Digital Chicane, both under a big blanket right now. And there goes Digital Chicane, number 93. Ryan Kaprowski round the outside of Joseph Akapian. And he's going to slam on the binders, and the number 93 is going to look to take that spot away.
Yep, took that fourth position there, and that was a good, what was the 84 Fussell Motorsport Porsches off in turn 1, and yeah, this car's been in the wars for sure.
Oh boy, into the grass a little bit on entry to turn 2, and had no hope of slowing that down.
And I want. So go ahead, Noel.
Goins caught back up to Rising Panda while Rain DeBoer is off the racetrack. So the incidents are racking up quickly all of a sudden as the track heats up. Oh man! And that's just a bunch of lap traffic left with nowhere to go. And we could be looking at a three-way fight here for the LMP2 race lead before long, because both second and third, they're catching Pierce Stockton, who's only 9/10 up the road.
Absolutely, and yeah, going back to the point about the chances of rain, I'm just looking at the forecast, or conditions from about 7 o'clock onwards until the end of the race, and yeah, the highest chance of precipitation is round about 6%, which is between 9:15 and 9:30 a.m. So yeah, will we have a slight chance of rain? It's a small chance, but you never know, anything can happen.
And there you saw Jack Hedgecock's running into the back of Michael Loeffler. So this battle for second just got real physical coming around through turn number 3, sorry. I don't feel like Loeffler is going to be showing much quarter here once they get around to the oval, and he's able to run him down, and he stuffs it in and nearly cleans him out in turn 8. We've got GT pit stops underway as well, just so everybody's aware, but right now this battle not what we want to cut away from.
Yeah, this is a fantastic battle between these two. These two have been pretty much going at it for ages now, and again, it looks like Loeffler's took the position again, and Hedgecock's is closed it right up under brake, and he's definitely pushing for sure as he's going for the move up inside. Ooh, that was a bit of a squeezy going on.
Oh, and again pushed out to the other side of the racetrack. The LMP2s have absolutely no chill right now, as Jack Hedgecock and Loeffler nearly take each other out several times. They're trying to beat and bang like they're at Bowman Gray Stadium in LMP2 cars. And I think finally Loeffler is going to be able to have the advantage here when they get around to the oval. He can get himself some breathing room. But my goodness, Hedgecock's showing the aggression in the late stages.
Yeah, I had a feeling that the aggression was going to go up about when it got to around about the 1 hour 30 remaining mark, or around about 2 hours left, because yeah, this is pretty much the go time, and yeah, Loeffler's managed to pull away ever so slightly, with Hedgecock's being held up slightly. But yeah, I have to say, no, this is fantastic stuff.
We'll watch if this battle closes in again. For now, Christoph Limprecht going off for the Wolf Motorsports Ford. Just a lazy spin through turn 2. And Jack Hedgecock's caught lap traffic at the worst possible point. And that, I think, has just done it in. I think Loeffler's got second place secured, unless there's some serious problems that overcome him in the last hour and 24 minutes.
Yeah, and just behind him as well is the Fisher Motorsport LMP2 car behind them, but he's probably, yeah, he's a few laps down anyway, so not really in contention. But yeah, that battle with Hedgecock and Loeffler was fantastic stuff, and as we look at the Fisher Motorsport Porsche, I should say, starting to close down on the number 6 Torque Freak Racing Porsche of John Goodwin and Neil Middleton. So yeah, this, I have to say as well, on this Torque Freak Racing Porsche has done well to get back up into the top 3, considering they were pretty much quite far back in the early stages of the race.
Last time by, Daniel Gruber closed in a second on Jonathan Dance. So if he can continue to close this gap down, he should be in for a good run. He already closed in by 8 to 9 tenths of a second on lap 197, 198 alone, 199 and 200. They were both coming down through pit stops, so they're a little, it's a bit difficult to gauge things, right? So that's how, that's where everything shakes up right now. And in fact, Dance actually is off cycle. He last pitted about 20 laps ago. So this isn't a battle that's going to be hanging around for too much longer.
Yeah, I was going to say as well that Torque Freak Racing car is pretty much out of sequence with regards to the pit strategy. So the upcoming pit stop is not too far away, as I think. Are they diving into the pits this lap around? No, they're not. So, but their next pit stop's not too far away by the sounds of it. So, and I completely forgot that Jonathan Dance was part of this lineup as well. So, yeah, this team's been doing a good job to kind of just do their thing and just try and get back up to close to the front as much as they can. But I think the pit sequence, or basically pit schedule, is a bit out of sync.
Chris Cadiz for Tri-State Racing comes down to pit road with an hour and 22 minutes to go. Still another stop or two left for your LMP2 field before they can call themselves safe to the end. This battle for second right now in your GT Pro field. The lone battle on the racetrack within a second. Fisher Motorsports, Torque Freak Racing. Two teams that have come together numerous times for some great grudge matches this season. And now looking for another solid drive.
Yeah, and it looks like the Fisher Motorsport team's got a run on Dance, and Dance goes. Oof! I thought Dance was going to the inside there to try and defend. If I was him, I would have defended that position. But on the other hand, he's probably been told by his team that it's probably not worth fighting Groover and the Fisher Motorsport team, Porsche. Should say they're a bit out of sync with the strategy.
Justin Delano has had problems. So the Vulture Motorsports Ford Mustang GT3 with an issue. He's right behind the number 84 Fisher Motorsports GT Pro, loose on the entry. And he actually just brought it to a stop to try to avoid an incident. Take another look at this. Let's ride on board.
Yeah, but it looks like he went for the move. Did he go for it? He lost on the braking actually. Yeah, he caught the grass on the braking, and they done a good job to keep control of that and not from running into the back of the 44.
That was a great job to hang on to that race car. Huge props to Justin Delano with that one. That could have been a big one for both cars. They did a good job on surviving that unscathed. This battle between second and third in GT Pro is still nice and tight. No signs of Torque Freak Racing pitting soon. Fisher Motorsports, of course, having just come down to pit road a few laps ago. They're looking to have themselves a great drive as they continue to work their way around through turn numbers 1 and 2. Manuel Meyer off the road. And now, that's just one of the DS Racing Esports GTPs. Getting around some LMP2 traffic for on-track position. Currently running 9th in the GTP standings.
Yeah, and as we look at the 47 Going Racing, or basically second of the Rising Panda Racing cars, this team's been doing a good job as well. They're 1-2 in the class at the moment, so it's been a good race by them so far, and I think if they get a 1-2 in class, they would be very happy with that.
Understandably so. I mean, that's not something to shrug off at all when you've had as eventful of a race as these guys have had this afternoon. It has not been an easy drive by any stretch of the means.
Yep, and I think, yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see who they stick in for the finish of the race with both these cars. But I think Stockton and Loeffler are probably the two drivers that will take them to the finish, I believe. As we'll look at the leader of the race, I think it is 88 of Espadina. And this team's pretty much been in the action as well, but kept out of trouble, and they're in the lead of the race so far, and they've got a good 17-second gap between them and the 51 World of Sim Racing GTP car, as well as the tracks, or basically the sky's starting to get a little lighter now, and there's still dark clouds in the sky though, and so yeah, I think most of these drivers are maybe hoping not to have any chance of rain, or basically if they do have rain, hopefully it waits until after the race.
You know, Espadina and his crew, I mean, they did not have a stellar qualifying effort. In fact, it was actually a pretty poor effort, all things considered. They started this race way back in 5th, so qualifying did not go their way, but they really managed to turn things around for the race. And now running in the #1 spot with an 18-second gap. That is a really good feat for these guys. And they could be in with a shout for this car's first win of the season.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, you know, like you say, their qualifying never went according to plan, but it's not always a bad thing starting further back, because it means you don't really get caught up, or basically you've got less chance of getting caught up in any incidents, I find. But yeah, they've just been kind of just doing their thing, and being rewarded by the lead at the moment, and yeah, not really anyone challenging them at the moment. But you never know, that you might. Hopefully we don't have it, but hopefully. Hopefully World of Sim Racing are hoping for a Porsche to try and bring them back into it.
So I need to actually apologize for a moment, because I have actually just realized DS Racing Esports team has won a race before in this season. They won the 6 Hours of the Glen, so the other 6-hour race on the season. They won all the way back in June. So they have won one race. They're trying to go for their second race win. Meanwhile, Pure Stockton letting through Garrido. And now Stockton shouldn't have to worry about any more GTP traffic on his lap. And problems, Garrett Spence having a slide. Just too much throttle on the exit, and then he hopped over the curb, and that was that. Once again, coming up on Green Flag TV over the next week or so. Tomorrow, we'll have the Classic IndyCar Series for their 11th round at Road America from Wisconsin. On Monday night, the High Tide Race League MF Racing Design's Premier Series returns after a wild opener at Daytona. They'll be out at the Richmond Raceway. The Action Track plays host to round #2. On Wednesday, the Ole Miss World Cup Series has their regular series finale. They'll be at the North Wilkesboro Speedway to reset the top 10 of the points for the playoffs. And then the Beer League will have their full season finale at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. With the Speed Cup Series, as always, back to more action at the Kansas Speedway for round #11. So a lot of action coming on up, and nothing that you're going to want to miss.
Yep, with 1 hour and 13 minutes. Yeah, 1 hour and 13 minutes remaining. It's yeah, at the moment it's all quieting down. So I think yeah, with not less cars in the track, but just a lot more spread out. Yeah, most of the accidents seems to have settled down slightly.
Track temp is starting to rise a little bit. It's up to 27 degrees. It was at 25 when we started this race. So the sun coming in over the racetrack is going to be starting to impact these guys. With that thick cloud cover, it's not going to be impacting them all too much. You still see the stadium lights are on around Homestead Miami Speedway, and the headlights are technically still on, even though they really aren't doing anything at this point in time. But it won't be too much longer, I think, before those stadium lights flick off fully. But you see the skies brightened up a good bit. It's been a good run so far with a lot of drivers, I think, taking in the sunrise. And it would be nice if we saw the beautiful sunrise, but, well, cloud's going to do cloud things, and it's going to ruin the skyline a little bit for us this morning. The digital chicane machine has again been an absolute rocket all day long. It so often is, and it might not have gone the way that Orvech wanted to with the number 80 car, but for Kaprowski's 93, I mean, this has been the quick one all season. Able to get up in the front, usually has something big go awry. It's no difference this time out either. But still some good points for Kaprowski. He should easily be able to come away out of this one with the Endurance Cup points lead.
Yep, absolutely. And it's yeah, considering I think this is the car that lost it on cold tires, I believe. So they've done a good job to keep a hold of that class lead. So yeah, they'll definitely be hoping for a good result. And I think if they take the win in this race today, I think they'll be happy with that, and it will help them get one step closer to well, basically one step closer to clinching that Endurance Cup Championship at the next round at Road Atlanta.
One hour and 11 minutes to go, just under that mark, and off the road goes Michael Kulaga. So that's big, because that was the Vulture Motorsport machine that Scout Arzezes was struggling so much with. Now Rain DeBoer can get out in front by a big margin to try to extend this gap. That was great news for him, and just locked it up big time. Coming into the corner, that was huge.
Yeah, that was it. Luckily, that never Luckily, that never ended up in a big accident, because that could have been a big one.
Kulaga now sits just in front of Tri-State Racing driver Sam Vaughn. Vaughn currently trying to get around him as well. Is there a little bit of damage on the 216? The left front? Or am I just going crazy?
I was thinking that same thing, actually. I'm not sure. But
it's hard to tell. I think there is a little bit there. Look at the splitter. The splitter's crumbled up.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah, just a little bit. He may have made a little bit of contact in that. Let's right on board with Kulaga here.
Oh, I think there was a bit of contact.
He did a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit of contact, but
yeah, he got.
Oh, yeah, he tagged the back of the GTP leader as well. That's not what you want.
Yeah, well, that'll do it. So he does have a little bit of damage, but evidently not enough to disrupt too much of that car, as Vaughn continues to try to close the gap.
Indeed, and yeah, I think they were, yeah, but basically, this Vulture Motorsports team, they were lucky not to take out their sister car in the GT class as well, by the looks of it. But yeah, this battle heads down to the hairpin, and yeah, I think yeah, I see a little bit of damage on the front the front left, so that might hinder their or basically compromise their top line speed or straight line speed, I should say.
Well, we'll see here as Sam Vaughn trying to size up a pass. But again, Kulaga with all of that straight line power pulls the gap from a 10th and a half out to 6 by the time they get to turn number 1. But now again, having to struggle with all that low downforce, where Sam Vaughn immediately runs the gap back down to a quarter of a second.
Yep, indeed, and still in the same positions as well. They've got the 51 World Sim Racing GTP car coming up to the lap then, and I think there's probably some motorsports cars. There's Watson his intro into the hairpin. He's that damage is definitely affecting basically affecting them on the entry, and it compromises their exit as we see right now.
Notice there as well how Vaughn did not even try to make the move because he knows that Kulaga is going to pull away from him down the straight. So he decided to just tuck up right to the gearbox, trying to get as much toe as physically possible to keep him from gaining even more had he tried to duck out of line to try to overtake him.
Absolutely, and he closes it. Oh, the tri-state closed right up on the braking. That was a bit aggressive, you could say, but sometimes you've got to go for it, especially if the car in front of you's got more straight line speed.
Big hit there. That was a solid hip check. And how about that? Vaughn not happy about how he made the pass, so he actually pulls to the side and allows for Kulaga to take the spot right back. That's good sportsmanship.
Yeah, I was good to say that was good sportsmanship by them, or by him, sorry. That wasn't anything malicious. It was just one of those things. They just overshot the corner, and thankfully both of them managed to get away. And then basically, as soon as you recognised he made that, he was a bit forceful. He gave the position back.
At as safe of an opportunity as he could, and now Kulaga coming down a pit road. What I think is going to be the second to last. I think he's got one more stop to go after this one, based on the LMP2 fuel windows, but I can't be positive.
Yeah, I was going to say there'll be this stop, and then towards the end of there'll be this stop and then one more stop, I think. So yeah, 2 more stops for the LMP2s by the looks of it.
Little fight started to develop between Vulture Motorsports teammates Justin Delano and Eero Uriksoy. Right now running those tail, have a second separating them. Weather update here, Ryan. Anything changing, or is it still business as usual?
To be honest, it's pretty much still the same as it was before. The small chance there's probably a 6% chance of rain, so the chances of rain happening in this race are probably slim by the sounds of it.
Yeah, probably just a tick, but
you never know. It could change.
You know, you're not wrong. I remember earlier on in the year we had a beer league race at the Red Bull Ring, and Austin was saying, yeah, we got no chance of rain all day. I mean, the greatest chance of rain is about 10%, and it only comes into the last 5 minutes. 30 minutes, when the sun was still shining, it started absolutely dumping rain, and the track was soaked within 3 laps. The rain can do wild things, and I've heard Florida weather, it can get a little crazy sometimes.
Yeah, and I can't remember what year it was, but at the Daytona 24 in real life, there was I think it was on Sunday morning, or basically towards the end of the race. I can't remember what year it was. I think it was 2017 or something like that. I can't, round about that. The rain just basically arrived, and it was absolutely throwing it down. And even on the finish straight or finish the line bank, and there was cars spinning around, and that was on dry tires. The cars were aquaplaning, and that was with the weather forecast saying it was meant to be dry, and then all of a sudden on the Sunday the rain arrived and it's just absolutely thrown it down.
It's Florida weather.
Yeah, I was going to say it's Florida for you. Florida weather for you, whether it's at Daytona or Homestead or basically any track in Florida.
Here's Stockton, still has yet to come down to pit road, along with Garrett Spence. One of the Rising Pan and one of the Tri-State Racing cars that are staying out a little bit longer. For example, Jack Hedgecock's pitted on lap 232. Right now we are, he's working lap 234. There's one lap down. So we are going to be seeing these guys coming down to pit road pretty soon here. And again, this is setting ourselves up for the final hour of this race. Once again, the Vulture Motorsports duo looking like they might be looking to get a bit closer here. It's hard to say, though. I mean, the gap just keeps ebbing and flowing so much. Thomas Baker just came down to pit road, and that's for a drive-through penalty. So possibly an incident limit there for Baker, sorry. Here's Stockton, though, making his trip down to pit road.
Yep, so it looks like, I wonder if Stockton will stay in the car for the finish, as we're coming up to about 1 hour, just about to come up to 1 hour remaining. Will this be a driver change? Yeah, it is a driver change. So it's Camp Breger into the car for the finish.
Christian Kempreger, not a driver that has let this team down so far this season. He's been able to put in a lot of hard work with his teammates to take this car to some seriously good finishes all season long. And this not looking to be any different either, as Kempreger will leave pit road. And that is right as the clock ticks over to 1 hour remaining off the road is Joshua Wolf for Grizzly Motorsports.
Yep, and I think Cam Prager was one of the drivers. Was he one of the drivers in the lineup at Daytona? I seem to remember he was.
He sure was.
Yeah, I thought so. I had to quickly check my notes, but yeah, I remember watching him at Daytona, and he was absolutely quick. So I wouldn't expect anything different here.
Officially under 1 hour in this one. Loikkanen just came down to pit road. The GT traffic are going to be due in for their pit stops before too long as well. And critically, all of those drivers only have one more stop to go. So after they come down to pit road again, they're going to be good to go to the end of this race.
Yep, I was going to say that the last set of GT pit stops is not too far away, so I would expect the GT Pro leader in the pits within maybe the next I guess maybe the next 10 laps or so. I think if the GT cars pit with the 45 minutes remaining, I think this should be good until the finish.
Again, that's the thing. In theory, should be. But I don't think we're going to have much in the way of fuel strategy this time around. That was a big story at the 6 hours of the Glen, was how the cautions came down and how the fuel strategy is going to pan out. I think this time it's very cut and dry.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't surprise me if you see some cars try and go as long as possible just to try and reduce that risk of running out of fuel. So 45 minutes or pretty much between 40 to 45 minutes remaining in this race is probably when I'm guessing that the last set of GT pit stops will happen.
Well, we're going to continue to move on with racing action. We might have a battle picking up here between DS Racing's Marco Villela and Matthew Oravec for Digital Chicane. Getting a little closer over the last few laps, and how about that? Look at that, the last 2 laps ago. 1.8 seconds gain on Oravec, and the lap after, another 3/4 of a second. So that number 555 is closing.
Yeah, and it's a good recovery by the 555, considering that I think they ended up falling back earlier on in the race after spinning off, I believe, or going off in turn 1. But as I've got GTP traffic coming through as well, I think this could be a very interesting battle to watch.
1/4 of a second left between them, and now that's going to come down even further. Some more GTP traffic will fight its way through. So Villela started to really run down Oravec up the road. This is going to be a very compelling battle if this goes down the way we think it might.
Yep, and not too far away as well as the 67 Kinetic Racing Porsche as well. But I think, I don't think this is for. Yeah, this is not for class position, but I think overall position is Campbell just about runs into the back of the 555, but manages just to get it slowed down in time.
And up the road, another battle developing. The GT Pro race lead is all of a sudden on in a big battle here. North Sim Racing and Efficient Motorsports, they've been silently getting closer as well over the last little while. Delano takes the lead as Kaprowski comes down to pit road for GTM. Well, it's on between Daniel Gruber and Michel Velazzi.
Yeah, indeed it is. They head into the hairpin, and it looks like North Sim Racing and pretty much Velazzi and Gruber going at it, and I think this could be, as it stands, if I'm correct, this could be the battle for the Class 1 if the pit strategies play out as I expected. But yeah, I think it could come down to the pit stops.
Neither of them came down that time by. North Sim Racing still out in front, but Fisher's been closing a lot the last little while. Last lap alone, a second quicker. North Sim Racing's in trouble.
Yeah, I was about to ask. I wonder if they're struggling with tires, or if they're maybe, I don't know. No, I don't know. Maybe if they're tight on fuel. If they're maybe having to do some fuel saving, or if it's just a case of tires.
There's no way it's that though. I mean, they have to pit another time yet, and they got less than an hour to go. You can go over an hour on a fuel tank in these cars.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. With these GT3 cars, you can go over. Pretty much they go over 1 hour on a tank in these cars, so I think it's the only explanation I can think of is the tires. Maybe the North Sim Racing are struggling, and the Fisher Motorsports is maybe just hanging back and saving their tires a little bit.
Possibly, it doesn't seem like something they do though much. But regardless, they're having a good show of it down the front stretch and in towards turn number 1. I think finally Velazzi starting to pull away a little bit. While Gruber can do nothing but watch as that gap begins to extend again up the road.
Indeed, and Watson Gruber at the moment, and but again, this 44 car has been kind of. They were having a quiet race and ended up falling back slightly earlier on, but again they've just got the head down and managed to catch back up or get back up to the front in class, and they're challenging the North Sim Racing for a possible GT Pro win.
Matthew Oravec is into pit road for his digital chicane number 80 as it stands. Joseph Akapian is also in. So more cars in the GTM category coming down to pit road for their final stops of the afternoon. As we continue to watch this battle for the GT Pro lead remain tight. The run down towards turn number 1. No sign of North Sim Race's momentum being slowed.
Yeah, and just watching this battle, no, it looks like Groover's a quicker driver, and but again, it's just a case of trying to get a move done. But it's just trying to figure out where do you get that move done, because both these drivers are even on the match, but it just looks like Groover seems to be maybe just having a better or doing a better job of looking after his car at the moment, and maybe staying behind, just saving a little bit of fuel. But I don't know. I think that. I don't know. You would need to save fuel at this stage of the race, but on the other hand, with saving fuel, you don't have to take as much fuel at the pit stop.
Gap back down to 0.4 of a second. I think you're right. I think Gruber is the quicker driver. He's just got to try to find where the opening comes in that he needs to try to get around the North Sim Racing number 69 entry. It's an opening that is so hard to come by sometimes, though. Because that's the thing. This racetrack, the place where you would normally find a great pass opportunity, the end of the long stretch, it goes into a very, very one-line kink, which is so difficult to get right and almost impossible to go side by side if you're having a serious battle for any kind of position. So that makes it especially difficult to try to keep that momentum run going through that very difficult first sector, so you can try to get back to him later on. Race leader Espadina is in.
Yep, and they've got GT Pro traffic up ahead of them as well, with the number 6 car of Jonathan Dance in front of them, and this could be interesting. This could play a factor in this battle. But yeah, as you say that, no, on the GTP leader Espadina is in the pits for his last pit stop. Actually, I take that back. It might not be his last pit stop, so they might need to do a splash and dash. As I say that, Gruber into the pits.
Yeah. Daniel Gruber will come down to pit road. So to try to bank on the undercut strategy here to try and get around Velazzi for the race lead.
This might be a good move, because getting in there and doing an undercut might work if having clear track, because it looks like Campbell's leaving the pits in the Kinetic Racing Porsche, as Espadina is still in the pits, just waiting for the fuel to be topped off, and they should be just I was going to say this is quite a long stop, but just a routine stop, and off he goes.
Souza has opted into the car for the final stint for the DS Racing Esports team.
And it looks like
making his way out.
Yeah, I was going to say Gruber stayed in the car for the last 49 minutes of this race, or just under 50 minutes, I should say. So I'll be interested to see if he can do a bit of an undercut, as he's got traffic coming around him, and manages just to avoid it. But yeah, this last pit stop for the 69 car is going to be interesting.
And then, of course, you still have this battle for the lead in the Vulture Motorsports duo. Do you think because these two cars are sister cars, right? They're teammates. They're lightly communicating with each other. Do you think they're going to be so eager to try to battle each other for a 1-2 finish here, or just run it as it is and just take the points?
That's an interesting question. I mean, it depends. I've not had a chance to look at the standings during the race, but I think it depends on what cars were in the championship, or what cars got the better chance or slight chance at the championship. But if you've not got a chance of the championship for either car, I think you just let them go at it. But with the obvious rule being not to take each other out in a few races, or leave plenty of room.
Thomas Fisher has run down Rain de Boer again. Vulture Motorsports to the outside of Scours SS Racing. with that stripped back number 216, makes short work of Scours. Back up to the number 6 spot.
Yep, absolutely, and he manages to get the move done as he goes up the inside of the 151 World Sim Racing GT car. But yeah, I'm interested to see how when this 69 Velazzi car pits as well, because he's got a 30. What's he got, about a 49-second lead to the Groover in the 44. So yeah, I'm interested to see what how the last set of pit stops plan out for between those two.
Oh, trouble. Thomas Martin way off the racetrack for the Fisher Motorsports GTP. He is a long way off into the kitty litter. Has he had help in turn 1? No, that's... Oh, just put the grass on entry and around it goes.
Yeah, it's not been the best of races for this number 4 GTP car, but yeah, they're still going nevertheless as one of the 016 car of Delano is in the pits.
Justin Delano into the pits for his final stop of the night. Eric Zoy picks up the race lead. Villela still holds on to the number 2 spot. Ryan Kaprowski should be able to squeeze 3rd here. Here you see Joshua Wolf just came down and into pit road. Garrido is also into the pits as it stands, and there you see the Vulture Motorsports machine just leaving pit road behind. A bit of a shorter stop this time, only 36 seconds, and that is because he's short fuel in the car. They're trying to keep it lighter and not waste as much time in the pits. Getting fuel, you're not going to burn.
Pedersen into the pits for the MSP as well in 2nd place in GTP, and this will be the... Again, I don't think this will be the last pit stop for them. I think this will be there'll be this pit stop and then possibly a sparse and dash towards the end if they don't manage to save enough fuel.
I don't know. I think they can make it work.
But
they've gone about 45 minutes before, so it'd be close, but it could happen.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. I think it depends how long's left in the race when they leave the pit lane. So yeah, I'm interested to see if they can make this work. If they've got something like 44 minutes remaining when they leave the pit lane, I think yeah, it could be. They could do it. They could do it for sure.
They just got to make sure that they have enough fuel to make it an extra lap if the clock dictates that that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's my only.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say that's my only worry is if they're pitting now, they might have to do a lot of fuel saving to make it.
I've seen so many drivers lose races because they've short fueled by 1 lap, underestimating the lap times around this place, and they'll reach the line thinking they're going to take the checkered flag, but they end up taking the white flag because they had about 3 or 4 seconds left on the clock, and then they have to go a whole nother lap that they did not prepare for. And they end up running out. Alvaro Martinez back into the car for World of Sim Racing's GTP.
Yep, and some driver changes being made with about pretty much 44 minutes left in the race, and yeah, I mean, you can do it, but it requires a lot of fuel saving, and yeah, you pretty much you've got to go into Scott Dixon mode when saving fuel, and if you don't know who Scott Dixon is and what he does when it comes to fuel saving, watch some classic IndyCar races and watch him fuel save. He's just a magician.
What in the world was that? Martinez with a very awkward launch out of pit road. It actually lost a couple seconds there. It's I mean, I got a rolling there, but looked like the car kind of lurched around a little bit before he left. We'll try to get a better look at this. On board? Watch this here.
Yeah, yeah.
What's going on there?
I wonder if that was a case of I don't know. it looked like he went to go and then stopped, and then went to go and then stopped again. That was a bit.
Yeah.
That was a bit weird. I wonder if he. I wonder if he. I wonder if he's using a hand clutch and it didn't engage properly.
That'll do it.
I mean, a hand clutch. Some drivers use hand clutches and it saves them using the traditional foot clutch. So I wonder if he didn't engage it properly or didn't give it enough revs.
We've got 43 minutes left to go. We're going to take a quick chance here, right on board with Michelle Palazzi for North Sim Racing as they try to close up to Daniel Gruber for Fisher Motorsports with 42 minutes on the clock. We'll get Voices of the Rest. We'll be with you for the last little while of this race. Racing action continuing on with a wild ride so far. We've had some developments out on the racetrack. Sam Vaughn having this problem coming on up towards turn 8. As he just goes for a lazy spin. But the big one is Marco Villela, the DS Racing Esports Team GTM runner, turned by the World of Sim Racing car, hard hit into the wall. And that looks like that has caused them to go down and quite possibly out as a result of what has ended up happening to them. So their race has fallen apart. They are currently in pit road, and they are stuck there for the foreseeable future. Christian Kemprager into the pits. This is for his last stop of the afternoon.
Yep, so I would expect this to be just a fuel and tyre stop only, but I have to say, in this battle for the GT Pro podium positions in the second and third place between Groover and Velazzi has been going on it's pretty much recommenced after the pit stop, and it looks like Groover was a quicker driver in the previous stint, but this time around it's Velazzi, it's the quicker driver this time around. So I don't know if Groover's maybe struggling with if he's maybe not struggling, but it's just this time around that Velazzi's got someone to chase and he's the quicker driver.
Daniel Gruber and Michel Velazzi still in the battle of their own. This is for the number 2 spot in GT Pro. You were riding on board with Velazzi for a while throughout that run, and they've been having a really good fight here. And this could very well turn into the battle for the net race win for these two, if Lucas Ferreira has to come down to pit road one more time before the end of this race. As well as that, Alvaro Martinez has been losing out to Nicholas Pedersen, so we've got a GTP battle starting to pick up as well for the number 2 spot with just over a half hour left.
Yeah, and Pedersen's, as we know, as we saw in the Daytona 24 earlier this year, in the closing stages, he was absolutely rapid and managed to take the win in the closing stages of the win in GTP. And again, he's putting on a good run towards the end of this race, and he's got Martinez in his sight, and Pedersen, it looks like he's just absolutely giving it everything to close up to this Cadillac, and trying to get by this World of Sim Racing GTP car is going to be difficult, because we know that they like to put up a good fight. As I say that, it looks like the GT Pro lead, or second and third in GT Pro, is about to change possibly, as it looked like Velazzi was about to take the position for a second.
Yeah, just about got to him. Meanwhile, the move for the number 2 spot. Round the outside for Pedersen. Couldn't make the run of Martinez. Coming down the back straightaway, or the front straightaway into turn 1. That was a bold move. Didn't go the way that he thought it would. But you also saw Gruber get alongside Velazzi. They did make a little bit of contact before they were able to get things sorted. As we begin our steady drive into the final 32 minutes of this race. Not a lot of time left to go. And you know that these drivers are gunning for it. That was a bold overtake. That was Neil's Force making up an on-track position on Rising Panda Racing, although it was a GTP car getting around an LMP2.
Yep, and this battle for the lead, I keep saying the lead, it's second and third in GT Pro still going on at the moment, but still Velazzi's not been able to make. Oh, I thought I was going to end up in contact there with the GTP and Groover in the 44 Fisher Motorsports Porsche. I thought he was going to get tagged around, but thankfully managed to survive in one piece. But yeah, this battle for second and third in the GT Pro is still going on, and yeah, I think Groover's starting to feel a bit of the heat.
Fights on for second. Martinez and Pedersen still looking to go at it. Within 0.7 of a second for this race for the second place spot here. Jack Hedgecox for Going Racing coming down to pit road. So your race leader is in, and Christian Kemprager should be able to retake the race lead with that. As Hedgecox in for his final stop of the day.
Absolutely. So yeah, Hedgecock's in for his final stop, and that'll probably just be fuel and tyres, I believe. As this battle for second and third in GT Pro comes down to turn 1 and down turn 2, and Velazzi's still not close enough, and I think Velazzi needs to try and get by as quickly as possible, otherwise his tyres will start to fall off as he gets forced onto the marble slightly, and that'll compromise his exit.
So Daniel Gruber going to have to see if he can get a little bit further out in front. He should be able to do so. He's got a little bit of a buffer zone between himself and Velazzi just behind. The big fight we're keeping tabs on is this one for second, just a little ways off of them, as Nicholas Pedersen getting right to the gearbox of Martinez, and he is looking to try to find a way through.
Yep, and I think Pedersen's best opportunity, if he can get a good exit here and carry that speed down this back straight, he might be able to try and make a move on Martinez heading down to turn 1, and he's definitely he's not too far away in that slipstream, but it's just a case of, I think Pedersen closes up in the slipstream, but he just runs out of time. As actually, as I say that, he's getting a lot closer this time around though. He might try and make a move.
Gonna go the long way around. It didn't work the last time he tried this. This time he gets enough overlap to cut across the nose, and Nicholas Pedersen is up into second, just keeps it on the road, and Martinez drops back to third. Jeremy Carter just in front of them is off with the Visual Motorsports LMP2.
Yeah, I'd love to see a replay of that move by Pedersen, but as I look at the replay of the 11 LMP2 car going off track, and they just got caught out slightly on the turn in and just went offline slightly. But yeah, that was a brave but great move by Pedersen on the outside into turn 1 of Martinez. That was absolutely just textbook.
Martinez isn't done battling though, trying to get back to the outside through turn number 8. Now setting himself up for 9. 28.5 minutes on the clock. Doesn't have a lot of time if he wants to take this move and stick it. He's got a lot of slipstream coming down the backstretch through turn 9, through turn 10. Pedersen dragging this one down the main straightaway, but with enough top end charge to hang on down to turn number 1. Sam Vaughn way off the road.
Yeah, obviously he just made a bit of a mistake, but as the battle for P2 and P3 and GTP is coming up to lap this LMP2 car soon. Yeah, it looks like that Porsche Pedersen's got but it looks like they're trimmed out slightly, so they've got more straight line speed, which is helping them. But I'm surprised that Martinez never put up more of a fight. As I look at the replay now, and just got sideways mid corner and just went off.
Just a little bit of a whoopsie daisy. And he is right now just in front of Pedersen, who started to drive away from Martinez. That allows him to check back into this battle for second, that is closed back into within half a second.
Yeah, this battle's still going on as well, and Gruber's still in second place, and again, just managing to stay in front of Velazzi, and I think Velazzi are just pretty much struggling to get by now, because Gruber's soaking up the pressure, but Velazzi, they basically just can't get close enough to make a move, and they've got a GTP car coming up to lap them, and that might play into the hands of Gruber, but they might be able to get some slipstream.
Man, I mean, Velazzi really struggling to get a look in on this as Daniel Gruber trying to battle it out for the second spot. 44 and the 69, trying to see if they can go at it. .44 and the 69, trying to make a big lunge at it, and now they got some prototype traffic behind. Third of a second, is that enough for Velazzi to close the gap?
I was watching Groover as well on his entry into the hairpin, and he ended up understeering wide, and that compromised his exit. So that might give Velazzi a bit of a chance to try and make a move into turn 1, but he's not going to be close enough. Oh, Velazzi thought about it. He kind of showed his nose there. As I say, he was going to try and make a move or trying to distract Groover, but there's a bit of commotion going on ahead there. It looks like there was some GT cars and prototypes having a bit of issues there, but it's all good.
So Daniel Gruber and Michel Velazzi trying to get themselves in with a good run, and meanwhile, we got another battle started to develop over here in GTP. Team Hardcore and NGC Esports started to close in on the big run. We got Rising Panda LMB2 separating the pair. Jacob Lehman and Marco Silva running in 4th and 5th.
Yep, they've got GT traffic, or basically GT amp traffic in front of them, but it moves out the way, heading onto the home straight. And Velazzi, again, he keeps closing up on the slipstream, but he's just not close. Oh, I thought there was going to be a move there.
Well, it might still happen. He tried to make the look again back to the inside of turn 2. It didn't go his way. Now trying to set things up for 3. 3.5 tenths of a second, 24 minutes on the docket. Now 3/10, down to a quarter of a second. Velazzi continuing to close. Looking left, looking right, committing right, tucks back in line at the last second. I think showing the nose, warning Gruber, hey, I'm right here, and I'm ready to do battle.
Indeed, as I've got LMP2 cars coming up to lap them, and this might compromise Gruber's entry and exit, so I should say. As it looks like Velazzi's trying to make a move. Can he try and get a cutback? And yeah, it looks like he's got a good exit.
Trying to see if they can battle it out for the lead. Now is as good a time as ever for Velazzi, and he knows it. Looking for the outside, trying to get a momentum run going down the front stretch. Fisher Motorsports goes defensive. He's trying to go to the apron. He's not having it. The 44 tries to block, but the 69 forces the issue and ducks through to take over the lead of GT Pro. Back across the racetrack, the 44 gets him back into turn 3.
I wonder if Velazzi actually let him by again, or let him back through, because yeah, he slowed down quite a lot.
Holy cow, that was a great battle between the two of them. You got another fight developing between Aiden Campbell and Lucas Ferrer. Delta and Kinetic looking to go at it for another run. Side by side again through turn 1. It's Brave. And they're going to make contact. And around goes Kinetic. They save it.
Wow.
Good grief. No chill anywhere on the racetrack. It's getting up there now in the latter portions of this race. But what a move. Take a ride on board with Velazzi here. Look at that, cut to the inside. And Fisher Motorsports says, nope, I'm not content with that. I'm gonna take you right back down the inside of turn 3.
Yeah, I thought Velazzi slowed down there, but he caught a bit of the grass there, and that gave an opportunity for Groover to make a move again and retake that position. But looking at his battle between oh, sorry, that was a replay. Watching the replay heading down to turn 1, and it looks like Campbell got the move done, and somehow knowing this is he kept a hold of it, and that was amazing car control over the curb as well.
Good grief.
That'll definitely wake you up. But Yeah, it looks like with Freer jumping into the pits in the 12th car, it looks like it's a battle for the lead between Gruber and Velazzi down to the finish, and the final pretty much coming up for the final 20 minutes.
What a wild ride that we've had so far today. Daniel Gruber and Michel Velazzi getting set to try to make a big lunge for it. The Northern Sim Racing and Fisher Motorsports duo having a good time. The Torque Freak Racing Kinetic Racing duo still looking to have a battle of their own. This is for the last spot within the third place, within the podium positions. And all of this is kicking off a GT Pro with under 20 minutes to go.
Absolutely, and yeah, I had a feeling that something like this was going to happen. As the GTP car thinks about coming down, but has to think about it at the last second. And yeah, this is the battle for the final step on the podium, with Campbell and Dance pretty much scrapping away for this third place. And not too far behind them as well, you've got the 12 car of Freer and the BMW not too far behind, so it could be a freeway fight for the final step on the podium in GT Pro.
Boy, oh boy, I love the ends of races like this because the aggression just kicks up in a high gear. You can always tell exactly when that desperation starts to settle in. I guarantee that big move that we saw Velazzi try to make, we would never have seen that in the first hour of this race. That is only a move you make in the late game when you are really trying to go for the race win and you're taking every opportunity because you know you might not get another one.
Yeah, and it's one of those things as well. Basically, if you see an opportunity, you've got to try and you've pretty much just got to try and take it. But I've got to say, Gruber's hand on this presser, absolutely fantastic. It's just he's not letting anything get to him, and just doing what he needs to do to stay in front of Velazzi. But as I've got GTP, LMP2 and GTP traffic coming up ahead, that could play a factor into this. But as I look at go ahead, Noel.
And now a third player started to enter this battle for third as well. Look at Delta Racing started to close in on this as well. So a three-way fight for third, a two-way battle for first. It is on in GT Pro right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dance's pretty much this TFR car has done a good job to get back up to third with Campbell in fourth as well. And it looks like Campbell's going to make a move into the hairpin, or try and set up a move into the hairpin. As it goes round outside, can he get it slowed up just enough? He's got to watch because those marbles can catch you out. And can he get the move done? He's got a good run on the exit of the hairpin, and yeah, he gets it done.
0.2 of a second between the pair, Aiden Campbell and Jonathan Dance. Exchanging blows as Campbell breaks through into the number 3 spot. Orovech and Delano in a battle as well, side by side for the number 3 spot in GTM. So a lot of the GT battles kicking off at the last stages as Orovech and Delano are still in the line, and it looks like Delano will hang on to that spot with his Ford Mustang for the time being. With no moves being made back here, let's track this GTM battle all the way down towards turn 1. So that Ferrari's going to have a lot of speed underneath it.
Yeah, look at the overspeed of the Ferrari heading into turn 1, but they've got GTP car coming up to lap them, so this could mess this battle up ever so slightly. And the number 80 car kind of went to the inside to indicate not to pass there, but yeah, I think that GTP car just decided that it wasn't listening. As that was the GTP leader going by with Souza.
Daniel Gruber, Michel Velazzi trying to both make a run at it. As Gruber hanging on still for that race lead. 16 and a half minutes to go. Who's going to come out on top of this one in GT Pro?
Yeah, Velazzi's falling back slightly, ever so slightly, but further back. I thought Jonathan Dance was going to get clipped from behind there by Fear, but manages to stay ahead. And yeah, fantastic racing in the final way. Pretty much the final 16 minutes, no one, and it settled down for a while. And then towards the end of this race, it's just pretty much the intensity is pretty much ramped up.
Gruber and Velazzi both still in the line. Gruber struggling to hang on, and Velazzi really closing on the tail end, but just cannot find a way to get up to the number 44. Jonathan Dance and Lucas Frere running 4th and 5th.
Yeah, and just up ahead of them, Campbell's pulled away now while these two behind him scrap away, and that's giving him a chance to pull away up in 3rd place now. So definitely helping him to build a bit of a gap. But as Dance is under pressure now from Frere and the BMW head down to turn 1, they've got LMP2 traffic coming up ahead coming up behind, sorry. And it looks like Dance holds that position for now, but for how much longer?
He might be able to hold on to this right to the end of the race, you know. I mean, he's been hanging on for a good while against the Delta race machine and is now starting to actually build up a bit of a gap there. He might have lost the podium, but I think he could hang on against Kinetic here, against Delta, sorry. If we could just keep that car on the racetrack and pointed in the right direction.
Yep, and as they coming to this back straight, heading up to the hairpin. It looks like they've got GTP traffic coming up behind them and manages to get by. But yeah, Jonathan Dance is soaking up the pressure nicely, and I think this is pretty much what the state of the race doing. If I'm in a battle, I don't like people to talk to me too much. If they're spotting for me, it's kind of just let me do my thing and see what I can do.
Battle for the lead in GTP Pro is still on. The battle for 4th in GTP is still yet to be decided as well. The gap ebbing and flowing between Lehman and Silva constantly in the closing stages of this one, with Team Hardcore desperately trying to keep NGC Esports team by Rubens Goss in the rearview mirror. And now Fisher Motorsports over to Sean, turn number 8, and that gives Velazzi another momentum run down the backstretch through 9 and 10 and to the point.
Yep, and Gruber's still holding on to that lead, and he's got the slipstream of the LMP2 car, which might help him. But if I'm Gruber, go to the inside line and defend early, because you don't want them going to the inside into the inside line either and trying to take that position. But as I say that, Velazzi tries to make a move into turn 1, and just not. Oh, as Gruber clips the grass. Oh, I thought he was going to spin there.
Daniel Gruber hanging on just with the time being 12.5 minutes to go. Velazzi looking for the inside. Can't make the move. Oh, he might have swung it too wide that time by on the approach to turn 6. Still going to get a good drive going. We've also got Ferrer, the Delta Racing BMW, looking to go the long way around. Torque Freak Racing's Jonathan Dance, but Dance hangs on, and just like we saw in the battle for the lead, just took too much on a wider swing.
Yeah, it's just, Frere just took too much of a wide entry there, and it compromised him. But again, back up at the front in GT Pro, the battle for the win is still going on at the moment, and Velazzi not as close as it was last time around. But again, and the GTP battle's going on as well. It looks like this is the battle for P5 at the moment, at P4 and P5.
Oh boy, and out wide goes Hardcore, and he's going to throw that fight away. So NGC is up to the number 4 spot. That's a pretty done and dusted battle right there with that big mistake. And now Velazzi closing in again on Gruber. Matthew Orvech with the problem.
Yeah, I was about to say something's happened to him. I was wondering what happened to him, if it was self-inflicted or if it was a bit of contact. But as he turns in, I just looked at mid-corner.
Daniel Gruber trying to get a run going. North Sim Racing still tucked up a little ways behind. Four tenths of a second, the battle still closing. 3/10 now. Down to a quarter of a second. Make it now 2, but not enough to have a look. 10 minutes to go, and the battle for the GT Pro lead is as hot as ever.
Yeah, and they've got the Fisher Motorsport LMP2 car coming up behind them, so I wonder if the LMP2 car might try and help the sister, the GT Pro car out just a little bit, but I don't think they'll play any silly games. By the looks of it, as it looks like the LMP2 car from the Fisher team is going by, and Villazzi tries to take a wide entry to try and get a better exit.
Jan-Philippe Weed reporting in that they tried to do everything they could, but they just couldn't mount a charge. They had to lift a little early, and that was because they were a lap short on the fuel. So they're having to save to make sure that they can go the distance. Such a shame for them. They're having a good run this afternoon. Jonathan Dance, whoa, boy! Oh. Look out! Holy cow! Right across the infield, and just barely keeps it off the wall.
Whoa.
Oh my God!
Oh, how Jonathan Dance never wiped out that GTP car, I will never know.
How did he not hit the wall? He did hit the wall.
I think Jonathan will get away with that though, because it was a pretty much a kind of, I guess, a kind of side on scrape on the wall.
Whoa!
Oh.
Oh boy, we've had a problem. Villazzi has gone around for the GT Pro battle for the lead, so we've had an issue here as well for the top 2. Oh, the same thing! Villazzi out wide, screams across the infield, keeps it off the wall, and he's going to still be clinging on just over a second. He somehow saves the car from disaster, but he's got a lot of work ahead of him if he wants to make that up.
Yeah, I think that's good. I wouldn't say it gave Groover a bit of breathing space, but yeah, I think amazingly, Villazzi is still only 1.4 seconds behind. Yeah, and if anyone's wondering why I love endurance racing, then the closing stages of this race pretty much just answers it. It's all you need to know.
There is a shit ton to do here this afternoon. Apologies for the language. There's a lot to do here this afternoon as Daniel Gruber and Michelle Villazzi are having a wild ride of it here. Apologies for the language on that one. It's been one of those days, right? I mean, this day has just been absolutely on fire all day for this one. Theo Taylor and Thomas Baker had a little battle of their own with 1.6 seconds to go. You've still got a bit of a battle here between an LMP2 and a GTP, as Christian Prayer hasn't been letting Niels Forbes rest at all. And of course, this is one of those cars that I think is struggling to go the distance, which is why we see him actually losing time to an LMP2 runner and more. I mean, there's a lot that this track has yet to give us within the last 7 minutes.
Well, yeah, think about it this way, Nolan. At least when you can swear on this channel, if that was Formula 1, you would be penalised. As a, yeah, which I think is a silly rule, but anyway. But don't worry, I've came close to swearing a few times during this race, so yeah, you're not the only one. But you're the unlucky one that basically said it live on air.
It's the first time I've made that mistake actually in the 6-7 years I've been doing this professionally. So I'll take that as I'll take that streak. That's not a bad one to go off of.
But yeah, the GT Pro battle is pretty much settled down at the moment. It's about 1.5 seconds between first and second, but yeah, still plenty of action going on as well towards the end of this race. And I mean, there's a battle for 4th place in the GTP going on between NGC Esports team by.
Oh well.
Oh, as I say that, I just jinxed it.
I'm not surprised that Team Hardcore is a little bit upset with that. They were trying to get around him, and that the GTM was not doing the best job of letting by a battle for position there on that one. But regardless, he's gonna have another look down the inside, but that has costed him pretty big. They were down a half a second. Now the gap's up to 3.4 because of that. That might be a gap too big for Team Hardcore to close in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's that gap's. I think it's a bit too much to close down now, but you never know with about 5 1/4 minutes remaining in this race, and it's just one of those things. I think Lehman's probably just feeling. It was just that light flat, the headlight flash was probably just a bit of frustration building up, I think. But again, as looking at another battle, 6th place in GTP between Grizzly Motorsports and HEC racing going on at the moment. Because they've got some GT traffic in front, and just getting held up slightly by the MSP, one of the MSP cars.
One last battle on the racetrack within the last 5 minutes. Joshua Wolf and Christophe Demay. Grizzly Motorsports and HJC Racing 3 wide, and HJC gets turned down the inside, and it goes awry as Technical Performance squeezed them both in. Didn't realize they were going to be 3 wide.
Yeah, that was just unlucky. I think trying to go 3 wide into the hairpin was never going to work out well. But yeah, at least HCC managed to get going again. But I think that battle's pretty much finished now by the looks of it, judging by the gap. But as I've got about just under 4 minutes remaining in the race, which is about three laps, I believe, Nolan.
Yeah, going to be around there or so. Could be up to 4. Depends on how things are going to tag out when we come around here. So I think 4 laps are still left. We should have about 10 seconds left on the boards here. But goodness gracious, I mean, what a wild show this has been this afternoon. I mean, I've been so excited with this one for a while. I mean, this race has been non-stop action from start to finish.
Oh, absolutely. I thought it was going to be a quiet finish to the race, but how wrong I was as we look at the leader, Salza at the moment currently leading by 1.8 seconds from Pedersen, and I have to say, no, that gap between Salza and Pedersen is slowly coming down. But I don't think Pedersen's going to have enough time to close it down to challenge for the win.
I have to agree with you on that one, but well, let's compare the lap times. No, you're probably right on that one. I mean, he's closed in a second the last several laps, but he'd really have to put the hammer down and get absolutely golden lap times. Not to mention, get some lucky lap traffic in the midst of all of this as well, which right now he's not going to be getting.
No, absolutely not. I think if Pedersen wanted to close that gap down, he would probably need to take about, looking at the lap times, I think he would probably need to take about a second a lap out of him.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
So, but you never know, that Pedersen's got that gap down to about 1.4, I was going to say about 1.5 seconds, but no, I think he's going to run out of time. I think I think it's just too much to close down. But nevertheless, it's been a good recovery by Pedersen and his teammate Kyle Berney for MSP, who pretty much put up a good recovery and a good fight for the win.
Minute and a half to go, and we'll be coming on down to take 2 laps to go this time around. Pedersen closing in still, down to a second and a half. There is some more lap traffic up the road, so this fight is not yet over for Pedersen. 2 to go in this one, the gap within a second and a half, and now Souza being held up by a bit of lap traffic. All of a sudden, the gap down to just a second.
That's yeah, maybe I was wrong. Maybe Pedersen could challenge for the win possibly if he gets around this traffic quickly, but actually I take that back, no, they could be on for a last lap battle.
Still a second between them. Matthew Orovech having more problems. That's out of turn 8, but we're going to keep eyes on what's going on up here for the top 2 as well. We'll get the chance to take a look at what happened to Orovech here because the gap just broke apart up to 2 seconds. Pedersen faltered at the worst possible point. And this is Orovech just going for a little slide, a lazy one coming out of turn number 8. Meanwhile, Sousa will come around turn numbers 9 and 10 to the front stretch. Takes the white flag, 1 lap to go from the Sunshine State. Still not over until it's over. One of the digital chicane Ferraris holding up Sousa a little bit, but Pedersen dropping back to 1.4 again. And this looks like it'll go the way of Sousa up the road. Gap continues to close, but then it extends again as he'll also catch traffic at a bad point. 60 seconds have expired, and as has the 6 hours of this race. Sousa works his way through the final corner. And for the second time in the 2024 campaign, it'll be a victory for the DS Racing Esports team. They'll take the other 6-hour race on the championship by only half a second. Ryan Kaprowski coming off the final corner for the digital chicane crew. He'll pull to the inside and celebrate another solid race win for them. While Christian Kembrager will be able to take another one home for Rising Panda Racing. They're going to look to jump back to the top of the point standings ahead of Goen. And then one last one on the day. Ryan, it'll be Daniel Gruber for Fisher Motorsports and GT Pro. 1.8 seconds, that's not a gap you can close in one straight.
Yeah, absolutely not. It was a good fight between Gruber and Velazzi, and yeah, one that was really fantastic to watch. I mean, Gruber handled the pressure nicely and managed to hold on to that GT Pro lead as he comes across the line, Nolan.
Wild show this afternoon as we'll draw this race to a close. Cannot have asked for a better race. I mean, that was absolutely phenomenal. And now we're going to get the chance to take a rundown of your entire standings at the end of the day. And we're going to kick things off with your GTP standings at the end of the night. DS Racing Esports team comes home, taking the race win by half a second over Mayor Sue's Performance. World of Sim Racing team was in 3rd. When then GC Esports 1 lap down in 4th, along with Team Hardcore. 4 down, you had Grizzly Motorsports and HAC Racing. 6 down was DS Racing Esports team with Fisher Motorsports. 8 down to close out the field.
Yep, and then LMP2, it was the Rising Panda taking a 1-2 with the 46 winning with the 47, and then second place by 31 seconds behind with Goen Racing in 3rd, rounding at the top 3. And then Tri-State Racing 4th and 5th with the 1, 2, 3 and 4th, and 3, 2, 1 and 5th. And then Volta Motorsports in 6th with Scalres, Esses Racing in 7th with Vision 1 Motorsports in 8th. And then Fisher Motorsports in 9th, and then the 2 cars that retired from the racing class were GSE Racing Esports and Rusty Spatzler's Racing.
For the GT Pro category, taking home the win was Fisher Motorsports, just in front of North Sim Racing after a mammoth battle. Kinetic Racing, Delta Racing, Torque Free Racing, and World of Sim Racing team were set to finish on the lead lap, but they'll be scored as 1 lap down because they crossed the line ahead of their class leader, but behind Rui Sousa Fisher Motorsports was 5 down, DS Racing 6 down, and RPM Racing did not finish this race in GT Pro.
Yeah, and the GTM Plus, it was the 93 Digital Chicane Ferrari taking the win by 35 seconds over the 017 Volzer Motorsports car, with the sister Volzer Motorsports car 016 in third, and then Digital Chicane with the 80 in fourth, with Off in the S's Racing 83 in fifth. The then Dangle Performance in sixth. Seventh was the Mayer Sim Speed Performance with the Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing in eighth. And then ninth was DS Racing Esports Team. And then the two cars that retired in the class were Real Pixel Motorsport with Mayer Sim Speed with the 34.
So that's going to do it then for your race results. We're going to take a quick step away. When we return, it's the post-race show on Green Flag TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Green Flag TV and to the post-race show. We are ready to give a chit-chat here to all of the drivers that come home with this one after a solid race from Homestead Miami Speed. We're going to kick things off with the man that drove home a win, and it's the second win of the season for Rui Sousa's DS Racing Esports team. My goodness, it was a wild one this afternoon. I mean, talk us through this one, Rui, because this is not a win that came easy for you this afternoon.
Oh, right. Well, it wasn't. Clearly, it wasn't. On the last lap, the last pit stop, the fuel was just about that that close. Well, I tried to save some fuel, managing the gap behind. Peterson was catching fast, and was just another 10-15 meters, and we will be P2.
Kind of talk us through what the big strategies were this afternoon, because obviously for you it was a big day, and it's big points for you guys coming over to the final stages of the season. What can we expect to see from you guys coming on over into the finale of Petit Le Mans in a couple weeks?
Well, yeah, it's. I think we were like 3 points, 4 points behind, I guess. Yeah, we managed to score some good points this race, and looking forward to Road Atlanta.
Well, we wish you the best of luck when we go racing just a little while from now over at the final race of the season. Congratulations on your second race win of the year, and we'll talk to you hopefully again in a few weeks.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Rui Sousa comes home with a solid drive this afternoon, and we're going to move on down to bring up some of the folks that got the job done at Rising Panda Racing, and to do so, we'll pass things over to Ryan Walker.
Yeah, first off, congratulations, Christian Camprega, winner in LMP2 with Rising Panda, and yeah, that was it looked like it wasn't an easy win, but yeah, a 1-2 for the team. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, sorry for my rough voice. Yeah, it was a good one for the team. Was a proper team effort. Since I've been out for the last week with pneumonia and basically recovered yesterday fully to practice. Glad I practiced early for this one. Yeah, it was a good one. Everyone worked on the setup. Looks like this time, not like VIR, we made the right choice. And yeah, setup gave us an upper hand, which was team effort. Everyone on the team, both cars, and even Remy, who you dragged in as well, helped with the setup, even though he wasn't able to drive today. Yeah, 1-2. Happy with that, definitely.
And looking at the traffic around this track as well, how did you find it? Was there any difficulties, or did you find it a bit of a pain, or was it straightforward?
I wasn't really sure until the race what to do with traffic, because I mean I did some running with AI, but it's always the question: do real drivers behave the same? And they kind of did. I mean, you had to be patient in sector 1, and then overtaking opportunities were there. Sending it wasn't always the right choice, but since we ran super low downforce on the setup, we had the speed on the straight to make up for lost time on the infield, which at the end was the key to victory today, I think.
And lastly, looking ahead to Road Atlanta in a few weeks' time, how do you like that track? Much experience, and if so, do you find it's a good track for multi-class racing?
I think it's a tricky one. I think it's trickier than this one for multi-class, definitely, because just like on Miami Homestead, you can get stuck in sector 1 behind GT3s, and it's always the question: are you brave enough and safe enough to send it in the S's down the hill, right? Or do you make the mistake and have contact and ultimately die or have damage? So it's gonna be definitely a tricky one. I've done a few races there, but I guess the guys from Gawain, since they are American, have some more experience there. Will be definitely an interesting one, and for our class also championship decider as far as I know. So yeah, let's see where we are. We will definitely prepare again like we did for this one, and yeah, at the end, may the best team win.
Good stuff. Well, again, congratulations on the win, Christian, and looking forward to seeing you guys at the final round at Road Atlanta in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, thanks guys, and GG's to the Gawain guys as well. P3, solid one. See you guys next time.
Christian Prager and sorry Ryan, but Christian Prager for the Rising Panda Racing crew, and a solid drive for all of those guys. We'll move on down to the driver that was able to bring home the win in GT Pro. It is Daniel Gruber for the GT Pro crew, and Daniel, you take that Fisher Motorsports number 44 to another solid race win this afternoon. Talk us through the night, because this was a win that, like so many others, you had to work for it, especially with sim racing breathing down your neck.
I'm really happy, feeling really great. Actually, I think it was the first win for the 44 for the car, and also my first win, so really great. Was a really thrilling race. We had good decisions, many good decisions. We had some luck, and in the end, it worked out.
Talk us through the battle you had there at the final stages there with North Sim Racing, because it got to be a bit of an aggressive fight. There was a little bit of contact between the two of you, and you had quite the near miss with them as well when they came shooting across the racetrack at turn 2.
Yeah, well, I was close before them, and then we had a pit stop where it was a really cool strategy that worked out, and then we were in front of them, so I just tried to keep them behind. They had some bad luck with traffic for sure, and I just was sweating, keeping them behind us, hoping it works out. And then at some point at one point they were just in first corner, like you said, they spun or something. I don't know what actually happened. And I was just sitting in the car seeing nothing and just hoping that they don't hit us. And when they were in front of us again, I was okay, it's through. We didn't crash, and then it was just going on, and then I feel like they had maybe some nerves were going on, and then we were able to create a gap and reach the end.
One more race to go. Kind of talk us through what the expectations are for the season finale coming on up here at Petit Le Mans in a couple weeks.
Well, our goal is never really to win, and we just want to keep it consistent, and that's what we gonna stick it with. So our goal for Petit will be probably top 5. Just keep it consistent, don't make any mistakes, and just see where we end up.
Sounds like a solid plan. We wish you the best of luck next race then for one more time in the 2024 campaign. Best of luck out there. Congratulations on the race win for GT Pro.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Tanner Gruber comes home. He'll take home that coveted race win. Only one more car to go, and it'll be Ethan Swan and Ryan Kaprowski who will be able to get a chit-chat to up here in the booth. And Ryan, I'll pass this down to you for the GTM winners.
Yeah, I have to say, first off, congratulations, guys. That was, for what I saw, that was a solid run by you guys. And as we were talking about earlier on, just the kind of the planning that went into this race. But how did the race go for you guys? Did it go as well as you expected? And yeah, do you think this is a good sign heading into Road Atlanta?
Well, I just want to start off by saying that was a very interesting 6 hours, to say the least, at least from our end. You know, we had our ups and downs. I think we experienced every emotion during this race at one point or another. But yeah, this is. I mean, we've shown pretty good form, at least in the endurance races, pretty much all season. So there really wasn't any doubt in my mind that we'd be able to pull another one out of the bag for this final, I guess, penultimate endurance cup race. But yeah, I mean, it was very challenging, a lot more difficult than I had anticipated. But we got through it, and I think you know, job's not done yet. At least I think by my back of the napkin math, I'm pretty sure that there's still a chance for overall championship. However, it is kind of slim, but you know, never say never, right? And I'm also kind of maybe certain that I might have wrapped up the Endurance Cup too. I'm not 100% on that.
And they hand it over to you, Ethan. How did that go, or did your stunts go as according to plan? Or we saw that I can't remember what car it was. One of the cars ended up having issues towards the end, but still managed to finish strongly and pick up the points. So it's again, it must be a good thing and must help you heading into the season finale at Road Atlanta.
Oh yeah, definitely. I know I can say this for myself, and I think I speak for Ryan with this as well. You know, when we started practicing for this race a couple months ago, you know, neither of us had really high hopes. Neither of us really enjoyed the track here, so we were like, well, we're just gonna have to, you know, hold on, and it's going to be a long 6 hours, and we'll hope for the best and put in as much work as we can. And you know, I think today's race went well, as good as we could have hoped. I mean, I definitely I had some bad luck in my first stint, but we were able to recover from that. And then again in my last stint there, made a silly mistake, and you know, that Ryan was able to bring the car home after that, despite of that mistake. But yeah, I feel a lot better. I think both of us feel a lot better going into the last round. Both of us like the track, so you know, I think this race was good and showed that. And you know, I'll be honest, about 2.5 hours into my 3-hour stint, I was about over it. I was like, Ryan, I'm done. Get back in the car. I'm done.
Yeah, it seems to be one of those tracks that some people like, some people hate, but for what we saw, it looked like it was a great race. And before we let you guys go, any quick shout outs for you guys?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out not just, you know, the rest of the team, but also you know, the guys that couldn't be here today. Like yeah, Kyle's out doing his own thing. I think doing an esports event, I think right now or something. And you know, all the guys in the 80 car, you know, I saw they also had some ups and downs too. And for them to bring it back at P4 is a pretty solid result. on their championship hunt. So yeah, great job for the guys at Digital Chicane. Also, like a quick shout out to all the prototypes. Now, we all of us had some instance with them at some point, but I think like overall, I think this was probably one of the better races driving standards wise. So really do appreciate not being taken out. Just how it seems to be so easily in these multi-class races. So, but yeah.
I got, as well. I'd like to add, I'd like to shout out and a thank you to both, VSCA and Green Flag TV. I mean, I really look forward to these races. I honestly, I don't do a lot of official iRacing. I tend to stick with the league, and I really look forward to these events. So being able to have a well put together organization like this, and also to have the coverage online is awesome.
Great stuff, and it's always good to hear the kind words. Well, again, congratulations on the class one of the 93, and good to see the 80 car finishing well too. So look forward to seeing you guys back on track at Road Atlanta, and hopefully you can leave Road Atlanta with a championship in your pocket.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll see you guys in about 4 weeks.
Thanks, guys.
And it's back over to you, Noel.
Boy, what a wild race we had here this afternoon. There's only one more to go for the VSCA Sports Car Championship. It'll, of course, be the 10-hour race over at Petit Le Mans. But before we get to all of that, there's still a lot of racing action coming up on Green Flag TV. Among the intense runs that we're going to be having, you're going to get, of course, the Classic IndyCar Series at Road America tomorrow afternoon. And then on Monday night, the High Tide Racing League MFRD Premier Series returns from the action track, where it's big championship implications on a Tuesday and Wednesday, as we're going to be breaking on out the playoff field at North Wilkesboro Speedway for the Tuesday night OMSRL Cup Series, and they'll reset the top 10 of the points. And then on Wednesday night, we'll close out another championship for the Beer League, as they'll look to crown yet another new champion. On Thursday as well, there's still the Speed Cup Series, with ASRL returning next Sunday as well. If you want to find more about who we are and what we can offer you, you can check us out today at www.greenflagtv.com. Once again, my name has been Noel Rempel alongside Ryan Walker. Thank you all so much for joining us on a beautiful Saturday afternoon for a wild 6-hour race. We'll see you in a month in Georgia.